7. The interrogation of the first suspect. Changes in the economic structure and social composition of the work force. The sociological explanations for trade union membership decline and union organizing failures place a strong emphasis on changes in the economic structure and social composition of the labor force. These theories begin with a number of observations. High membership in U.S. trade unions is associated with certain industrial, occupational, geographical, and social characteristics. Various other factors seem to be associated with lower union densities. Those factors associated with union strength, certain regions of the country, traditionally unionized industries, certain occupations, for example, seem to have decreased in relative importance in this country. Those factors associated with union weakness seem to have increased proportionately. On the basis of the above assertions, one might reasonably conclude, 1. That relatively fewer new union members would be recruited as the automatic result of workforce expansion in the already unionized economic sectors. And, 2. That there would be a relatively larger growth in the automatically non-union jobs because of the more rapid growth in the unorganized sectors. In addition, the rapidly growing sectors are more likely to be resistant to new union organizing. Those groups whose numbers are expanding most quickly in the labor force, e.g., women, 115. Youth, the educated, are supposedly more difficult to organize. Those parts of the country and those industries that have been traditionally non-union, or have low union density, will probably be more resistant to unionism. The social structure will be less receptive, the employers will be more antagonistic, and the workers themselves will be less likely to be interested, having less personal experience of unions, fewer relatives and friends in unions, etc. The unions, having less leverage because of lower unionization rates, will themselves have less to offer. The industry itself may be highly resistant to unionization. There may, of course, be several different reasons why such might be the case. It might be that those unorganized industries were intrinsically harder to organize. The workers have less economic leverage, or a dispersed social situation makes communication difficult. It could also be that employers are more resistant because they feel that competition from non-union rivals is difficult to match. Ceteris paribus, such changes in the economic structure and social composition of the labor force will lead to a decline, or slower rates, in union growth and to greater difficulties in new organizing. Some initial distinctions are warranted before embarking on a detailed examination of our subject matter. First, as we noted in Chapter 5, the factors affecting union growth need not be the same as those affecting new organizing. New organizing is, of course, always a component of union growth. Thus, all that affects new union organizing of necessity has an impact on union growth. Difficulties in new union organizing, e.g., in southern textile industries, may have a great effect on the low union density in an industry or region. Yet union growth may be affected in ways that have little direct impact on new organizing. Declines in the employment of highly unionized industries, e.g., automobiles, have a great effect on union membership and hence on union growth. They need have no direct effect, however, on organizing successes, for example, of the United Auto Workers or any other union. Additionally, we want to keep clear about the relation between the cross-sectional differences in union density and the causal reasons for union decline. The fact that a high-density sector is losing its constituency while a low-density sector is increasing in number is not prima facie evidence of a sufficient cause for a decline in total union density or membership. Declines in the percentage of workers employed in highly unionized states, e.g., New York, and rises in the percentage of workers employed in less unionized states, e.g., Mississippi, do not necessarily entail a decline in the total union membership or union density in this country. 1. Even were the decreases in the populations of highly unionized sectors to be accompanied by general national declines in union membership or union density, the two need not be directly related. It might be the case that the national declines are merely a reflection of declines in union density in the highly unionized areas. Thus, one must be wary of jumping to conclusions. My approach here will be, first, to look at the strengths and weaknesses of unions by cross-section. Second, to trace the shifts in the economic structure and social composition of the labor force. Third, to summarize those arguments that have an initial plausibility. Fourth, to see whether the hypotheses are borne out with respect to new organizing by examining NLRB union certification election results and other types of data. Where are unions strong? Where are unions weak? U.S. union membership, examined cross-sectionally, shows the following characteristics. 1. Geographic characteristics. Both the distribution of union membership and its density are highly uneven in the United States. Particularly, they are uneven geographically. The vast majority of union membership in states with high union density are, with the exception of California, concentrated in the Northeast, Middle, Atlantic, and Midwest, the so-called Frost Belt. In 1980, the two most populous states, New York and California, accounted for 1/4 of all union members with 2.792 million and 2.661 million members respectively. 0.27. Midwestern states, Illinois, 1.487 million. Ohio, 1.376 million. Michigan, 1.284 million. Indiana, 0.554 million. Wisconsin, 0.554 million. Missouri, 0.544 million, and Minnesota, 0.463 million, possess almost 1/3 of U.S. union membership. Still another 20% are accounted for by Pennsylvania, 1.644 million. New Jersey, 0.784 million. Massachusetts, 0.660 million. Mary 1. In fact, Mississippi, to take our example, might be increasing in union membership faster than New York is decreasing, for a net gain in membership. 2. See Bureau of National Affairs 1982 for 1980 figures. Figures for prior years may be found in the Directory of National Unions and Employee Associations, published biennially by the Department of Labor, BLS, and in BLS 1980b. Land, including the District of Columbia, 0.527 million, and Connecticut, 0.327 million. These states also have high union densities. Other states with high percentages of workers organized include West Virginia, Washington, and Alaska. Those states with the lowest union densities are either in the South and Southwest or are small and largely rural. These cross-sectional results are summarized in Table 12 below. Table 12. Union density by state, 1980. Highest densities, lowest densities. New York 38.8%. South Carolina 7.8%. Michigan 37.3%. North Carolina 9.6%. Pennsylvania 34.6%. Texas 11.4%. Washington 34.4%. Florida 11.8%. West Virginia 34.4%. South Dakota 14.8%. Alaska 33.7%. Virginia 15.0%. Ohio 31.3%. Georgia 15.1%. Illinois 30.4%. Oklahoma 15.3%. Indiana 30.4%. Kansas 15.4%. Montana 29.2%. New Hampshire 15.8%. Wisconsin 28.5%. Arkansas 16.0%. Rhode Island 28.3%. Arizona 16.0%. Hawaii 28.0%. Mississippi 16.2%. Missouri 27.6%. Louisiana 16.4%. California 27.0%. North Dakota 17.1%. Minnesota 26.2%. Utah 17.7%. Oregon 26.1%. Vermont 18.0%. New Jersey 25.7%. Nebraska 18.1%. Delaware 25.2%. Colorado 18.1%. Massachusetts 24.9%. Idaho 18.4%. Maine 24.1%. Wyoming 18.9%. Kentucky 24.0%. Tennessee 19.3%. Nevada 23.8%. New Mexico 19.0%. Connecticut 23.0%. Alabama 21.8%. Maryland, D.C. 22.8%. Iowa 22.2%. Source: BNA 1982, page 68. In addition, union members tend to be more heavily concentrated in large urban areas, SMSAs, standard metropolitan statistical areas, as defined by the Bureau of the Census. Union density is lowest in rural areas and small towns. The general trend of population growth over the past several decades, with some notable exceptions, California being the most significant, has been away from those areas of high union concentration to those with low levels of union density. These population shifts are summarized in figures 8 and 9. It is these trends that provide much of the fuel for the theories of union decline based upon population shifts. One word of caution might be introduced so that we do not reach precipitous conclusions. While the union densities in most highly unionized states have been dropping over the last decade, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980b, p. 414, Bureau of National Affairs 1982, page 68. Those in many of the less heavily unionized states in the South and Southwest have risen or are holding firm, even in the face of large population increases. 0.32. Industrial characteristics. The distribution of union members by industry is also highly uneven in this country. Since the CIO organizing drives of the 1930s, the traditionally highly unionized sectors of the economy have consisted until recently of mining, construction, manufacturing, transportation, and public utilities. Also appropriate to add to this grouping today are communication workers, state, local, and federal government employees, including postal workers. By 1980, two-thirds of all federal employees were covered by union contracts. Point 4. The agricultural, service, finance, and trade sectors have historically been the least organized. State and local government, formerly among the least organized, is today highly unionized. These results are summarized in Table 13. Two trends are apparent in looking at figures 10 to 12. First, certain industries, particularly in manufacturing, have increased their operation in states of low union density, viz., the Sunbelt, and decreased their activities in the areas of high union density. Second, except for the continuing decline in percentage and absolute number of agricultural employment and increases in state and local government employment, all major employment shifts by industrial sector have been away from the traditional union strongholds toward the less unionized sectors. 3. C. Marshall, 1968, for an analysis of the 1939 to 64 period. He argues that the drop in union density for the country as a whole from 1954 to 1964 was not paralleled in the South. A similar case, I believe, could be made for the more recent period. Data for the past decade may be found in BLS 19800. 4. See U.S. Office of Personnel Management, 1981. See also Freeman, 1984. Midwest, excluding Michigan, 1816. New York, New Jersey 14.8 section, Middle, Atlantic 512.0. CU, CO, Q, No 310 Co 059. 8. New England 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year, source, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1979C, 1981D. Figure 8. Percentage of non-agricultural workers by region by year 3. Occupational characteristics. Unions have traditionally been strongest in this country among blue-collar workers. In 1980, according to Current Population Survey, CPS, data, 41.4% of all blue-collar workers were members of trade unions, while only 18.5% of white-collar workers and 18.4% of service workers were members. U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1981E, pp. 6 to 7. A detailed breakdown of union membership percentages by occupation is given in Table 14. As is generally known, the changes in the occupational structure are toward lesser percentages of blue-collar workers, although up to 1980, there was little indication of absolute declines. From 1980 to 1985, there were declines, particularly in South. Percentage of labor force, SID, Southwest, 1. CD, ALJL, JALALJ 14141. L111, I01, J, www1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year, source, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1979C, L981D. Figure 9. Percentage of non-agricultural workers by region by year, continued, manufacturing, and toward greater percentages of white-collar and service workers. Point 5. In addition, there has been a sharp increase in the percentage of supervisory workers in manufacturing, summarized in Figure 13. Occupational categories are notoriously crude, particularly in their ability to capture the changing nature of work. Many 5. For pre-1980 figures, see Table 17. For breakdowns on the losses of approximately 2 million workers from manufacturing employment from 1979 to 1985, see BLS 1985C. Table 13. Union organization by industrial sector, 1980. Organized number, percentage, workers employed, organized industry, in thousands, wage and salary. Agriculture 51 1,455 3.5%. Mining 286,892 32.1. Construction 1,574 4,982 31.6. Total. Manufacturing 6,771 20,976 32.3. Durable goods 4,366 12,546 34.8. Primary metals 686 1,176 58.4. Auto 582,951 61.2. Lumber 103 539 19.1. Instruments 79,622 12.6. Non-durable goods 2,405 8,430 28.5. Textile 117,786 14.9. Paper 369,751 49.1. Transportation, utilities 2,903 6,048 48.0. Railroads 474,579 81.8. Communications 714 1,447 49.7. Trade 1,753 17,401 10.1. Finance, INSER, Real Est, 195,152 3.7. Services 4,743 26,121 18.9. Professional, Services 4,086 18,451 22.1. Hospitals 692 3,901 17.7. Educational 2,767 8,062 34.3. Public Administration 1,812 5,364 33.8. Federal, except postal, 347 1,795 19.3. Postal 509 691 73.7. State 253,972 26.0. Local 703 1,906 36.9. Source: U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1981E, page 4. Note: 1984 figures, which in general indicate minor downward changes from 1980, are available in BLS 1985. They are, however, more limited than the above. They are also only roughly compatible owing to changes in classification definitions. Service occupations, for example, have become manual, hardly differentiated in any meaningful way from many types of blue-collar occupations. Certain white-collar jobs are not so different from small assembly work. 6. Nevertheless, certain general trends are worth noting. These are summarized in tables 14 and 15 below. 6. For a discussion of the proletarianization of postal work, see Bagley, 1980. 251, 22.53. Midwest, excluding Michigan, 20.0 feet 1. New York, New Jersey 17.5, _. Percentage of labor force P. IO10. L. Middle Atlantic. New England LL01 RLR 11 LR 1 foot R1. Tifliloreltril Fit. ITITTITIVIVI 1 IT1 ITTT 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year. Source: U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1979C, L981D. Figure 10. Percentage of manufacturing workers by region by year 4. Racial composition. Blacks and other non-white workers have become increasingly more organized than white workers over the last decade. In 1980, 32.1% of non-white workers were organized compared to 24.9% of white workers, 25.7% overall, according to CPS figures, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1981E, page 6. Occupational breakdowns for these figures are given in Table 16. Most striking is the disparity of unionization rates between black women and white women, 27.4% compared to 17.5% respectively. Many of these differences may in fact be due to the crude occupational classifications that hide the location of non-whites at the bottom of various categories, often ones that are more likely to be unionized. 25.0 to 22.5 _. Midwest, excluding Michigan, 20.0 feet 7.4. J.L. Florowitz 17.5 15 feet 01. South 12.53. Percentage of labor force 10.0. Q tilde. West Q 7.5. UI 15.0. Southwest 2.5 I 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year. Source: U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1979C, 1981D. Figure 11. Percentage of manufacturing workers by region by year, continued. Ing. But to the movement of black workers in large numbers into highly unionized basic industry. It has been a common argument that black workers might be more resistant to union organizing than white workers because of the explicit or implicit support of discriminatory practices by most unions. 77. There has, of course, been a traditional argument that black workers were at one time anti-union, often breaking strikes. They supposedly broke strikes since that was the only way they could obtain employment in otherwise racially exclusionary employment markets. Even Irving Bernstein refers to the firm establishment of the Negro in the role of strikebreaker, 1966, p. 108, also page 126. This view is criticized by Foner, 1964, pp. 243-44, Knighton, 1974, and Meyer and Rudnick, 1979. Manufacturing, government, percentage of labor force, 3.0. Service, 9. Transportation, 0. Age, 1 foot 1 foot 1 foot 9, 05, L. Construction 1930, 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year, source, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1979B, 1982E. Figure 12. Percentage of non-agricultural workers by industrial sector by year. The trends are complicated and multidimensional. On the one hand, the disparity between white and non-white unionization rates is not large, especially when we take into account the disproportionate number of non-whites in blue-collar and other more organized categories. The non-white population is growing at a faster rate than that of whites, a highly pronounced trend among the age group just entering the labor force. The extremely large and growing unemployment among young non-whites and the declines in those traditionally unionized sectors where non-whites are disproportionately employed, like auto and steel, however, do nothing to suggest that there will be rapid increases, not to mention automatic ones, in black unionization rates as compared to white ones. Table 14. Employed, union and association members by occupation, 1980. Number, percentage, occupation, in thousands, organized. Blue-collar 11,763 41.4%. Craft and kindred 4,571 41.2. Carpenters 284 33.9. Construction, except carpenters, 1,116 50.4. Machinists 397 56.9. Auto mechanics 223 24.0. Operatives, except transport, 4,229 42.4. Motor vehicles 315 85.8. Transport equipment 1,514 46.9. Service workers 2,221 18.4. Private household 4.4. Cleaning 644 27.8. Food 426 9.7. Personal 164 15.1. Health 363 19.4. Protective 621 43.9. White collar 8,483 18.5. Professional, technical 3,997 27.7. Engineers 148 10.6. Health workers except doctors, 418 20.1. Teachers, except college, 2,022 61.8. Technicians 252 22.7. Managers and administrators 868 9.7. Clerical and kindred 3,365 19.2. Sales workers 253 5.0. Source, BLS 1981E. 5. Women. According to CPS data, 18.9% of employed women belonged to labor organizations in 1980 compared to 31% of men, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1981E, page 7. The percentage of women in unions has increased substantially since 1954, see tables 17 and 18. The percentage of women in the workforce, however, has also risen dramatically. Rates of participation in the labor force of females over 20 years of age increased from 35.5% in 1961, 30.7% in 1948, to 51.1% in 1979, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980B, page 45. Thus, there has been a virtual explosion in the percentage of the labor force of one group traditionally regarded as less open to unions, see Table 19. My best guess is that the percentage of women in 36 feet, degree, I, B, E0, 033 JL, W 3027, L, Electrical, Electronics O, U, IQ, 1, S3, G03 feet 30, S, L, RG 24, Q, LA, 01 inch 9 feet QQ, 3, 921, 4, C, A less than 1, 0, A, M, I18, J415 J411, L12 *RR RMFIFI RR, RRFIR 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year. Source. U.S. Department of Labor. BLS 1979B, 1982E. Figure 13. Percentage of non-production workers in manufacturing in selected industrial groups. The labor force who are in unions has increased slightly from 1960 to 1980. No reliable figures are available for breakdowns by sex or race prior to the 1973 CPS surveys, thus this judgment is by no means easily extrapolated from the data. 6. Education. There is no publicly published time series information for the average educational levels of union and non-union workers, although it is possible to extract post-1973 information from current population survey tapes. CPS data for 1977, however, indicate that a disproportionately large number of union members have only a high school or less than high school education, while a disproportionately large number of non-union members have some post-high school education. Freeman and Medoff 1984a, page 27. It is generally assumed that union members are less educated than non-union members. U.S. Department of Table 15. Distribution of employed workers by occupation, 1960 to 1981. White collar, blue collar, service, year, total, professor, monog, sales, cleric, total, craft, oper. Total 1960 43.4%, 11.4%, 10.7%, 6.4%, 14.8%, 36.6%, 13.0%, 18.2%, 12.2%, 1962 44.4, 12.0, 11.1, 6.2, 15.1, 36.1, 13.0, 18.0, 12.6, 1964 44.5, 12.3, 10.7, 6.1, 15.3, 36.6, 13.0, 18.6, 12.8, 1966 45.4, 12.8, 10.1, 6.1, 16.2, 37.0, 13.2, 19.0, 12.6, 1968 46.8, 13.6, 10.2, 6.1, 16.9, 36.3, 13.2, 18.4, 12.4, 1970 48.3, 14.2, 10.5, 6.2, 17.435, 312, 917, 712, 41971, 48, 314, 011, 06, 417, 034, 412, 916, 413, 51972, 47, 814, 09, 86, 617, 435, 013, 216, 613, 41973, 47, 814, 010, 26, 417, 234, 413, 416, 913, 21974, 48, 614, 410, 46, 317, 534, 613, 416, 213, 21975, 49, 815, 010, 56, 417, 833, 012, 915, 213, 71976, 50, 015, 210, 66, 317, 833, 112, 915, 313, 71977, 49, 915, 110, 76, 317, 833, 413, 115, 313, 71978, 50, 015, 110, 76, 317, 933, 413, 115, 313, 61979, 50, 915, 510, 86, 418, 233, 113, 315, 013, 21980, 52, 216, 111, 26, 318, 631, 712, 914, 213, 31981, 52, 716, 411, 56, 418, 531, 112, 614, 013, 4. Source. Unpublished. BLS Data. Labor. BLS 1980B, page 141. The concentration of organized workers in blue-collar occupations and the lower unionization rates among more highly educated administrative, professional, and technical workers are undoubtedly the basis for this belief. Thus, if the changing occupational structure were to require higher educational levels among the more rapidly growing occupations, this could conceivably decrease the percentage of the workforce most readily open to unionization. The trend to higher levels of education in the labor force has been a steady one for more than 100 years. U.S. Bureau of the Census 1975, 1 to 380, 1982, page 143. Cochin 1980, page 73. Various studies confirm that since World War II ended in 1945, there has been a large increase in the median number of years of schooling completed by workers in this country. This trend will most likely continue unabated. As many have noted, however, the number of years of schooling does not mean that the real educational level of the labor force will be higher, considering the generally acknowledged lower quality of education that seems to have affected all spheres of society. Table 16. Occupational distribution of non-whites, 1959 to 1981. White collar, blue collar, service, year, total, professor, monog, sales, cleric, total, craft, oper. Total 1959 14.4%, 4.6%, 2.5%, 1.3%, 6.1%, 41.2%, 5.9%, 19.9%, 31.8%, 1960 16.1, 4.8, 2.6, 1.5, 7.3, 40.1, 6.0, 20.4, 31.7, 1962 16.8, 5.3, 2.7, 1.5, 7.3, 39.7, 6.1, 20.1, 32.8, 1964 18.8, 6.8, 2.6, 1.7, 7.7, 40.6, 7.1, 20.5, 32.2, 1966 20.9, 7.0, 2.6, 1.8, 9.5, 41.9, 7.6, 22.6, 31.4, 1968 24.4, 7.8, 2.8, 1.9, 11.8, 42, 48, 023, 628, 31970 27, 99, 13, 52, 113, 242, 28, 223, 726, 01971 29, 19, 04, 12, 313, 739, 97, 921, 727, 61972 29, 89, 53, 72, 214, 439, 98, 721, 327, 21973 31, 19, 94, 12, 314, 940, 88, 922, 225, 31974 32, 010, 44, 12, 315, 240, 29, 421, 925, 11975 34, 211, 44, 42, 715, 737, 48, 820, 025, 81976 34, 611, 74, 42, 516, 137, 68, 720, 625, 41977 35, 311, 84, 82, 616, 137, 69, 020, 325, 01978 36, 211, 74, 82, 816, 937, 28, 820, 524, 11979 37, 912, 25, 22, 817, 736, 79, 419, 923, 21980 39, 212, 75, 22, 918, 435, 89, 619, 423, 11981 41, 113, 95, 83, 018, 435, 89, 219, 222, 4. Source: Unpublished. BLS Data. 7. Age. The median age of members of labor organizations is considerably higher than the median age of unorganized workers, according to CPS estimates. In 1980, the median age of organized workers was 37.7 years, and only 3.8 years for unorganized workers. U.S. Department of Labor. BLS 1981E, pp. 33 to 64, tables 12 to 15. The average age of the labor force, on the other hand, has been steadily declining since the 19508, U.S. Bureau of the Census 1975, 1. 131, 1982, p. 379, U.S. Department of Labor. BLS 1981E, p. 33. As Thomas Cochin notes, the effects of the post-World War II baby boom were felt in full during the 19,705, as the labor force grew at unprecedented rates. 8. The median age of the labor force dropped from 39.6 years in 1970 to 34.9 years in 1980. Thus, there are increasing numbers of younger workers at a time when the natural constituency of unions appears to be among older workers. 8. See BLS Special Labor Force reports for further details. 2.3% increase per year in the first half of the 70s, 1.9% in the second. Number. Percentage of total year in thousands. Membership. Unions and associations 1975,398 23.9%, 1972 5,736 24.9, 1974 6,038 25.0, 1976 6,438 26.7, 1978 6,857 28.1. Unions 1954 2,950 16.6, 1956 3,418.6, 1958 3,274 18.2, 1960 3,304 18.3, 1962 3,272 18.6, 1964 3,413 19.0, 1966 3,689 19.3, 1968 3,940 19.5, 1974 282 20.7, 1972 4,524 21.7, 1974 4,621.3, 1976 4,648 22.0, 1978 5,267 24.2. Source. BLS 1980A, page 62. Table 18. Female union members, 1973 to 1980. Total. Percentage. Members of, women of, organized, year, in thousands. Workers 1973 4,184 13.9%, 23.1%, 1974 4,268 13.8, 23.4, 1975 4,187 13.5, 25.0, 1976 4,431 13.6, 25.5, 1977 5,329 15.7, 27.6, 1978 5,499 15.3, 28.1, 1979 6,156 16.6, 29.3, 1986 1056 15.9, 30.1. Source. BLS, CPS, BNA 1982, page 3. Table 19. Percentage of women in labor force, 1947 to 1979. Year. Percentage 1947 31.8%, 1950 33.9, 1955 35.7, 1960 37.8, 1965 39.3, 1970 43.4, 1972 43.9, 1974 45.7, 1976 47.4, 1978 50.1, 1979 51.1. Source. BLS 1980B, page 6. 8. Unit. Size. Larger workplace units have traditionally been the strongholds of unions. In all countries they have generally been the first organized. Only later, if at all, are smaller units more systematically unionized. Such has certainly been the case in this country. One of the buttresses of the saturationist arguments in the 19,508 was that the most likely places, i.e., the large workplace units in the traditional union sectors, were all organized, while the unorganized places tended to be the more difficult to organize smaller ones. Bell 1953, 1954. One contemporary analyst even ascribes the difficulties of new organizing in New England to unit size. The lowest rate of representation elections won in 1979 was not in the Sunbelt, as one might have thought, but in New England. The best explanation seems to be that unions were going for smaller firms in New England than elsewhere. Reich 1981, p. 30. In examining the sizes of workplace units, we find there has been a decided trend during the past 2 decades toward a decreasing average number of employees. The decreases appear to be largely among new installations. Klein, 1982, finds, in examining the U.S. Census Bureau's county business pattern surveys, that the proportion of workers employed in firms of over 500 employees peaked in 1967 at 27.6%, then dropped steadily to 22.4% in 1979. The same pattern holds for workers in manufacturing. A compilation of results for 1947 to 82 is given below in Table 20. Table 20. Number of large manufacturing establishments by year. Number of large establishments by size. Total number 1000 to 500, 250 to 100. Year, estabs. Workers 2,500 plus 2,499 999,499,249 1947 241,000 14,294,304 504 1,431 2,729 5,555 14,323 1954 286,000 15,651,535 1,473 2,837 6,042 15,647 1958 298,000 15,393,498 1,363 2,757 6,240 16,132 1963 306,000 16,234,544 1,375 2,942 6,639 17,614 1967 305 00018 492, 000, 6741, 639 3, 457, 749 19, 762 1972 312, 000, 18, 032, 000, 582 1, 527 3, 481 8, 032 20, 800 1977, 350, 000, 18, 515, 000, 581 1, 4803, 6778, 36421. 546-1982, 348, 38517, 818, 000, 482, 1, 3883, 3237, 87421, 281. Source: U.S. Bureau of the Census, Census of Manufacturers, 1947 to 82, Volume 1. Summary statistics. These figures suggest that few very large manufacturing plants are being built. Since most of those that already exist are organized, unions must look for their new members in smaller units. This, as Voos argues, could create potential difficulties. Since it is likely that there are economies of scale in organizing, small plants are both more difficult and more expensive to organize. Exacerbating this trend, they are increasingly located at dispersed sites in small towns. 1982, page 56. Each of the above 8 factors supposedly has an impact on both union growth and new organizing. First, they reduce, or in some few cases increase, the pro-union share that automatically will become union. Second, they make more difficult, or in some few cases easier, new union organizing because the fastest growing unorganized constituencies are those least likely to be organized into unions. There are various levels on which one may try to assess how important each of these changes is on the development of labor organizations in this country. Freeman and Medoff, 1976, 1984a. Estimate that approximately 55 to 60% of the decline in union membership may be accounted for by these structural and compositional changes. They also assign relative importance to many of the various factors. 5% decrease in union density to geographic shifts, 1.2% drop to industrial shifts, 2.3% drop to occupational shifts, and 2.3% decline to all of the compositional, or personal, characteristics taken together, i.e., race, age, sex, and education. Based on these figures, Freeman and Medoff make the following argument, 1984a. Even were one to accept the claim of those who take the structural and compositional changes as having causal significance, there would still be 40 to 45% of the decline in union density left to explain. Presumably included in this category would be 1. Declines in traditional union strongholds, for example, construction and New England manufacturing, 2. Declines among the percentage of blue-collar workers organized, and 3. The relative stability, and even in some cases rise, of union densities in the South. The assumption by those who argue for the importance of structural and compositional changes is, of course, that unions will continue to grow and organize in the same proportions as they have in the past. This, as Freeman and Medoff point out, is a very large assumption. Indeed, even if nearly all of the observed decline were attributable to structural changes, the story of the decline in unionism would not be complete, for like other organizations, unions might be expected to take steps to alter their services to appeal to growing sectors of the market. 1984a, page 4. There are a number of reasons, I believe, why one might expect union growth not to become mired in its past cross-sectional propensities. The development of public sector unionism is a concrete example of why it is inappropriate to assume that unions will continue to gain members most readily in those areas where they have previously been strong. During the 19,503, the Saturationists argued that the public sector was not an area where unions were likely to gain strength. Their arguments, many of them quite persuasive, made a key unwarranted assumption. Since union growth had been slow there in the past, it would continue to be slow there in the future. The opposite has proven to be the case. In addition, many of the changes in the structure and composition of the labor force have been paralleled by similar changes in other countries. Canada, France, Britain, and other economically developed capitalist countries have had industrial and occupational shifts, similar changes in the proportion of highly educated, younger, and female workers entering the labor force. In these other countries, unions have succeeded in altering their appeal, gaining new strength in many of those areas where they had previously not been strong. In many ways, it is sophistic to claim that changes in the structure and composition of the labor force are the ultimate, rather than the immediate, reason for the failure of union growth. In a growing, dynamic economy, such changes will be continually taking place. Growth in labor organization has always been characterized by organizing among sectors of the population where previous organization and collective action have been weak. It is not primarily the lack of automatic growth that has hurt labor organizations in this country, but the lack of success in new union organizing. Thus, what is most important for us here is to evaluate the degree to which union prospects for organizing successes are related to their current cross-sectional patterns of organization. In this regard, I will first discuss the questions of the personal characteristics, or composition, of the labor force. One reason for beginning with these is that they are, in my opinion, the least convincing. Race. Non-white workers, 85% of whom are black, are, as has been noted, a growing sector of the population and increasingly more heavily unionized than their white counterparts. Some researchers have suggested that black workers may be becoming less receptive to unions because of the discriminatory practices of the unions themselves. Attitudinal data from a number of sources indicate that black workers, despite such practices, are far more receptive to joining unions than are white workers. In a large 1977 survey of non-union workers, 30% indicated they would vote for a union if an election were held at their workplace. 67% of the black and other minority workers gave such a preference. Cochin, 1979, page 25. Unionization has been found to raise the average wage of workers in a unit, to cause an upward shift in the mean of earnings distribution. It has also been found to reduce the dispersion of wages, i.e., the range between the highest and the lowest paid. Thus, unionization provides special economic advantages for workers at the bottom of the pay structure. F. Arbour and Sachs, 1980, page 352. Blacks are, of course, heavily concentrated in these lower positions. Even when one controls for their position, however, survey data accumulated during NLRB election campaigns find black workers significantly more likely to vote for union representation. This suggests that blacks perceive that unions will provide more benefits to them than to similarly situated whites. One possibility is that blacks gain more than whites from the imposition of the quasi-legal framework for handling grievances that often accompanies unionization. Such a framework may be valuable in protecting blacks from certain aspects of discrimination on the job. Farber and Sachs, 1980, p. 365. The high degree of pro-union sentiments among unorganized black workers does not explain the slightly higher degree of union organization among black workers today. Black workers have not become heavily unionized mainly because of new organizing efforts. Rather, it has been the result of their large-scale movement into highly unionized industries, including auto, steel, and transportation. The question that really needs to be explained is why black workers are not more highly unionized today, given their clearly expressed preferences. Many unorganized black and other non-white workers, of course, constitute small minorities in predominantly white units. Many others, however, work in low-wage sectors where they constitute a substantial proportion of the workforce. One reason for the failure to organize may be the high degree of resistance among employers, as has certainly been the case in the textile industry. Whatever the ultimate reason for the failure of unions to cash in on the willingness of black workers to unionize, one thing is clear. While none of the data can prove conclusively that the increase in black population and its higher unionization rates will necessarily lead to higher degrees of new union organizing, there is certainly no basis for saying that these trends among black workers help explain declines in new organizing successes. Women. As already indicated, women are less highly organized than men and constitute a rapidly increasing segment of the labor force. Many industrial relations researchers, including Bell and Dunlop, have argued that women are inherently less likely to join unions than men. Such arguments are presented with much vehemence by many orthodox commentators. Dunlop, writing just after World War II, relates this to their lack of commitment. One of the problems of organizing women arises from the fact that they expect only a short working life and then plan to retire to the more arduous duties of the household. 1948, page 84. Bell seems to concur with this view. 1954, page 235. Bach and Dunlop. Even in an era when the relation of women to work has changed substantially, go a step further. To some extent, the difference is explained by the heavy employment of women in clerical and sales occupations and in service industries, where unions have traditionally made little headway. In general, however, women outside the professions appear not to place the importance men do on matters connected with employment. They frequently do not conceive of themselves as remaining in a job for a working lifetime. Bach and Dunlop 1970, page 44. A large number of other pluralist writers go still further. Jack Barbash, for example, writes, women workers, with notable exceptions, are not the material out of which strong unions are typically built, 1964, p. 105. Such views are repeated by many others, including Seidman, 1954, and Schister, 1967. 9. Even in 1985, one widely used labor economics textbook found the rising percentage of women in the workforce to be a major factor explaining decreasing union membership. Ehrenberg and Smith 1985, page 373. One surprising exception is Irving Bernstein, who argues, in fact, we know nothing about the comparative propensity of men and women to join unions. In the abstract, there is no reason to anticipate a difference, because the economic and social forces that shape the decision work on both sexes. Women, that is, tend to be as indifferent or as militant as men. The difference in the membership rate, rather, is to be explained largely by the fact that women work primarily in industries and occupations into which unions have not made a deep penetration, primarily office, sales, and services. In those areas both sexes are relatively unorganized. 1961, page 150. Attitudinal and other data on the propensities and desires of women workers to join labor organizations do not support the assertions that women are less organizable than men. Cocken, 1979, finds that among non-unionized workers, women are significantly more likely to say they would vote for union representation than men. 40% of all unorganized women, as opposed to 30% of all the unorganized workers surveyed, said they would favor unionization. Other studies either have supported this finding or have found that male-female differentials were insignificant when other factors were controlled. Antos, Chandler, and Mello, 1980, report in their 9. For additional references, see the notes on page 116 of Vu's 1982. Study of 1976. CPS data that controlling for differences in occupation, industry, and wage dispersion eliminates the most significant determinants of the lower cross-sectional unionization rates for females. Hirsch likewise finds union membership differences between males and females are generally not significant when industry structure variables are included, 1980, page 155. F. Arbour and Sachs, in their analysis of survey data accumulated during NLRB election campaigns, find little difference in pro-union tendencies of males and females when other factors are controlled for. In the same work unit, however, they find women more likely to vote for unions than men, just because females are more likely to be located in the bottom part of the intrafirm earnings distributions, Farber in Sachs 1980, p. 365. Thus, it is only reasonable to conclude that the greater entry of women into the workforce is not a significant barrier to unionization. It may be, however, that certain unions with older male organizing staffs will have to learn to relate to new constituencies whose values and interests do not totally coincide with their own. Age. As noted earlier, the average age of union members in the labor force is considerably older than the average age of the non-union worker. This fact is somewhat less compelling than evidence about sex and race because the median age of workers in a union shop is not a significant reflection of the median age of the workers in that shop when it was organized. 10. In fact, given the well-known stability of union compared to non-union shops, one could probably have predicted that the average age in unionized workplaces would increase over time after the initial organizing. When various other factors are taken into account, including occupation, industry, race, and sex, several researchers have found little actual variation in the importance of age as a cross-sectional characteristic of union membership. Antos, Chandler, and Mello 1980, Hirsch 1980. Attitudinal data reported by Cocken 1979 indicate that younger blue-collar workers not in unions are somewhat more ready to join them than their older counterparts. After controlling for various factors, including wage rates, F. Arbour and Sachs found that older workers participate 10. Freeman and Medoff, 1976, 1984b, in their otherwise penetrating analysis failed to take this into account, actually ascribing the changing age of the workforce as a potential liability for unions. In NLRB certification elections were much less likely to vote for union representation. They explain this by saying that this result is in accord with views that older workers are more conservative and reluctant to join new organizations which will have an uncertain impact on their jobs. 1980, p. 366. It is reasonable to conclude that the increasing age of the average union member and the decreasing age of the labor force do not provide fertile soil for even a partial explanation of the declining union density of U.S. labor organizations. Education. Many writers in the past have suggested that more educated workers are less likely to join unions than their less educated counterparts. This view is widely accepted even today. As Martha F. Arnsworth Reich writes, the labor force of the 19,705 grew rapidly in several directions unfavorable to unions. More women, more youths, more educated workers, 1981, page 28. Average education of union membership is lower than that of the workforce as a whole. Education, however, does not appear significant even by cross-section when other factors, particularly occupation, are controlled. Antos, Chandler, and Mello 1980. Most attitudinal studies have found the educational level to be among the least consequential of variables. Cochin's analysis of the 1977 Quality of Work survey data found union attitudes of non-union workers to have no significant differences based on their educational attainments. He did find, however, that higher education correlated with a higher approval rating for unions. Cochin 1979, page 24. F. Arbour and Sachs found that education had no significant impact on the vote of workers participating in NLRB certification elections, 1980, page 365. Despite the prevalence of the view that more highly educated workers are less likely to vote for unions than less educated workers, there is no compelling evidence to support such a contention. Those who suggest that compositional changes in the labor force will make organizing most difficult are most likely wrong. A more highly educated and more heavily female labor force seems to present no insurmountable difficulties. An imaginative leadership might even be able to have greater success among women workers if it geared itself to their special grievances and their recently emerging independent political attitudes. The changing age and national composition of the labor force, taken as independent factors, both seem to present greater possibilities for success in organizing for unions instead of the reverse. Rather than explaining labor union decline, the focus on the compositional changes raises the question of why unions have not been more successful in light of these changes, which, if anything, have largely been in their favor. Geography. As discussed earlier, the past several decades have been accompanied by major shifts of population from the more heavily unionized states in the Northeast, Middle, Atlantic, and Midwest regions to the less unionized states in the South and Southwest. Much evidence exists on the high degree of opposition to unions in the Sunbelt by employers and by politicians. This stance is in part reflected in the lower rates of unionization there. In addition, small town and rural areas have traditionally suffered from low unionization rates. The South and Southwest, with the exception of California, have until recently been disproportionately rural and small town. Now, of course, urbanization and industrialization in these areas are catching up with the rest of the country. Yet certain commentators have suggested that it is precisely for this reason that workers in the Sunbelt are less receptive to unions. Hirsch, for example, argues, unionization is expected to be lower in those SMSAs showing the most rapid population growth. These labor markets will tend to have labor force members who are relatively more mobile and have less permanent job attachment. The effect will be decreased demand for unionization and increased organizing costs. The secular decline in private sector unionism also implies that SMSAs with recent rapid growth will have a lower percentage of their labor force organized. For instance, lower unionization in the South and the West than in the country as a whole may be the result, in part, of the recent rapid growth in those areas, 1980, page 151.11. This argument is both counterfactual as well as unreasonable. The South and Southwest have been among the least unionized parts of the country at least since the CIO organizing drives of the middle and late 19,303 succeeded in organizing the bulk of manufacturing employees in the North, Midwest, and West. But 11. This is the neoclassical welfare paradigm of cost-benefit analysis carried to a rather bizarre extreme. One may see from looking at Table 21 that states in the Sunbelt have maintained or increased their union densities during the recent period while more heavily unionized states have in general decreased. This would indicate that, if anything, the population shifts have aided new union organizing in those areas of most rapidly growing population. Table 21. Union density by state, 1970 to 1978. State 1970, 1972, 1974, 1976, 1978. Alabama 22.6%, 21.2%, 23.9%, 24.0%, 24.6%. Arkansas 19.4, 17.7, 18.1, 18.5, 17.6. Mississippi 14.9, 14.0, 13.3, 13.2, 15.0. North Carolina 9.4, 10.4, 9.8, 11.1, 10.7. Louisiana 19.4, 18.0, 17.7, 17.6, 16.9. Maryland, D.C. 24.5, 25.0, 25.5, 25.4, 25.0. California 35.7, 34.5, 33.3, 32.2, 28.8. Illinois 37.3, 37.8, 37.1, 34.3, 33.4. Michigan 43.5, 42.6, 42.4, 36.6, 38.5. Minnesota 31.9, 31.6, 28.3, 28.7, 27.6. New Jersey 31.2, 32.7, 32.3, 29.9, 27.3. Ohio 38.9, 37.7, 36.4, 35.8, 33.6. West Virginia 46.8, 45.4, 41.9, 42.6, 40.4. Source: BLS 1980B, page 414. It is only recently that researchers have begun to question seriously the opinion that it is more difficult for unions to win certification elections in the South and Southwest. Yet there have been some small pieces of research that suggest that the picture is not as one-sided as the vast majority of commentators view it. Joseph Rose, for example, in his study of 1,000 NLRB elections between March and September of 1966, concludes that there are only slight variations in election results among geographic regions, with even a slightly higher percentage of Union triumphs in the South, 1972, page 57. This is a relatively minor point in Rose's article and has obviously been disregarded by most commentators. Other studies, while not dealing directly with certification results, call into question certain of the assumptions of those who argue about the resistance of Southern workers to unions. Of special interest is Thomas Cochin's 1979 investigation, which summarizes both his own research and material from the 1977 Quality of Life survey conducted by the University of Michigan's Survey Center. In general, findings concerning the demographic characteristics suggest there are no specific subgroups in the population that are consistently unwilling to join a union if their job conditions warrant unionization. At the same time, there were no specific subgroups, with the exception of non-white workers, that appeared willing to join unions as a matter of course. Cochin 1979, page 27, emphasis mine. Moreover, in breaking his data down by region, Cochin found that including regional variables in the analysis also provided somewhat surprising results. Although it has often been argued that Southern workers are less interested in joining unions than their Northern counterparts, the negative coefficient on the Southern variable was significant only for white-collar workers. 1979, p. 28. This, as Cochin points out, means that blue-collar workers in the South are no less organizable than those in the North. The argument about the resistance of Southern culture to unions is not as simple, or as obviously true, as many would have us believe. These attitudinal data suggest that unorganized workers in the Sunbelt are at least as ready to join unions as their Northern counterparts. Analysis of the survey data from the 1977 Quality of Work study indicates that 35% of non-union workers in the South compared to 29% of those in the country as a whole would vote for unions in a union certification election. Cochin 1979, p. 25. This study suggests some differences between blue and white-collar workers in the South, as Cochin notes above, the latter being slightly less likely to vote for unions than their non-union counterparts nationally. The most significant regional effect in this study, however, was the stronger anti-union sentiment among unorganized workers, both blue and white-collar, in the north-central, or Midwestern, part of the country. This and the Southern pro-union sentiment are the two most surprising results of this study. Cross-tabulation of NLRB victory rates by state shows similarly unexpected results. States in the Southwest have significantly higher victory rates in NLRB union certification elections for the period 1972 to 84 than do other regions of the country. These results are listed below in Table 22. Further, the victory rates have in general been rising during this period, having been Table 22. Union victories by state in the Southwest, 1972 to 1984. State number. Average, rate, trend, all 89,634 49.1%. Declining, Arizona 932 54.6. Steady, Colorado 1,252.6. Rising, New Mexico 455 54.7. Varying, Texas 2,566 50.2. Steady, California 10,589 51.2. Steady lower than the national average for the first several years. Victory rates in the South are, as reported in Goldfield 1982, highly uneven, which underscores the importance of not merely aggregating the states in the South in one category and leaving it at that. Of special importance are the rates near the national average for Mississippi and Alabama, the heartland of the Deep South. 12. Virginia, and not surprisingly, West Virginia, not really a Southern state, also have high victory rates, see Table 23. Aggregating these states with Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina clearly leaves something to be desired. Of additional significance is the almost doubled average size of the election units in the South. This pattern does not hold at all in the Southwest. For all states during this period, the average size of election units is 64.2. The figures for states in the South are given below in Table 24. As will be discussed later, a doubling of the size, say, from 65 to 130, may account for as much as a 6% lesser chance of success, all other factors being equal. These figures give us added reason to suspect that the difficulties in new organizing in the South, while real, may not be as detrimental to successful unionization as many have suggested. The cross-tabulations presented above do not control for other factors, including industry, occupation, size, union, and employer resistance. Such control has been sought using a cross-sectional regression model, viewing elections both by year, and also without respect to the year in which they were held, 1312. These states are generally regarded as those most historically resistant to integration and, as a consequence, to unionism. 13. Since this model is used to test hypotheses discussed in Chapter 9 as well as ones discussed in this chapter, I have relegated its full discussion to Appendix B. Table 23. Union victories by state in the South, 1972 to 1984. State. Number. Average rate. Trend. Alabama 1,243 47.1%. Rising to 51.6% in 1980. Arkansas 639 45.6. Varying. Florida 1,777 40.9. Steady. Georgia 1,630 41.6. Declining. Louisiana 1,229 43.3. Declining. Mississippi 592 50.7. Rising. North Carolina 1,014 38.1. Varying. South Carolina 417 44.7. Varying. Tennessee 1,778 45.2. Declining. Virginia 956 50.8. Steady. West Virginia 713 55.4. Steady, jointly testing variables relevant to both the political and sociological hypotheses. The initial model appears thus. Y equals 30 plus, 31 reg plus. BGTRAD plus, 33 blue plus 514 plus. B5 ELIG plus FIS delay plus. B7 MULT plus. U, where Y is the dependent variable, percentage of union victories, or percentage of union votes. BO is the intercept. Reg is the state or region of the country. Trad is the traditionally unionized sectors. Blue is for blue-collar employees. Team is if the union is the Teamsters. ELIG is the number of workers eligible to vote in the unit. Delay is the number of months pre-election. Table 24. Average election unit size by state, 1972 to 1984. State. Size. State. Size. Alabama 108. Arizona 54. Arkansas 105. Colorado 56. Florida 68. New Mexico 49. Georgia 101. Texas 86. Kentucky 86. Louisiana 75. New York 60. Mississippi 130. California 51. North Carolina 155. Missouri 52. South Carolina 151. District of Columbia 79. Tennessee 107. Illinois 63. Virginia 143. Hawaii 43. Puerto Rico 86. Minnesota 42. Delay. And MULT is for multi-union elections, and U is the error term. When this model was estimated, the variable for the South as a whole was not significant, while that for the Southwest was in fact positively significant. In order to obtain results that give appropriate weight to each of the factors that seemed important and also to gain some measure of understanding of the trends over time, I developed a pooled cross-section time series model. 14. When this model is estimated, one finds a slightly positive effect for both the South and the Southwest. When the model is estimated using regional variables for Mississippi, Alabama, and Virginia, each state registers a strong positive effect. These results indicate that the South does not, when other variables are taken into account, show lower rates of organizing success than other parts of the country. There is little to substantiate the claim that union growth and new union organizing has reached a dead end because of the migration of population and industry to the unorganized South. Certainly the picture of the monolithic union-resistant South, whose recent population and industrial growth present an immovable wall to major organizing, and as a fundamental cause of present-day trade union decline, must be judged too simple. Industrial changes. The past several decades have witnessed major employment changes in the industrial structure of the U.S. economy. The percentage of the labor force employed in manufacturing, construction, mining, transportation, and federal government, all highly unionized, has declined. Rapid growth, with larger percentage shares of the labor force, has taken place in those sectors that have traditionally had low union densities, namely trade, finance, service, and state and local government. Many have suggested that this is one of the major reasons for trade union decline in the past decades. Cross-sectional analysis of union data does find that the industrial grouping is strongly associated with the degree of union membership it possesses, even when all other factors are taken into account. Moore in Newman 1975. Other types of data, however, suggest that the industrial concentrations of 14. The details of this model and its results are discussed in Appendix C, since it, like the previous model, is also used to test hypotheses examined in Chapter 9. Union membership are not necessarily good predictors of union organizing successes. Attitudinal data, for example, indicate that in areas of low union strength, non-union workers are not less ready to support union certification than in other industrial sectors. What is suggested by these studies, however, is that non-union workers in two high unionization sectors, construction and mining, are less likely to vote for unions. Freeman and Medoff 1984a. Disaggregation of NLRB certification election results by industry indicates that union organizing in rapidly growing sectors of the economy is not less successful than in the more slowly growing traditional union sectors. Various service industries seem to have quite high victory rates. Finance and trade do not appear to do worse than other industries. Table 25 gives the average victory rates for a large number of industries. The disaggregated results have the advantage of giving very detailed figures by industry. They have the disadvantage of not taking into account other factors that might influence the results in particular industries, including size, region of the country, occupation. When examined by the cross-section regression model, it was found that there was a small positive coefficient for traditionally unionized industries. 0.15 When the pooled cross-section time series models were estimated, it was discovered that industry had only a marginal impact on the decline in union success rates in NLRB certification results. These results are summarized in Appendix C. We may conclude the following. Although the changing industrial structure of the U.S. economy is currently having a devastating effect on union membership, note the dramatic absolute declines in membership in the auto and steel unions. For example, it is not clear that those growing, or less rapidly shrinking, sectors are impervious to concerted organizing drives by labor organizations. Occupation. Many have suggested that the changing occupational structure is a major cause of declining union strength in this country. Blue-collar jobs, the most heavily unionized, have declined as a percentage of occupations, while white-collar and service jobs, the least organized, have risen as a percentage of the labor force. 15. This model and its results are discussed in Appendix B. Industry. Number. Average rate. Trend. Health services 6,691 56.4%. Stable. Education services 898 61.9. Rising. Social services 390 72.2. Rising. Membership organizations 222 71.1. Varying. Legal services 105 84.8. Varying. Amusement 397 49.5. Varying. Motion pictures 286 64.1. Rising. Even when controlling for other factors, including region, industry, and education, unionization is found to be negatively related to white-collar occupations in cross-sectional regression analyses. Hirsch 1980. Page 155, Antos. Chandler, and Mello 1980, pp. 165, 66. Thus, the effect of the changing occupational structure on union membership, ceteris paribus, does appear to be negative. Increasing percentages of supervisory and technical workers in enterprises where they are not organized, and where blue-collar workers are organized, automatically decrease the percentage of union members in that unit. The effects of such changes on new organizing possibilities are, however, less clear. Looking at the attitudinal data on non-union workers taken in 1977, one finds that 39% of blue-collar workers compared to only 29% of white-collar workers are disposed to vote for unions in certification elections. The data also indicate that unionism has different appeals for each of the two groupings. While both blue and white-collar employees view bread and butter issues as very important, white-collar workers were far more concerned with issues of dissatisfaction over the content of their jobs than their blue-collar non-union counterparts. Pro-union white-collar workers were 1. More concerned with pay inequities and fringe benefit problems than with the absolute levels of their wages. 2. More interested in participation in decision-making. 3. More likely to support unionization when dissatisfied with the content of their jobs. And 4. Less likely to avoid unionization because they hold a negative image of the labor movement. Female white-collar workers were more likely to support unionization than were their male counterparts. Blue-collar workers, however, were most likely to turn to unions when dissatisfied with wages, benefits, and health and safety hazards on their jobs. Younger blue-collar workers were somewhat more willing to join unions than were older blue-collar workers. Cocken 1979, page 28. F. Arbor and Sachs, 1980, examining survey data from 29 NLRB certification election campaigns, found that position in the wage structure of a firm is relevant in determining the likelihood that an individual will vote for a union. Because of the real and perceived effect of unions in equalizing wage scales, those at the lower end of the wage scale are likely to gain more economically from unionization than will those at the upper end of the wage scale. Farber and Sachs found that the workers at the lower end of the wage scale were more likely to vote union and attributed it to this latter effect. They further note that the white-collar, blue-collar wage differentials are also reduced within unionized firms. Table 26. Union victories by occupational classification, 1972 to 1984. Unit type, number, average, rate, all 89,632 49.1%. Industrial 44,807 45.0. Craft 1,880 56.4. Departmental 3,672 51.7. Guards 973 62.6. Profession, Tech, 4,529 60.6. Professor, Tech. White collar 359 49.9. Truck, drivers 9,168 49.3. Office, clerical 7,680 51.4. All, others 16,531 53.5. Given the seeming importance of location in the wage structure of the firm, we may conclude that at least some of the attitudinal differences may be based on the particular location of white-collar workers. This would also help to explain, at least in part, why female white-collar workers are more pro-union than their male counterparts, given the predominance of women in the lower-wage white-collar occupations. Cross-tabulating NLRB union certification victory rates by occupational grouping gives the results shown in tables 26 and 27. White-collar and service workers do not appear to do worse than blue-collar workers. Still, these results cannot be taken at face value since the two lowest occupational groupings have far higher unit sizes than the rest. See Table 28. Cross-sectional regression analyses confirms this suspicion. Blue-collar election units give positive coefficients, indicating that if the unit is made up of blue-collar employees, it is slightly more likely to vote union, all other factors being equal. When the data are estimated in our pooled cross-section time series regression model, however, it is found in all variations of the model that blue-collar occupations are negatively correlated with the likelihood of victory. This means that declines in blue-collar victories, not the difficulty in the organization of white-collar units, bear a share of the responsibility for the declining victory rates by unions in NLRB certification elections over the last decade. 1616. For two early articles discussing the changing nature of white-collar and service jobs, see Cassillo, 1961, 1965. Table 27. Union victories for industrial units by year, number. Average rate 1972 to 84 44,807 45.0%, 1972 2,698 48.6, 1973 4,889 48.7, 1974 4,571 46.1, 1975 4,046.8, 1976 4,556 45.2, 1977 5,602 44.7, 1978 3,661 45.4, 1979 3,378 41.5, 1980 4,016 39.8, 1981 2,616 39.9, 1982 1,499 45.0, 1983 1,530 46.7, 1984 1,791 46.2. Unit size. One of the most controversial factors is unit size. It is a generally acknowledged fact that union density is highest among larger representational units, more than 500 employees. In this country, the larger shop units have been the backbone of union strength and organizing. The huge General Motors plants in Flint, Michigan, the big Chrysler plants in Detroit, and the immense Ford complex in River Rouge, Michigan, have been the basis of UAW strength and militancy in the auto industry. Similar things can be said about the large West Coast aircraft plants and the Chicago International Harvester plants, the LARG Table 28. Average election unit size by occupational classification, 1972 to 1984. Unit type, number, average unit size, all 89,632 64.2. Industrial 44,807 86.7. Craft 1,880 25.7. Departmental 3,672 36.5. Guards 973 54.6. Professor, Tech, 4529.65.3. Professor, Tech. White collar 359.92.8. Truck drivers 9168.23.6. Office, clerical 7680.41.8. All others 16,531.46.5. Est of which, McCormick. Works, was a byword of labor militancy in this country for almost a century before its closing in 1961. The examples abound in every industry: the large iron ore mines in the Mesabi Range, the large coal mines in Appalachia, the ports in New York City and the San Francisco Bay Area, the immense General Electric plants, the large rail and trucking centers in Chicago. Large non-union shops, like the R. Donnelly Printing Complex in Chicago, are the exceptions that prove the rule. 17. Daniel Bell, 1954, like Lenin, considers the largest workplace units to be easy organizing targets. With the disappearance of these readily unionized places, smaller units offer more difficult, slimmer pickings. Arguments about the reasons why larger units are easier to organize have included the impersonal nature of large firms, lower per capita organizing costs, since certain fixed costs are virtually the same for all units, greater economic leverage, and greater possibilities for developing class solidarity. The question of the degree to which such large units have become union-saturated is a difficult one to answer. It is certainly significant, however, that saturation variables in various functional forms have never given statistically significant results. 18 Further, NLRB figures make clear that a significant percentage of workers voting in certification elections each year are in units of over 500 employees. Thus, I tend to discount the importance of saturation for union organizing in the United States. Attitudinal findings, not nearly as reliable as other forms of data, show that non-union workers in units of less than 10 are 17. Lenin, in his classic studies of Russian strike statistics, analyzes the key role played by workers in large units in the Russian labor movement. He shows convincingly that workers in larger units tend to strike sooner in reaction to political events, stay out longer, and put forth more far-reaching economic and political demands. He notes this tendency in his writings in 1907, e.g. Collected Works, Lenin 1963, 12-65, 67, and analyzes the strike statistics systematically in later years. Among the articles where he discusses these questions are the following: Strike Statistics in Russia, 1963, 16-395. Economic and Political Strikes, 1963, 18-83. Factory Owners on Workers' Strikes, 1963, 192,125. The results of strikes in 1912 as compared with those of the past, 1963, 19-213. Metalworkers' strikes in 1912, 1963, 19-311. And Strikes in Russia, 1963, 19-534. Lenin summarizes his conclusions concisely in the first part of his Lectures on the 1905 Revolution, 1963, 23-236. 18. See, for example, the model developed by Adams and Kryslov, 1974, discussed briefly in Chapter 8. More than 1,000 are less likely to vote union, while those in unit sizes in between are somewhat more likely. These results may reflect the close interpersonal relationship between workers and employers in the very small organizations and the effectiveness of the very large non-union employers in reducing the incentives to join unions by paying higher wages and benefits and by using sophisticated personnel techniques and policies. Cocken 1979, page 28. The 1972-84 NLRB data confirm the reports by other commentators that there is an inverse correlation between unit size and union success in certification elections. See Table 29. The NLRB results are consistent with results found by Rose, 1972. Summarized in Goldfield 1982, for his 1966 sample, and by Chasen, 1973, for all elections held between 1966 and 1970. Chasen tried a variety of breakdowns, all with the same general conclusions. Table 29. Success rate by size of bargaining unit, 1972-1984. Number of mean victory size elections rate trend 1 to 9 20,341 60.2%. Stable 10 to 19 19,509 53.2. Stable 20 to 39 18,665 48.1. Stable 40 to 99 17,883 43.3. Stable 100 to 199 7,402 38.1. Declining 200 to 499 4,445 31.2. Declining 500 and over 1,395 30.9. Varying. The unit size variable is also significant in the cross-sectional model. This means, as the cross-tabulations suggest, that all other things being equal, greater unit sizes mean a lesser likelihood of success. I know of no simple answers to explain the anomaly of low union success rates in larger units. Chason, 1973, cites the possibility that many smaller units may actually be craft or clerical subsets of larger units, although even he does not offer this as a full explanation, only something that must be checked. Rose shows that large units having repeat elections, where a prior certification election was held and lost by a union, show a much higher rate of success, 61.2% compared to less than half in larger units of firms without prior experience. Rose, 1972. p. 51. See also Chernetsky, 1969. Thus, there may be an initial difficulty in organizing larger units, even when they eventually are organized into staunch union strongholds. Descriptions of initial organizing during the period of union illegitimacy tend to support such a view. 19. After the first breakthroughs, other large units have tended to fall into the union fold rather quickly. Those that did not soon were given many of the union benefits without a union. This and employer resistance may have made them more difficult to organize at a later period. 20. Paula Voos argues that much of the problem is a dispute over how to define organizing success. One must also realize that even though union victory rates are higher in small units, it does not follow by necessity that unions which disproportionately organize small units will succeed in unionizing a larger portion of their potential jurisdiction. A 30% likelihood of winning a unit of 200 people will net the union more additional members in a repeated number of attempts than a 75% likelihood of winning a 20-person unit. 1982, p. 194. These are only speculations. A complete understanding of these contradictory results undoubtedly requires a fuller analysis. Conclusion. In reviewing the effect of changes in the structure and composition of the labor force on the increasing union difficulties in new organizing, we have found 1. That compositional changes seem to have had little negative bearing, and 2. That changes in economic structure, while certainly having some immediate negative effects, cannot be accepted as a primary cause of the long-range declines. In our search for the real culprits, we now shift our attention to the larger economic, social, and political cyclical variables. 19. Mortimer, in Organize, 1971, describes this phenomenon in the initial organizing of White Motors in 1932, Ozan's A Century of Labor Management Relations at McCormick in International Harvester, 1967, documents the many failures and the eventual successful organization of International Harvesters, McCormick, Works. It should be noted that the defeat of Debs's 150,000-plus member American Railway Union in the 1894 Pullman strike, despite its many decades-long influence on U.S. labor, would have been recorded as a loss if NLRB statistics had been kept at the time, since the IRU was, in fact, not certified. 20. Richard Freeman suggests in a private communication that larger employers may be devoting more per capita resources to resisting unions, particularly in expenditures on consultants. 8. A preliminary investigation into cyclical trends in new union organizing. Among neoclassical economists, the most popular explanations for long-term trends in union growth and new union organizing have followed the theories of John Commons, described briefly in Chapter 4. These theories root the growth of union membership in variations in the economic business cycle. Other investigators have tried to tie decreasing union fortunes to various social and political cyclical phenomena, including variations in strike rates, turnovers in national political administrations, and major changes in U.S. labor law. In this chapter, the degree to which these factors might be associated with both long-term trends and short-term cyclical variations in union victory rates in NLRB certification elections will be investigated. I develop here several econometric models, all of which use aggregated national annual data. My strategy for the construction of the econometric models will be as follows. First, a critical examination will be made of some of the recent literature on NLRB certification and decertification elections. Second, a number of hypotheses about the large economic, social, and political factors that influence union success will be discussed. Third, an attempt will be made to identify certain variables that capture, or reflect, these factors. 153. Fourth, several full models will be specified. Fifth, the results for these models will be discussed. In Chapter 4, it was argued that the ultimate cause of union growth and decline was to be found by studying new union organizing. Many econometric modelers who study union growth, however, have been conceptually confused. They have often lumped together effects on union growth that were most likely due to new organizing with effects that were most likely related to other factors. It is important to separate these factors. A study of union growth per se does not give us direct evidence about the state of union organizing, recruitment drives, and union effort in this arena. To obtain such information, we must focus specifically on new union organizing itself. Even the focus on new union organizing through the NLRB, it should be noted, does not completely isolate the efforts of the unions from other factors. It should be clear that if economic growth in this country had favored the rapid increase in new automobile and steel plants, particularly in the Northeast and Midwest, and large increases in construction and trucking, in short, large rises in the number of unorganized workers in new units in traditional union sectors, occupations, and parts of the country, union organizing would most likely have been more successful. Inversely, the growth in non-traditional areas has most likely made new union organizing through the NLRB more difficult. Such factors are, in part, independent of the effort of unions and their organizers. NLRB literature. I begin by examining the literature on new union growth through the NLRB. The earliest published econometric model is that of Adams and Krislov, 1974, based on the union growth model of Ashenfelter and Pencavel, 1969. In addition, a variety of other models view non-economic variables. Some of these models have already been mentioned in previous chapters. 11. Voos, 1982, attempts to model new union organizing on the basis of union organizing expenditures, using one economic variable, unemployment. Proston, 1978, on the other hand, examines union success rates in NLRB elections as they are correlated with election delays. Other commentators, including Sandver, 1982, use cross-sectional models. The time periods and dependent variables for each of these models are different. Finally, there are a number of articles that attempt to model decertification elections. A partial survey of this literature may be found in Henneman and Sandver, 1983. The Adams-Krislov model, and its weaknesses. The model most relevant to our purposes here is that of Adams and Krislov. Although their work is based upon that of Ashenfelter and Pencavel, they make certain slight modifications that attempt to clear up one or two obvious weaknesses. 2. It is worth beginning with the initial specification of the Adams and Krislov model before discussing its general conceptual weaknesses. Some of the criticisms that follow have appeared in the econometric literature in various critiques of the Ashenfelter and Pencavel model, but few have dealt explicitly with the Adams and Krislov model. Certain of the other problems have not been raised at all. Their model is as follows. L equals B, BIAP, plus 2, Emma, B3G less than UP, T, 0 greater than I equals 0 plus 34, T, E, T, I plus BSDT plus where LT is the number of workers voting for unions in NLRB elections. APT is annual rate of change in prices. AET is change in employment in the non-agricultural private sector. UT is unemployment, TET is the proportion of employment in union sectors that is organized, and DT is the percentage of Democrats in the House of Representatives. The Adams and Krislov model sees the number of workers voting for unions in NLRB elections as 1. Equivalent to the number of workers gained in union growth owing to new organizing, and 2. Correlated with the ability of unions to retain existing membership. Thus, successful new organizing and total union membership growth are assumed to be coincident indicators. Adams and Krislov, 1974, page 304. The number of workers voting for unions each year is seen to be dependent on the yearly change in the level of prices, AP, a moving average of the changes in employment in the private sector. 2 AET_I, a decaying function of the level of the past peak of unemployment, the union density, and the number of Democrats in Congress. 2. Mank, 1971, argues that Ashenfelter and Pencavel use a misspecified, i.e., bogus, variable in their model, the percentage change in the traditionally unionized sectors of the economy. He argues that it is uninteresting that this variable has positive coefficients. The increase in employment in these sectors would quite naturally increase union membership because of the large number of shop agreements there. Adams and Krislov attempt to deflect Mankey's objections by using employment figures for all of the private sector. Unlike Ashenfelter and Pencavel, Adams and Krislov found that the union density, which is meant to test the saturation hypothesis, and the number of Democratic congressmen, meant to serve as a gauge of pro-labor public opinion, were not significant. 1974, page 310. As has been noted by Mank, 1971, and Bain and El-Sheikh, 1976, in their comments on the Ashenfelter and Pencavel model, the variable for changes in employment is a confused one. It measures a number of effects rather than just the one it is supposed to capture. Supposedly, it shows the increase in potential union members available for new organizing. Mank and Bain and El-Sheikh found this variable deficient for union growth, although not necessarily for new organizing. But the variable has even more problems for new organizing. First, it does not merely indicate potential members available. Certain of these new, or lost, jobs may, in fact, represent increases, or decreases, in already unionized units, thus representing increases, or decreases, in actual, rather than potential, union members. This difference would be especially significant in a year of rapid economic growth or in a year of recovery from recession, where hard-hit union manufacturing plants, for example, would presumably have large increases in employment. A further problem is that the variable not only reflects two factors, actual and potential increases, as it tries to measure the number of potential members, but it may also reflect a changing labor market in which potential union members have greater leverage in selling their services. As Bain and El-Sheikh note correctly, this effect would have been better captured by an unemployment variable. Moreover, when looking at the change in the number of private sector jobs available, it is not clear which of the above effects is being measured, or even the number of potential, in contrast to actual, union jobs that were created. Such is not the characteristic one wants from an explanatory variable in a model. Bain and El-Sheikh's criticism of the step function that measures the previous low of unemployment, as it is used by Ashenfelter and Pencavel, applies with equal validity to Adams and Krislov. The last low point in unemployment is supposed to represent labor's stock of grievances, but as Bain and El-Sheikh aptly note, what exactly are these grievances and by what process do they result in workers joining trade unions? Do they represent anything more than dissatisfaction with rising prices and falling employment, factors which are already taken into account in the model? If they do, then why are these additional factors which cause worker discontent not spelled out more precisely? In short, as specified by Ashenfelter and Pencavel, up is simply a rag bag which may contain everything or nothing. As such, its effect is extremely difficult to interpret. 1976, page 40. The union density variable and the Democratic congressman variable have also been criticized heavily in the Ashenfelter and Pencavel model. Since Adams and Krislov did not find them significant, little will be said about them here. An important result of the Adams and Krislov model, however, consistent with the facts stated in Chapter 7 about the declines in union coverage in traditionally organized areas, is that saturation is not a significant influence on union organizing through the NLRB at this time. The final variable is the one that denotes the changes in prices. This variable is highly significant. It has been an uncritically accepted mainstay of all previous econometric analyses of union growth, including that by Bain and El-Sheikh. What it specifies, however, is not totally clear. It supposedly captures a variety of effects from decreases in real wages to increases in economic activity. Thus, it would seem to be another one of those variables that capture everything and nothing. As Hobsbawm has noted, we know that union activity, union organizing, and union growth all prosper when economic conditions are favorable and decline when they are less so. Price changes, however, no longer seem a good indication of business cycle activity. If the stagflation of the 19,708 has shown economists nothing else, it is that rising prices are not necessarily the bellwether of improving economic indicators and economic growth. The key variable used in these models must be judged highly dubious. There are still further problems with the Adams and Krislov model in its dependent variable and other assumptions. It assumes that the number of voters selecting unions represents new growth. This is a crude assumption. There is occasionally a good deal of variation between the two. Also, it is an unnecessary assumption since the NLRB provides data for the number of workers covered by new bargaining agreements in addition to those who voted for unions. A further indication that the model is misconceived is contained in an assumption that is far too simplistic. Adams and Krislov believe that successful organizing is correlated with the ability of unions to retain existing membership, 1974, page 304. This is true, I would agree, over the long run. In the short run, however, ability to retain membership depends in large part on the lack of layoffs and plant closures among unionized workers. Only a small percentage of members are lost through decertifications. There does not seem to be a high relation between slow growth unions and decertifications, and virtually none through workers quitting the union. Rather, most losses in membership in the current period fall into one of two categories. Either they are the result of decreases in employment in the industry, as illustrated by the huge recent losses suffered by such unions as the UAW, steelworkers, rubber workers, and Teamsters, or they result from out-and-out union busting. As noted in Chapter 5, for the period covered by Adams and Krislov, 1949 to 70, the number of workers voting union has varied slightly by year with a small downward trend after the early 19,508 until 1970. The number of union members gained each year during this period has varied immensely from very little, occasionally negative, to well over 1 million, largely because of the economic fluctuations already mentioned. Thus, to see the two as coincident indicators is certainly incorrect. Adams and Krislov also attempt to justify their time period as some type of ideal choice. 1949 is, of course, a reasonable choice for the stability of labor union organizations. Point 3. It is also after the shift in government policy that followed from and was symbolized by Taft-Hartley. Yet to argue that there were no major shifts, radical shifts, as Adams and Krislov argue, is simple-minded. We do not care whether the shifts were radical or not. Some observers did not even find that the Bolshevik Revolution made a radical shift in the functioning of the Tsarist bureaucracy, but whether the shifts in policy were statistically significant in terms of the model. Here the passage of the Landrum-Griffin Act and even policy changes in switches between Democratic and Republican administrations cannot be dismissed so blithely. In conclusion, I would argue that the Adams and Krislov model is wrong in two fundamental respects. 1. It incorporates 3. It was also after the more militant and radical leaders of the CIO unions had been purged. The removal of the left, which had played such an important role in the massive organizing in the decade and a half previously, assured that growth patterns would be less spectacular. For detailed descriptions of this purge, see Cochrane, 1977. Errors already existing in the Ashenfelter-Pencavel model. 2. It assumes a too direct short-term relation between union organizing and union growth. Decertification. Elections. Study of decertification election results was almost nil until recently. During the past decade, however, there has been a virtual downpour, much of it rich and suggestive. Point 4. In various regression models of decertifications, which take union success rates as the dependent variable, only the size of the unit is generally agreed to be significant. Here, in exactly the opposite relation we discovered with certification elections, larger units are found less likely to be decertified than smaller ones. Attempts in general by investigators to duplicate or modify the Ashenfelter and Pencavel model or the Adams and Krislov model for decertification elections have been in the main unsuccessful. One is struck, moreover, by the abstractness of much of the work, its removal from the real situations faced by workers and the unions representing them. 54. Among the recent academic articles are those by Krislov, 1979, Dworkin and Extege, 1979a, 1979b, Anderson, Busman, and O'Reilly, 1980, 1982, and Elliott and Hawkins, 1982. Also of interest are Lublin's discussion, 1982, and something of a reply by the AFL-CIO in Stir, October, 1982. Virtually none of these articles are conclusive, claiming to be merely exploratory. 5. Dworkin and Extege, 1979a, talk about decertifications and have some interesting preliminary findings. Their discussion, however, shows that they regard each loss by an incumbent union as a decertification, neglecting the other possibility, that a union is decertified and replaced by another. Anderson, Busman, and O'Reilly, 1979, 1980, recognize that decertification results contain the switching of unions, and they even add a political variable to control for. Landrum-Griffin, although their specification of it for just 3 years, 1959 to 61, is clumsily explained, except that it fits the data. Yet they show little sense of awareness of how union jobs are filled and replaced when a worker quits. Total union growth would also include individual decisions to move from union to non-union establishments and vice versa. Page 104. While the number of Nobel Prize winners in the physics department at a university might be an inelastic commodity, observers since Marx have generally noted that the functioning of the labor market under capitalism provides many soldiers in the reserve army of the unemployed ready to fill a union or non-union job as it is quit by any particular worker. Thus, these individual decisions count for very little in the aggregate statistics. Anderson, Busman, and O'Reilly, 1982, in an interesting study of California that includes in-depth studies of various decertification campaigns, attempt to evaluate the militancy of the union leadership as it affects the chances of decertification. They rely on survey information from union and company officials, however, and do not mention the militancy of the workforce itself. Finally, Elliott and Hawkins, 1982, attempt to frame the decertification decision in the context of cost-benefit analysis. Virtually all the econometric models of union growth, new union organizing, and decertifications are based on various microeconomic assumptions of neoclassical welfare economics. Of those who model decertification election results, perhaps Elliott and Hawkins, 1982, are the most explicit about these assumptions. Ashenfelter and Pencavel, and their offspring, Adams and Krislov, are also explicit in placing their analysis within this context. In particular, they speak the language of cost-benefit analysis. Point 6. 4. Ashenfelter and Pencavel, the worker is an individual consumer, weighing the costs and benefits of purchasing the union service from the union. While this model does capture certain elements of the decision to join a union and engage in union activity, it is deficient in a number of respects. First, it takes the preferences of the worker out of their historical and social context, erroneously assuming that they are mainly the result of a purely rational, goods-maximizing decision. Point 7. Thus, among other things, this perspective ignores, or at 6. C. Laird 1980 for a collection of articles that lay out the contours of cost-benefit analysis. For a clear and informative general survey, see Preston Turvey's essay, The Main Questions, 1965, within the Laird volume. For a limited critique, dealing with the weakness of the neoclassical assumptions about individuals' invariant preference structures, see Gintis, 1972. For a broader, yet more technical critique, Campen, 1976, is highly useful. And if one is interested in an extended philosophical critique of neoclassical assumptions about modern society, Macpherson, 1962, is insightful. 7. Karl Marx and Howard Rafa both make this point in quite different ways. Rafa, 1982, page 85, describes the both pay escalation game that he tried with two fellow professors from the Harvard Business School. Rafa was the auctioneer of a $1 bill. The bidding started at 10 cents. Each bidder was allowed to raise the other 10 cents or drop out. Both loser and winner paid their last bid, the dollar going to the highest bidder. With various pauses at critical points, the bidding quickly escalated to several dollars, each professor refusing to quit. When Rafa stopped the game at $3.10, his colleagues were mad, not for his snookering them out of their money, but for refusing to let them finish the game. Rational calculations cannot be taken out of their social context. Marx notes that the rational, calculating, preference-maximizing individual is the product of a long historical development, only acting that way under particular social circumstances. Individuals producing in a society, and hence the socially determined production of individuals, is of course the point of departure. The solitary and isolated hunter or fisherman, who serves Adam Smith and Ricardo as a starting point, is one of the unimaginative fantasies of 18th-century romances à la Robinson Crusoe. It is, on the contrary, the anticipation of bourgeois society. The individual in this society of free competition seems to be rid of natural ties, etc., which made him an appurtenance of particular, limited aggregation of human beings in previous epochs. The prophets of the 18th century saw this individual not as an historical result, but as the starting point of history, not as something evolving in the course of history, but posited by nature, because for them this individual was. Least does not provide a framework for highlighting the degree of national, racial, ethnic, and ultimately class influence, some might say peer group pressure or coercion, on the formation and expression of workers' preferences. Point 8. Second, it fails to account for the role of other class actors with tremendous influence on the expression of preferences of the workers for a union. Among these actors, I would include the unions and their organizers, the companies, and the state, all of whom make significant efforts at various times toward affecting the outcomes of union certification elections. It is possible that a broad tautological framework, such as neoclassical microeconomics, could conceivably accommodate certain of the above factors about the real world. It is, however, no accident that adherents of this model usually do not take such things into account. In general, cost-benefit analysis leads to an exaggeration of the importance of the financial gains and benefits accruing, or not, to an individual worker who is considering joining a new union. Neoclassical cost-benefit analysis, like Freudian psychology, always has a retort. Point 9. It is not my purpose here to criticize in detail the assumptions of neoclassical welfare economics and its cost-benefit subset. Yet it is important to understand the general framework hidden behind the majority of econometric studies of union growth and new union organizing. A discussion of those factors that determine union success rates may fruitfully begin with some indicating conformity with nature, in keeping with their idea of human nature. Man is not only a social animal, but an animal that can be individualized only within society. Marx 1970, pp. 189-90. Marx and Rafa might even agree. Change the social context and the expectations somewhat, and Homus calculus takes an unexcused break. 8. The May 1981 AFL-CIO Statistical and Tactical Information Report notes the following. UAW International Representative Karl Shire used the Gdańsk Accord, reproducing it in its entirety for the employees of Beardsley Piper Company in Illinois. A substantial number of the employees were of Polish origin, and the accord must have had some impact because UAW won the election by a better than 2-to-1 vote and beat one of the toughest union-busting consultants in the process, Pope, Ballard, Shepard and Fowle. 9. As Paula Voos perceptively notes, People who vote for unionization in a representation election always may be said to have done so because they had a higher subjective expected utility for the union than the non-union situation. 1982, page 134. Thus, there is no phenomenon that could possibly serve as a refutation of the theory, no possibility of falsifiability, to use Popper's criterion, or even a possibility of damaging, problematic data. Tie-ons of what I believe are the weaknesses of much of the union growth, as well as the new organizing and decertification literature. Fundamentally, the main analysts all pose the questions of union growth and union organizing within too narrow a context. A universal characteristic of the econometric literature on union growth and union organizing is to omit certain variables or to give vague specifications or justifications for others. All the general models of union growth and union organizing, for example, omit any variables that might capture worker militancy, an indicator of collective working class behavior and propensities. Militancy of the workforce as measured by strike statistics, however, turns out to be a strong predictor of union success rates in NLRB elections. The reason that modelers neglect this variable is that none of them sees union growth or union organizing in the United States of America as part of an intense class struggle going on between workers and capitalists. Further, none of the traditional econometricians take full cognizance of the role of the government apparatus in influencing union growth. Ashenfelter and Pencavel are far more insensitive to this than are Bain and El-Sheikh, who at least recognize that 1937 to 1947 was a period in this country when the government was less obstructive to union organizing. Neither Ashenfelter and Pencavel nor Bain and El-Sheikh, however, attempt to introduce dynamic variables to capture changes in the administration of national labor public policy or changes in political control of the administrative institutions. Ashenfelter and Pencavel are also vague in the specification of a number of variables, including prices, which capture changes in workers' costs of living, and number of Democrats in Congress, which supposedly captures the extent of pro-labor public opinion. Both of these loose specifications have been criticized elsewhere, e.g., by Bain and El-Sheikh, and will not be discussed here. The model used here, a class conflict model, whose assumptions are discussed in Chapter 4, sees 3, and occasionally 4 actors in the struggle for union recognition. 10. There are the workers and their unions, occasionally distinguishable as separate entities in this context, who have varying degrees of leverage against the capitalists, more or less cohesiveness and militancy, and lesser or greater grievances. Opposing them 10. Freeman and Medoff, 1976, 1984a, are able to incorporate certain of the same criticisms of the neoclassical framework into their exit voice model. Either explicitly or implicitly, or the capitalists, who themselves have varying degrees of leverage, more or less power vis-a-vis the workers, greater or lesser capabilities for making profits, and hence greater or lesser abilities for granting concessions, and greater or lesser desire to do so without interruptions in production. In between, but hardly neutral, is the government, which provides greater or lesser degrees of legal and administrative opposition to new organizing. Having briefly sketched my differences with the neoclassical models, I will specify the variables to be used in the models to be presented here. 11. The discussion will begin with the dependent variables and then proceed to the independent variables. In each case, I will discuss what each variable attempts to capture, its expected influence and sign, potential problems with the variable, and why it is preferable, if this is so, to some other variable or variables that might have served in its stead. The DEPENDENT variables, two different, but related, dependent variables are used here. One is the likelihood of a union victory in any particular NLRB certification election, EU, which may also be interpreted as the union victory rate. This variable is dependent on, but not coincident with, the second dependent variable, the percentage of workers voting for union certification, UV. This second variable is formed by dividing the number of workers voting for a union by the number of workers actually voting. The lack of coincidence of these two percentages has several causes. The most obvious is that an overwhelming win or loss in a very large unit affects the second dependent variable greatly, but the first hardly at all. Of greater interest, however, is the impact the NLRB apparatus may have on appeals of close elections. Using both dependent variables may help us to gain some insight into the effect of different political administrations on the application of U.S. labor public policy. 12. The independent variables. The following factors were hypothesized to be potentially significant as independent variables. 11. The sources for the data used with each variable are discussed in Appendix D. 12. This suggestion was made in Goldfield 1982, based upon the cyclical differences in the two dependent variables. 1. Unemployment. Unemployment, as many commentators have noted since Marx, has a great effect on the leverage unions have with employers. When unemployment is low, the job market is tight and employers are more reluctant to fire or to provoke their employees. On the other hand, when unemployment is high, the competition in the job market is more intense. Both workers and employers know that it is easier, at this time, to replace a particular worker with another with commensurate skills. Thus, one may hypothesize that union activists, members, and potential members will run greater risks in expressing their pro-union preferences when unemployment is higher. Further, because the unions have more leverage in dealing with the companies when unemployment is lower, unions are more attractive to workers at this time. In general, it is hypothesized that the absolute level of unemployment, as a percentage of the workforce, is most critical. We note, however, that changes in the level of unemployment often signal a growing trend, thus promising greater future leverage for one side or the other. It is not surprising that certain of the econometricians of union growth have found unemployment in this functional form to be significant. It is further hypothesized that the level of unemployment will affect long-term as well as short-term trends in union organism g. 2. Militancy and cohesiveness of the working class. It is hypothesized that a relationship exists between the militancy and cohesiveness of the working class and its pro-union sentiment, and hence between working class militancy and the ability of unions to win NLRB union certification elections. There are many who argue that there is an inverse relationship between the strength and support of the trade unions and the quantity of strikes. Crouchin. Pizzorno 1978, Corpi and Shalev 1979, 1980. I disagree, in general, with this assessment, but the difference is perhaps especially stark for the United States. There are a number of measures of work stoppages in this country. They include the number of stoppages per year, the average duration of each stoppage, the number of workers on strike during a particular year, and the percentage of total working time lost during the year. The most significant of these variables for our purposes is the number of work stoppages in a year. An official union strike, e.g., of auto workers against General Motors or the United Mine Workers against the coal operators, contributes to and reflects a certain degree of militancy and unity among at least one segment of the working class. Official strikes, however, often involve workers for a whole company or industry, are usually well organized, and may last a long period of time. Their weight as to average duration, number of workers involved, and percentage of total work time lost is quite disproportionate to their value as an indicator of working class militancy and unity. This is especially true of the last several decades when many official strikes have been almost businesslike affairs. It is the assessment here, for example, that several dozen wildcat strikes in mining are far more indicative of labor militancy than a small number of official strikes. Unfortunately, U.S. strike data in this form have not been gathered since 1981, thus limiting the time period of the model. 3. Workers' economic grievances. Many econometricians have tied workers' economic grievances to rises in prices, especially in the United States. They believe that price increases somehow capture both the rising profitability of industry, as well as general economic upward trends, and the declining real wages of the workers. Whatever the correlation prices may have had with union growth and success, the justification for them as an indicator is suspect. If nothing else, the stagflation of the 1970s should put to rest the claim that inflation and prosperity are coextensive. If one is interested in real wages and their trends, one should use real wages. The latter has been done in the model presented here. Changes in real wages each year are used as a variable despite some deficiencies. This variable is meant to capture directly the economic grievances that workers have and, hence, their desire for economic retribution. One may hypothesize that workers whose real wages are declining will be more open to joining a union, and to fighting for higher wages, than workers whose real wages are increasing, stable, or declining less than previously. Thus, the expected sign of this variable is negative. Unfortunately, an accurate data series for real wages was only found to be available for the post-war period. This variable is therefore used only in the post-1948 model. 4. The general health of the economy, rather than use prices to capture the rise or decline in prosperity. GNP is used. Positive increases in the size of the GNP are taken to indicate an expanding, prospering economy. Decreases in the size of the GNP are taken to indicate a declining, contracting economy. Thus, one would expect a positive sign on the coefficient of this variable. 0.135. Control of the NLRB administrative apparatus. It is hypothesized that there will be a difference in the functioning of the NLRB, depending on whether the presidency is controlled by Democrats or Republicans. The party in the White House has direct influence and control over the NLRB through its appointments to the National Five-Member Board by its ability to replace NLRB personnel around the country during its 4 or more years in office, and by its control over the NLRB budget. Some of this influence over the NLRB is effective immediately after inauguration, while other aspects take a while to assert. My own experience in the early 19705 indicates that there were sharp changes at the lower level of the NLRB administrative apparatus during the course of the Nixon administration. Pressure at the top tends to be felt relatively quickly. Those NLRB employees who want to keep their jobs understand that the power of the new president can only increase as he begins to appoint new board members. His budgetary authority, as Ronald Reagan has shown, may be exercised immediately. The lower levels often take much longer to change. In Chicago, in late 1970 and early 1971, many of the examining officers, who started during the Kennedy-Johnson years, seemed quite sympathetic to unions. 14. By 1972, there was little evidence of these attitudes, or of the same personnel. In addition, as noted in Goldfield 1982, there is a slight difference in the graphs of the percentage of workers voting union and the percentage of union victories in NLRB elections. The percentage of workers seems to follow a straight line, with possible rises or falls at election time, while that of union victories has a staircase effect, possibly along lines of the party in the White House. My hypothesis about the effect of the party in the White House is as follows. First, there will be an impact at election time, or rather in the year following the election. This 13. For a discussion of the biases in GNP calculations, see Block 1985 and Block and Burns 1985. 14. They were, in my view, Peace Corp types. One even bragged to me that he had spent a summer during law school working in the Mahwah, New Jersey, Ford plant, at that time a center of black worker radicalism. Initial impact will most likely be psychological. Second, there will be an impact based upon who has controlled the White House, and hence, the NLRB apparatus, over the previous 4 years, the effect being dynamic. 156. Profitability of industry. When profits are high, the capitalists have more resources. This might suggest, at first glance, that they are better able to fight against union organizing. This has, of course, been true at times, especially when a particular industrial group, e.g., U.S. Steel and International Harvester during the first several decades of this century, had a monopoly in its industry. On the other hand, the taking of high profits may mean that capitalists are less likely to want to create conflicts, less likely to oppose the demands for small economic gains or for new organizational forms by their workers. This would seem to be the case when the companies are in a competitive environment and do not have an assured dominance of their particular market. I believe that this latter effect will tend to dominate, but I leave open for now the expected sign. Profits as a variable, however, have certain significant problems. First, there are real questions as to its accuracy, given its relation to taxes paid by large corporations. Second, these inaccuracies are not likely to be consistent given the many changes in corporate tax laws over the last decades. 16. Thus, my model experiments with the National Income and Products Accounts (NIPA) profit series, but also attempts to use final sales to capture the profit effect. Final sales are not always coincident with profits, particularly at the firm level. 17. On an aggregate level, however, they would seem to be a reasonable surrogate, have in general a high correlation with after-tax profits, and are a far more accurate and consistent series. Unfortunately, an adequate series was only available for the post-war era, so this variable is only included in the model for the post-1948 series. 15. There is, of course, no suggestion that the Democrats are not pro-business, or that they are somehow more fully in labor's camp than the Republicans. They usually, however, have more political debts to pay to the unions, who have generally supported them. 16. This is one conclusion argued quite convincingly by Richard Yankovsky, 1984. 17. Such a disjunction is apparent in the comparison, for example, of the reported final sales and profits of Caterpillar and International Harvester companies through the decade of the 19,605 and most of the 19,705. Harvester had several times the sales of Caterpillar, but less total profits. 7. The intensity of work and the degree of control by the capitalists. Increases in output per hour hurt unions and workers in their short-run bargaining position. When the increases are due to rises in the pace and intensity of work, which must be sustained over a period of time to be reflected in aggregate output, they mark a defeat for workers and their unions, a loss in their struggle to conserve their bodies and effort for a given rate of pay. When the increases in output are largely technologically related, this is often marked by a decrease in the leverage of the union and a decline in its potential membership, particularly its unskilled segments. Whichever of the two phenomena is the cause of a rise in output per hour, the result is a weakened position for the union in the short run. This is the hypothesis I propose to test by including a variable for output per hour. Productivity data have been kept in a consistent manner by the Bureau of Labor Statistics since 1947. Although there have been attempts to develop productivity series beginning in earlier periods, none of them were sufficiently reliable to include in the model for the 1935 to 47 period. As has been suggested, the expected sign of this variable is negative. 8. The startup period. A dummy variable was added for the startup period from 1935 to 1937. Although the National Labor Relations Act was passed in 1935, it was often ignored and flouted by many employers until its validity was upheld by the Supreme Court in 1937. It is hypothesized that this period will be less favorable, ceteris paribus, than the period after 1937. The expected sign of this variable is thus negative. 9. The Taft-Hartley Act. The passage of the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947 marked a significant shift in the legal rights of unions. A dummy variable is added for the period after its passage. It is hypothesized that its sign will be negative after 1948. Specification of the models and the variables. The functional forms and lag structures of the variables to be included in the models are discussed briefly below. 1. Dummy variables. There are 3 dummy variables. They are S, for the startup period, set to 1 for the years 1935 through 18. C, for example, Kendrick 1973. 1937, and 0 thereafter. TH, for Taft-Hartley, set to 0 prior to 1948 and 1 thereafter, and P, for party in the White House, set to 1 if the president is a Democrat, and 0 if a Republican. For the election year, i.e., leap years, the variable is coded for the party in office up to the election in November. Thus, the first year of a term is considered the inaugural year. For the later time series, beginning in 1948, S and TH are obviously not included, because they are not relevant. 2. Linear variables. The number of work stoppages per year, W, final sales or profits, F, and output per hour, 0, are all represented by their actual values. Output per hour is also used in its differenced form. Several variables, however, represent a percentage of change from the previous year. G, standing for percentage change in GNP from the previous year, is calculated as follows. C underscore GNPT, GNPT, L, GNPT, R, standing for the percentage change in real wages, RW, from the previous year, is calculated as follows. RWT, RWT underscore 1T. A0, the percentage change in output per year, is defined as 0T. OTLT3, unemployment. The earlier conjecture suggests that unemployment should be initially coded as the percentage of the labor force unemployed, UT. Tested in the models are UT, OT, and both and OT together. OT is calculated as follows. AUR equals UT underscore UT, L. It was the joint use of terms for both and OT that gave the most fruitful results. Although OT contains and thus might appear as partially redundant, it was felt that the variable made sense analytically and was therefore preferred. X100, R, X100, A0 equals X104. Party in the White House. The party in the White House, denoted by Y, was the variable with the most complex functional form. It was estimated that there were 2 effects. 1. Logical effect, based on the party in control of the White House during the current year, which would be captured most sharply by the dependent variable UV and reflecting the percentage of workers voting for unions, and 2. An administrative effect, based on changes in the NLRB administration that might take as long as 4 years to be felt, more strongly captured in the dependent variable EU, reflecting the percentage of elections won by unions. Preliminary regressions on the yearly lags of the party variable suggested an AR2 function, although AR1 was not definitely ruled out. 0.19. The structure and initial parameters for Y were estimated through nonlinear techniques. The most statistically significant results were obtained by regarding Y as a Box-Jenkins, or ARIMA, transfer, or intervention, function. 0.20. When the model was detrended and the rest of the variable's effects were widened out, both AR2 and AR1 seemed to give statistically significant results. This is unusual, but it is important to note, and this will be discussed later, that the fits for the AR1 models were firmer for the full series, 1935 to 80. While the AR2 models seemed slightly better for the later series, 1948 to 80. Because of the potential instability of the Y function, a variety of other alternative functional forms were experimented with. These included a simple ramp function, designed to test for the administrative effect, 71 equals pt plus pt, 1 plus pt, 2 plus pt, 3 plus pt, 4. A function designed to capture both the psychological effect and the seeming lag structure of the administrative effect, 72 2. pt plus pt, 1 quarter plus pt, 2 quarters plus pt underscore 3 plus pt underscore 4 halves. And a function similar to 312 except that it embodies the assumption that the psychological effect occurs only the year following an election, coding positives only for the present year if it is the year following an election. There is also an administrative effect, coded as one only for the second and third lags. Thus, if the year is the one following an election, 19. AR stands for autoregressive, the number in parentheses standing for the order of the function. Simple explanations of autoregressive functions may be found in McCleary and Hay 1980. 20. Transfer functions are discussed in detail in Box and Jenkins 1976. A simpler explanation, along with more specific social science type examples, may be found in McCleary and Hay 1980. 73 equals pt plus pt, 2 plus pt, 3 otherwise, 73 equals pt, 2 plus pt, 3 the full model. The following is the model that appeared to be the most reasonable and the most statistically significant for the full series. Department equals BLST plus 32th, B3 UT, 1 plus B4 odd plus 353, plus 36% plus B7 GT plus 3801, plus eta where dep is the dependent variable either of likelihood of a union victory in a particular election, percentage of elections won, or of percentage of workers voting for unions, and ed is the error term. All other variables are as described previously. The results. With 8 variables, we expect a certain amount of multicollinearity. Though this may weaken our model, it should not cause any biases. 21 It is expected that there will be no serial autocorrelation of the residuals or error terms. The standard Durbin-Watson statistic is used to test for first-order serial autocorrelation. 221. Party in the White House. For the full series YT was best fitted with a first-order autoregressive function, a Markov process, in the following form. 7t, pt plus cent pt, 1 plus 2 cents pt underscore 2 plus 3 cents pt underscore 3 plus. The parameter, 1, was estimated using the nonlinear Box-Jenkins techniques mentioned previously. The estimation was done for both dependent variables EU, likelihood of an election victory, and UV, percentage of votes for the union. The behavior of YT in the full model seems to confirm the initial hypotheses. 21. This point is emphasized in Bain and El-Sheikh 1976. It is also discussed in Commenta 1971 and Johnson 1972. 22. A clear description of many of the regression techniques and statistical tests normally used in econometric models is presented in the appendixes of Bain and El-Sheikh 1976. These appendixes are highly recommended for those who are not familiar with econometric modeling. A. The variable is among the most significant in the whole model. B. The value of I, when EU is the dependent variable, is 0.89. When UV is the dependent variable, the value is only 0.52. On the other hand, the coefficient of YT in the model using UV as the dependent variable is higher than that of 7t when EU is the dependent variable. This indicates sharply that the length of time a party has been in the White House is more important for elections won, suggesting an administration effect, than for pro-union votes. However, the party winning is more important for votes in the election year than for elections won. C. The effects seem to be quite real, although the importance of the variable should not be overemphasized. Control of the NLRB would seem to be worth on the average 2 to 3 percentage points. The differential impact of the two effects on the two dependent variables thus represents a fraction of a percent, enough, it might be added, to account to a large degree for the differences in the two graphs. 2. Work stoppages. The number of work stoppages is among the most stable variables for the whole model. Both its t-statistic and its coefficient only varied slightly among the full range of models with which I experimented. Increases in the number of work stoppages by 500 seem to be worth a little less than a 1% increase in union victories and a little more for union votes. 3. Output per hour. Output per hour has the expected sign, negative, and is significant statistically. A 10% rise in output per hour is associated with approximately a 1% decline in percentage of union victories or votes. This variable appears to pick up a large amount of the time trend. 23 It fortuitously appears quite strong and allows the model to fit the 23. A series of preliminary checks were made to determine whether this was in fact the case. The omission of this variable, for example, significantly lowered the coefficient of determination, that is, r squared. The differencing of the variable, eliminating its time trend, greatly diminished the impact of this factor and thus confirms the above statement. The variable was kept in the model, since this was deemed preferable to establishing a pseudo-variable to account for the time trend. Such time trend variables generally serve to explain nothing, capturing only what one already needs to explain. A further indication of the problematic nature of the strength of this variable is that output per hour has steadily increased for more than a century, while union growth and organizing successes during this time have had many significant ups and downs. Data more closely than is reasonably the case, a point to be discussed more fully later. 4. Unemployment. The percentage of the workforce unemployed, U, is a significant variable and has the correct sign when its first lag is used. This follows the suggestion of Bain and El-Sheikh. A 5% higher level of unemployment coincides with a 1% drop in union victories or votes. Such a finding is interesting although not momentous. Some of the effects of unemployment are also highly correlated with other variables, especially work stoppages. In any case, the significance and the sign are as expected. Somewhat surprisingly, a change in the level of unemployment seems to be accompanied by higher percentages of union victories and pro-union votes. The statistical significance is low, but we might speculate on the possibilities. It is conceivable that sharp increases in unemployment give an initial boost to pro-union sentiment, but that the maintenance of higher levels of unemployment demoralizes the workers, giving unions less leverage against the capitalists. A 4% rise in unemployment seems to be accompanied by an initial 1% rise in the union victory rate and the pro-union vote. 5. Other variables. The startup period, S, is significant, but this should come as no surprise, since we knew from the graphic representations and from the gross statistics themselves that the startup period did not fit the general trend. Taft-Hartley is highly significant for the EU-dependent variable, but has the wrong sign and is not statistically significant for the UV variable. The problems with the model involving the latter variable may be attributed to multicollinearity, particularly with unemployment and, negatively, with output. The EU equation seems most reasonable, that is, Taft-Hartley correlates with a general loss of over 7% in union victory rates, but there is little surety in this assertion. The post-1948 period. For the period 1948 to 80, a more detailed model was estimated, dropping the S and TH dummy variables. The most adequate model appeared to be DEP equals 30 plus, BIT, L plus, BZAUT plus, B3WT plus 34% plus. 85, 1I804175, 701 feet. 1655. Percentage of union votes 60% 555 minus 11.450. 45 lumens, www.1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year. Symbol asterisk represents the actual values. Figure 14. Percentage of union votes in NLRB elections by year. Actual values with least square fit. This model yielded highly interesting preliminary results, suggesting that certain of the hypotheses concerning the new variables, as well as the ones used in the full model, were correct. Nevertheless, the Durbin-Watson statistics indicate that there are serious problems of autocorrelation of the error terms. The employment of generalized least squares techniques, GLS or Cochrane-Orchid, is probably ill-advised in this case. My reasoning, based on various suggestions from Thiel, 1972, and general considerations, is as follows. The first-order serial autocorrelation of the residuals indicated by the Durbin-Watson statistics suggest not merely biases in the estimators, but problems with the model. Many modelers turn too quickly to Cochrane-Orchid in order to eliminate these biases, rather than trying to figure out how the model itself may be made more adequate. Although I tried GLS techniques on this model, I concluded that more work was needed on the model. This may be done in the future. Since a large number of variations were tried, however, it is more likely that the model used for the full period 1935 to 80 is in fact the better model. Test statistics. The model for the full period has extremely high coefficients of determination, testing goodness of fit for both dependent varia. Bless. The EU model explains over 98% of the variation of EU, while the UV model explains over 97% of the variation of UV. These are impressive statistics, e.g., Aschenfelter and Pencavel's model explains 72% of the variation and is deemed adequate, but should not be overemphasized. With a higher number of variables, one expects a tighter fit. Of importance for the unbiased nature of our estimated coefficients, the Durbin-Watson statistics for the model using both dependent variables indicate no significant first-order autocorrelation of residuals. The model seems fairly robust, performing well for the 1948 to 80 period as well. This is a reasonably good test that the model charts a single trend 0.24. A series of experiments were tried to see the degree to which this model captured the declines in union victory rates and worker support for unions in NLRB elections. The above models were differenced, with the result that the estimated coefficients appeared to remain stable and significant, thus indicating that the model was a good one. However, preliminary differencing of only those variables that seem to have spuriously captured the time trend, e.g., output per hour, greatly reduced R-squared and occasionally the statistical significance of the variables themselves. The dropping of output per hour, the most significant variable, reduced the R-square from 0.98 to 0.72. The model as a whole has certain strengths and weaknesses, certain things that it helps explain and certain things for which it is superficially misleading. It is undoubtedly arguable that I should have recast the model presented in this chapter in a form that was not at all misleading. An unambiguous remodeling, however, is not always possible. I have chosen not to do this. The Model 24, one common test, the Chow test, was deemed less valuable in this particular case, since it was hypothesized that the passage of Taft-Hartley, among other things, made a profound difference in the position of organized labor in this country after 1948. Percentage of union votes 459, 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year. Symbol asterisk represents the actual values. Figure 15. Percentage of union victories in NLRB elections by year. Actual values with least square fit has been kept in its present form to underscore a point known to some econometricians, but blatantly ignored by most modelers. Models are to be used but not to be believed. Phil 1971, page V. This is what I believe the model presented here does and does not explain. The model does appear to capture a large amount of the variation around the general trend line of the union victory rates. This is not an insubstantial finding. Changes in various cyclical variables have a strong relation to the ups and downs of these success rates around the general trend line. The model, however, has certain fatal flaws in its ability to adequately explain the long-term decline in union victory rates in NLRB certification elections. Table 30. Econometric models of NLRB certification elections, 1935 to 1981 234. Model year 1935 to 80 1935 to 80 1948 to 80 1948 to 80. DEP. Elections. Votes. Elections. Votes. Intercept 87.67 88.67 79.16 88.27, 45.7, 40.5, 42.16, 36.56. S. 1.98 to 11.0, 1.33, 6.12. TH. 7.21, 7.22. U. Underscore 1 to 0.21.07, 0.21 to 0.50, 2.27, 0.75, 0.694, 1.38. 0.27.336.991 1.67, 1.03, 1.10, 2.54, 3.11. W.0016.0024.0015.0023, 4.40, 5.54, 4.51, 4.65. 71.021.781.011.61, 5.68, 4.49, 5.61, 3.95. G.41.23.69.96, 4.41, 2.23, 3.09, 3.30. O. 0.09 to 0.12, 09 to 0.12, all INDS, 20.5, 30.1, 20.5, 19.5. Y form. AR, 1, AR, 1, AR, 1, AR, 1, 1.89.52.89.52, 3.63, 1.17. R2.985.976.9808.976. R2 AG. 981.972.976.971. Durbin-Watson 1.891.661.461.89. Note. T statistics are in parentheses. C int of determination. This point must be underscored. Only one variable has an estimated coefficient high enough to account for the trend. That variable is output per hour. Output per hour, or productivity, has generally risen steadily in this country for over a century. Union fortunes, however, have varied dramatically during this period. It is thus entirely fortuitous that union organizing prospects have declined steadily since the early 19,508 as productivity has steadily increased. It is this fortuitous relationship that is largely captured in the close fit of the model's trend to that of the data. None of the other estimators have sufficiently high values to explain a substantial amount of the decline, although they appear, as is indicated in figures 14 and 15, to explain a good bit of the cyclical variations. Table 31. Econometric models of NLRB elections, 1948 to 1985 6. Model, year 1948 to 80 1948 to 80. DEP, elections, votes, intercept 91.97 82.34, 17.7, 15.9. OOT underscore 1 to 1.10 to 0.37, 2.16, 0.72. O 1.44 1.95, 1.83, 2.49. W.0018.0025, 2.27, 3.35. Y.86.88, 1.83, 3.15. C 1.211.20, 3.03, 2.99. O. 0.52 to 1.15, manufact. 1.84, 4. 12. R.19.85, 0.45, 2.0. F.11.55, 0.50, 2.43. Y form. AR, 2, AR, 2, 421 1.041.45, 6.02, 14.02. 422 to 0.79, minus 0.99, 7.42, 8.07. R2.957.932. R2 Edge, 910.943. Durbin Watson .9451.27. Note, T statistics are in parentheses. To put it another way, the close fit of the model to the data only indicates the possibility that the model might explain the phenomenon. The model does appear to capture the cyclical variations in union victory rates. The ability of the model, however, to capture the whole downward trend, while it has an initial appeal, falls apart when one looks at the most significant variable. This is not an unusual result of careful analysis of an econometric model. The models are usually at best heuristic devices. It is a mistake to reify them into embodiments of truth. Their importance as heuristic devices is great, but nevertheless their status should not be confused. Thus my conclusion is that the variables in this model explain, to a considerable extent, the cyclical variations in union success by year, yet they ultimately fail to explain the bulk of the decline over the past several decades. Suspect number 2 is guilty of a misdemeanor, but not the main perpetrator of the felony itself. 9. The continuing search for the real culprits. The relation of class forces. Though I have tried to examine carefully the first two sets of hypotheses presented in Chapter 6, the attentive reader will note that the results of my inquiries are not wholly inconsistent with the analysis presented in Chapter 4. Both sets of hypotheses failed to serve as primary explanations for U.S. trade union decline. The results of Chapters 7 and 8 are thus largely negative. They serve to clear the ground for more adequate explanations. Our search for the causes of trade union decline in this country, particularly the increasing failures of unions in new organizing, leads us to an examination of what Chapter 4 suggests as a more likely candidate: the changes in the relation of class forces. These forces include 1. The workers, who ultimately decide to join or not to join a union, who decide to provide or not to provide the energy and face the risks that are necessary to form a union. 2. The government, which maintains the legal framework in which labor organizing in this country takes place, which interprets this framework through its various agencies and courts, and which enforces it to greater and lesser extents. 3. The capitalists, who individually and collectively offer more or less resistance to union organizing in their workplaces, 180. Who do so with varying degrees of threat, intimidation, and illegal activity. 4. The unions, which are generally quite distinguishable from the rank and file workers, except in those rare cases where they did not exist prior to the workers' self-organization. Unions offer more or less representation and ability to gain better working conditions, varying levels of benefits and appeal, and they possess greater or lesser militancy and willingness to lead struggles. In addition, they provide organizers and resources that may be critical to a successful organizing campaign. Most theories of union growth and new union organizing adopt a neoclassical microeconomic orientation, focusing on the economic decision of the workers to join or not to join a union. While this explanatory framework is, in my opinion, not totally devoid of merit, it is inadequate in accounting for key aspects of the reality of the union organizing situations. In contrast, the approach sketched in Chapter 4 places the questions of new union organizing within the context of a more general struggle between workers and employers, one in which the government is also far from being a neutral participant. The typical neoclassical formulation of the worker as a consumer and the union as a purveyor of services does possess an element of truth. It fails, however, to conceptualize adequately other key aspects. To take an example from the traditional industrial relations literature, McCursey and Brown, 1963, describe a hospital organizing campaign where a large majority of the workers not merely joined the union, but supported it in a strike. They were defeated in their struggle for recognition, however, by an obstinate management. The assumption that the organizing of a union mainly requires the expression of a pro-union preference by a majority of workers is naive, to say the least. This general point about the failure of neoclassical models of union growth and union organizing to account for the importance of labor management conflict may be contrasted not only with the Marxist class struggle standpoint, but also with that of certain traditional liberal pluralist followers of John Dunlop, 1948, Freeman N. Medoff 1984b. The workers. The question about the attitudes of unorganized workers toward unions was discussed extensively in Chapter 7. The data indicated that no large segment of unorganized workers, with the exception of non-white workers, were ready, in the majority, to join unions as a matter of course. This seems to be in contrast to the way that workers approached unions in the late 1903-05. One does find, however, significant minorities of workers in the most unorganized sectors of the economy, in the least organized regions of the country, and whose social characteristics reflect relatively low organization who are ready and willing to join unions. By various other criteria also, the most important of which are strike statistics, one finds that U.S. rank and file workers since World War II do not seem to have lost their combativeness or general ability for self-organization. The question thus arises again why more unorganized workers are not forming unions. Although many of them are in shops where they constitute a minority, it is probable that there are also many in situations where they constitute a majority. A substantial number of other unorganized workers most likely have working conditions that would lead them to join their automatically pro-union co-workers. The view that the faltering fortunes of unions are due to anti-unionism among non-union workers is hardly convincing. Although around election time there is often much journalistic speculation based on some solid facts, as the opinion polls cited in Chapter 3 indicate, that workers are alienated from union leaders, there is very little hard evidence that they are opposed to unions per se. The question remains why more workers are not joining, voting for, and successfully organizing unions. The governmental and legal framework. The state. The state has always played a central role in defining the context in which new union organizing takes place. In much of the 19th century and at times in the 20th century, capitalists in this country have used the legal system and the courts to prevent worker organization. Even violent means have been one. This assessment is also reflected in certain more radical activities of U.S. workers. Montgomery, 1979, for example, in his studies of the historical recurrence of struggles for workers' control of production in this country, finds these themes at least as important in the 19,705 as in earlier periods. The short-lived League of Revolutionary Black Workers, which emerged in Detroit in the late 19,605 and grew very rapidly, see Georgiakas and Sirkin 1975 and Geschwender 1977 for descriptive material, was the precursor for hundreds of explicitly anti-capitalist black caucus movements as well as many more not so directly political organizations. Similarly, the less explicitly radical efforts of the farm workers, coal miners, and large numbers of automobile wildcatters throughout the 19,705 offer little to convince us that U.S. workers have become quiescent. Used by the state to stifle unions. Point 2 At certain times in this century, however, the state has provided a legal and public policy context in which new union organizing has been decidedly easier. It has generally done this in order to contain massive labor struggle. As the struggle has subsided, or the need to limit it has diminished, the rights and protections granted labor unions have been withdrawn. During both world wars, and their aftermaths, unions were given great protections in return for relinquishing the right to strike. Point 3. The past several decades may be characterized as ones in which the legal rights of unions in the private sector have been diminished. Public policy, via laws, court interpretations, NLRB rulings, and decisions by other federal or state bodies, has become less favorable to unions, at least in the private sector. The withdrawal of support by the state may be viewed in contrast to the last period when the state gave greater support to new union organizing. A harbinger for this period was the passage of the N. Oris, La Guardia, Anti-Injunction Act of 23, March 1932. Norris, La Guardia asserted the rights of workers to join and act through unions. It declared yellow dog contracts illegal. 4. It severely limited the rights of courts to issue injunctions against unions involved in labor disputes. Though establishing certain principles, the Norris, La Guardia Act had few teeth. The next several years, 1933 to 35, saw massive labor struggles for union recognition, the most important of which were openly led by leftists. 5. These struggles spurred the passage of the National Labor II. Trade union illegality existed in the United States during the 19th century and well into the 20th century. During much of the 19th century, membership in trade unions and participation in strikes were often grounds for being charged with criminal conspiracy. Trade unions barely had a legal existence. Dramatic events: the conviction and hanging of the Chicago labor leaders after the Haymarket Affair, 1886, the bloody suppression of Eugene Debs's American Railway Union, 1894, the conspiracy and sedition trials of labor leaders during World War I, and the Memorial Day massacre of striking steelworkers at Republic Steel by Chicago police, 1937, almost 2 years after the passage of the National Labor Relations Act, served to highlight this situation. 3. Some argue that public employee organizing may be a partial exception to this pattern, their legal rights being granted without the threat of impending upsurge. Freeman, 1984. Saltzman, 1984, 1985. For a contrary view, see Goldfield, 1987. 4. See the Norris La Guardia Anti-Injunction Act, 23, March 1932, U.S. Congress, Senate, Committee on Labor and Public Welfare, 1979. 5. For divergent interpretations of this period, see I. Bernstein, 1950, Prace, 1964, Harris, 1982a, 1982b, and Goldfield, 1985a. Relations, Wagner, Act of 5, July 1935. A primary stated purpose of the Wagner Act was to remove certain recognized causes of industrial strife and unrest by encouraging practices fundamental to the friendly adjustment of industrial disputes. The way to do this, according to the NLRA, was to redress the imbalance between employees and employers, that is, by aiding and abetting workers in the organization of unions. The NLRA established the NLRB to carry out this task. From 1935 to 1941, the NLRB took the task to heart, playing a highly partisan role. Gross, 1974. From 1941 to 1947, the NLRB's contention that employers had no rights in the organizing process was challenged bit by bit through the Supreme Court. 6. The passage of the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947 was a clear attempt to limit union rights, especially in new organizing. It took away many of their most effective tactics, and gave employers a variety of tools to interfere, in the organizing process. The Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act, Landrum-Griffin, of the 14th of September 1959 placed further limitations on unions. Together, these two acts had a number of adverse effects on new union organizing. First, they outlawed or made more difficult certain militant tactics that could be used either by the unions themselves or by their supporters from other unions wishing to apply pressure in solidarity with those seeking recognition from their employers. They eliminated most forms of mass picketing, the type often used to intimidate those not striking, i.e., scabs, or those attempting to move the employer's supplies and products. Only informational picketing was allowed. Landrum-Griffin placed further limits on secondary boycotts and made hot cargo agreements illegal. 7-2 methods by which other workers and their unions could exert power to force union recognition. Taft-Hartley created a whole series of unfair labor practices that employers could file against unions. The teeth behind these new regulations were the new legal rights of employers to sue unions for damages and the strengthening of the injunctive powers of the courts and the executive. 6. For a detailed account of this, see Gross, 1981, and Harris, 1982b. It is important to remember that the NLRB was not the only, or at times even the main, certification show in town. The War Labor Board also played this role from roughly 1942 until 1945. 7. Hot cargo agreements were agreements between unions and employers in which the employer agreed not to handle another employer's products until the latter had settled with the union. 2. Taft-Hartley made more difficult NLRB certification of a union by eliminating card checks and other more informal methods by which the NLRB might ascertain that a majority of workers desired a union. Thus elections, after a campaign period, became the only legal way that the NLRB could certify a union as the recognized bargaining agent. Third, by granting employers free speech rights during the pre-election period, Taft-Hartley opened the way for the present-day large-scale intervention of employers in the process of employee organization and decision-making. As opposed to the potential penalties that could be faced by a union, the penalties on employers for overstepping their rights were quite minimal. The 1970s have seen a vast enlargement of the acceptable areas of employer free speech by both the NLRB and the courts. Many statements that were formerly sufficient to overrule an election as prejudicial are now regarded as quite acceptable by the board. 8. Fourth, Taft-Hartley made it legal for states to pass laws banning the union shop. 9. These so-called right-to-work laws have been politically quite controversial. Proponents and opponents alike have made their passage a matter of great principle. Unions used to make a stand on the elimination of 14b of Taft-Hartley, the right-to-work section, as the litmus test for an elected official. There has been much controversy among scholars over the effects of right-to-work laws. Most studies have argued that the passage by individual states of right-to-work legislation has little or no effect on organizing, even when other factors are controlled. 8. In 1973, the NLRB held that citing a history of store closings for economic reasons was protected by free speech. Newberry Company, 1973. CCH-NLRB Par. 25, 117, c. Freeman in Medoff, 1976. In 1977, the Supreme Court made the pro-employer shopping cart Ford market decision. After that time, its positions wavered. Then in 1982, the 1977 decision was again asserted strongly in the Midlife Insurance Company case. See the Chicago Sun-Times, 10 August 1982, for a discussion of midlife insurance. A detailed discussion of the legal cases and many of the issues may be found in Clare, 1978, Lackman, 1982, and Weiler, 1983. Discussions of the increasingly pro-employer bent of the NLRB beginning in 1983 may be found in Gould, 1985, Kane, 1985, Clare, 1985, and Levy, 1985. 9. A union shop is a shop where all workers who are hired must become members of the union within a short, definite period after they have started working for the employer. The union must accept as members all who are hired. This is distinguished from the closed shop, where workers must have membership in the union before gaining employment, or the open shop where workers need never join a union. For in their models. 10. Many researchers have concluded that the laws are controversial more for their symbolic significance than for the actual effects they have on unionization. Right-to-work legislation does not appear to have a significant effect on victory rates in NLRB certification elections. However, according to one recent publication, it does appear to have a dramatic effect on the extent of organizing activity. An extremely careful study by Elwood and Fine proves conclusively that right-to-work laws do sharply depress the number of workers organized through NLRB union certification elections, particularly in the first 5-10 years after passage by the state. They argue that the passage of such legislation, even after controlling for other variables, reduces on the average organizing activity nearly 50% during the first 5 years after passage and by half that amount in the second 5 years. Elwood and Fine, 1983, page 32. This means that union membership is reduced from 5 to 10% as a result of passage of the Act. The reasons for the effects of right-to-work legislation may be manifold. Elwood and Fine suggest one that pinpoints the importance of the political struggle between class forces on the organizing process. A major part of the law's impact may be through the psychological, symbolic effect passage of RTW, right-to-work, law may have on workers. Successful organization requires that a few workers inside a plant take a highly visible and activist role. The costs to these activists can be enormous, ranging from harassment to loss of their jobs. Even those who are not activists must take the highly visible step of signing an authorization card. And in considering whether or not to vote for a union, workers often fear they will lose their jobs or suffer other costs if their company is hostile. Thus, the perceived strength of the union may be critical to the willingness of activists and others to become involved in an organizing drive. A highly visible defeat such as the passage of RTW law, or the crushing of PATCO, may severely damage the union's credibility and appeal to workers. There is at least some evidence that the psychological impact may be important. In Missouri, for example, after a BTW law was defeated, new organizing jumped dramatically. Elwood and Fine, 1983, page 32. 10. C. Myers, 1955, Lumsden and Peterson, 1975, Miller, 1976. Wessels, 1981. Hunt and White, 1983, argue that right-to-work states have more recently had more organizing activity and more pro-union outcomes. In NLRB Union Certification Elections. See more in Newman, 1985, for a partial literature Rev 1 EU. Their argument and analysis are convincing. If nothing else, a right-to-work campaign is another public opportunity for those opposed to worker organization to engage in acceptable political agitation against unions. Right-to-work legislation and activities on its behalf are one barometer of the balance of class forces. The failure of unions to force repeal of Section 14B of Taft-Hartley at the national level is an enduring reminder of their political weakness. The passage of right-to-work legislation in 20 states, many in the South, and the continuing campaigns in others are a further indicator of severe working-class weakness in many parts of the country. Most important, however, the growing strength and activity of right-to-work advocates is a further sign that the balance of class forces is shifting away from workers and their unions toward employers. Shifts in public policy. To what degree can one attribute the change in public policy toward labor unions, especially toward new union organizing, as being at least the partial cause of trade union decline? To answer this question, it is instructive to look at several other cases where it is arguable that differences or changes in public policy have had a strong effect on union organizing. 1. The rapid rise of the Foremen's Association of America, FAA, during the 1940s and its rapid demise after the passage of the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947 is a particularly poignant example. Charles Larrow, 1961, refers to the FAA as a meteor on the industrial relations horizon. He argues that the rises and falls in FAA membership during the 19,403 were closely correlated with the shifting positions of the NLRB on whether foremen had a legal right to organize and be recognized by their employers. The prospects for FAA growth appeared excellent after the favorable Packard decision of December 1945, yet the exclusion of foremen from NLRB coverage by the Taft-Hartley Act, in the opinion of many, sealed the fate of the FA.1211. See more in Newman, 1985, for a contrary view. They do not, however, refer to the Elwood and Fine article, much less deal with their argument. 12. Besides Larrow, Schister, 1953, presents a similar view on the importance of the public policy changes in the demise of the FAA. For a different view of the demise of the FAA, see Harris, 1982b, pp. 78-85, 147-48. Harris traces the decline to a combination of factors, including the weakened economy after peacetime reconversion began, the lack of full union solidarity with the FAA. 2. During the same period that one witnessed the decline in new organizing success rates in the private sector, the 19,603 and 19,705, there was a tremendous outburst of organizing activity among public employees. Various studies of this recent union organizing emphasize public policy changes toward public employee unions, according them the right to organize, as a major factor in stimulating their growth. Further, public employers, with some notable exceptions, have not generally fought union organization as have employers in the private sector. 3. Freeman and Medoff present an illuminating comparison of the US and Canadian situation. An interesting perspective on the potential impact of differing legal systems on union success is given by Canada, a country with many of the same unions and employers but a different mode for workers to obtain union recognition. In contrast to the US, Canada does not rely on secret ballot elections. Instead, employers are obligated to recognize unions when the union has 55% of workers signed up. Only in cases where the union has 45 to 55% of workers signed are elections held. The fundamental difference between the US and Canada is that the Canadian process of unionization does not, in general, permit the same level of employer involvement as do US election procedures. The different institutional structure appears, moreover, to have led to a very different outcome in Canada than in the US. Whereas in 1957 unions had a larger share of workers in the US than in Canada, 33% vs. 29%, in 1978 the pattern was reversed, 24% versus 29%, due to the declining percentage unionized of the US. While not all of the differences in trend may be attributed to the difference in laws, few would dispute the statement that the Canadian system, by limiting the ability of management to fight unions, has contributed to the comparative stability of Canadian private sector unionism. Freeman in Medoff 1984a, pp. 20-21. See also Canada, Department of Labour 1970. 4. Cocken argues that the instability of the United Farm Workers Union, UFW, before the passage of legislation in California guaranteeing the rights of farm workers to organize was a result of unfavorable public policy. Cocken 1980, p. 137. 5. The stability of U.S. labor union membership has been much greater, despite its cyclical rises and falls since the passage of the NLRA in 1935, as noted by many earlier scholars, including Commons, 1958, page 19, and Ullman, 1955, p. 134, critical to leverage of foremen's organizations and the vehemence with which employers opposed the organization of their lower-level managerial representatives. Trade unions often disappeared during unfavorable economic times, only to rebloom when economic conditions became more favorable. It is certainly possible that changes in public policy toward labor unions have at times had a strong effect on the success of new union organizing. As indicated in Chapter 6, more than a few commentators have taken this position. It is clear, however, that much of the correlation of public policy shifts with union difficulties may be merely a reflection of changes in the relative strength of the working class and the employing class on the state and national level. 13. Most of the unfavorable policies stem from the passage of the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947. What is most significant is the degree to which employers have been able to make use of provisions and loopholes in these long-standing laws to undermine union growth and stability. In response, unions have been unable to force the government to tighten the loopholes and provisions, viz. the defeat of the highly limited 1978 Labor Law Reform Act, or to devise tactics to undermine employers' use of them. While the independent effects of labor law and public policy may indeed be real, they may also be largely a reflection of the interrelations between unions and capitalists, to which we shall now turn. The capitalist offensive. Since 1981, there has been an increase in attempts to weaken and to break unions. The late 19,603 and the whole of the 19,703 were also accompanied by a tremendous rise in employer opposition to unions, particularly to new union organizing. The story, however, must go back further. Throughout each of the past several decades, various observers have discovered the beginning of a new capitalist offensive. The more perceptive commentators have found, at various junctures, the emergence of new tactics and forms of resistance to unions. In one sense, they have all been right. Their failures, however, have been in their identification of each new tactic as a new wave of opposition to unions by capitalists in general. Rather, I would argue, there has been a continuous, growing capitalist anti-union offensive, widening in both its forms of 13. C. Griffin, Wallace, and Rubin, 1986, for an insightful discussion of this question for the 19,205. Resistance and its sectoral importance, since at least the mid-19503. In contrast to their counterparts in other developed capitalist countries, most U.S. capitalists have never fully accepted the legitimacy of unions. After the passage of the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947, the purging of the left from the AFL and the CIO, and the establishment of more regularized relations between major employers and the CIO unions, resistance to unions began to increase. This resistance is reflected in part in the rise of discharges and employer unfair labor practices, beginning in the middle 19503. This opposition is also registered in the increase of national industrial opposition to unions, the establishment, growing strength, and renewed concentration of trade associations emphasizing union busting, the burgeoning anti-union management consulting industry, the large-scale climb in active employer oppositions to NLRB union certification, which is partially reflected in the growing numbers of political firings and other illegal employer tactics, and the rise of decertification election attempts and successes. Not all these tactics began at once. Some did not blossom until the 19,603 or 19,703. Others only began in the 19,803. Some tactics have existed for a long period of time but have only become important in the more recent period. As each new tactic has emerged, it has been incorporated into the arsenal of the growing opposition movement to unions. This section begins with some broad descriptions that will provide the context both for dating the emergence of new tactics and for interpreting the more narrow quantitative material that will follow. Anti-union, industry, trade associations. Trade associations that have developed vigorous anti-union programs include the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, the American Hospital Association, the Associated Builders and Contractors, ABC, the Associated General Contractors, AGC, the National Retail Merchants Association, the National Public Employee Relations Association, and the Master Printers Association, MPA. 1414. Much of the descriptive material that follows is taken from the comprehensive statement of Robert Sorgin, President of the Building and Construction Trades Department of The activity of the MPA exemplifies the current attempt to break the power and degree of employee control exerted by the traditionally conservative skilled craft unions. The MPA, an inconsequential anti-union association after World War 2. Since then has come to represent 2/3 of the printing industry. It holds seminars on breaking and preventing unions, gives information and support in strike breaking, provides strike insurance, aids in decertification attempts, and maintains information on potentially available non-union printing tradesmen. The Council on a Union-Free Environment, Q, on the other hand, was only recently established, 1977. Q, formed as a tax-free educational and research arm of NOM, has as its goal the elimination of unions, as its name implies. One of its co-chairmen is Arthur Prine of R. Donnelley, the largest non-union printing company in the world. Q coordinates leaflets, questionnaires, legal services, and other aid. It does research, often through universities, having associated scholars on the editorial boards of reputable academic journals including the Journal of Labor Research, thus providing an aura of respectability to what is quite often a very sordid business. 15. The most successful attempts at union busting so far have been in the construction industry. The spearhead of this attack has come, not from the two major construction employer associations, ABC and AGC, although they have been integrally involved, but from an association consisting of the largest industrial companies in the country, the biggest non-governmental users of unionized construction labor. This association is the Business Roundtable. 16. Management Relations of the House of Representatives, Committee on Education and Labor, the 17th of October 1979, Georgine 1979. For obvious reasons, most of the publicly available material on union busting comes from clearly biased sources, the labor unions themselves. Georgine's account, however, contains much documentation and generally coincides with material often appearing in more pro-business publications, including the Wall Street Journal, Forbes, and Business Week. 15. Professors James T. Bennett and Manuel H. Johnson, editors of the Journal of Labor Relations, for example, are the authors of a Q pamphlet entitled Pushbutton Unionism. 16. Much of the information on the Business Roundtable has been supplied by the Building, Construction, Trades Department of the AF-LCIO. Two especially informative documents include a special issue of The Builders, undated, on the Business Roundtable, and a statement by J. C. Turner, General, President, International Union of Operating Engineers, AF-LCIO, May 1979, entitled The Business Roundtable and American Labor. Additional information may be gleaned from a series of roundtable pamphlets, which began publication in since the foundation of the Business Roundtable in 1969, originally chaired by Roger Blau, former chairman of U.S. Steel, union coverage in the construction industry has plummeted. L7. Union density in construction is estimated to have been well over 50% for the 19,605. Accurate, current, population survey estimates are not available until the late 1970s. For 1977, according to CPS estimates, union density had fallen to 37.9%, by 1980 to 31.6%, to 27.5% by 1983, and by 1984 to 23.5%. 18. The Business Roundtable began with a comprehensive program including the enlargement of the non-union sector, in which they have greatly succeeded, the support of litigation challenging protections currently enjoyed by construction workers, the repeal of the Davis-Bacon Act, which guarantees prevailing union wages on government contracts, and the undermining of what they consider expensive collective bargaining agreements in previously stable unionized areas. It has developed legal ways for contractors to engage in double-breasting, a method, formerly illegal, in which contractors set up parallel non-union operations, often to compete with their own union companies, in order to avoid paying union wages and benefits. The Business Roundtable consults and provides aid in bargaining to impasse, strike breaking, decertification elections, arranging dual gates, making on-site picketing difficult, and obtaining non-union labor from common pools. Other traditional anti-union groups, including the National Right to Work Committee, have flourished in this fertile envy. 1974, called Coming to Grips with Some Major Problems in the Construction Industry. One interesting thing about the Business Roundtable is their method of punishing contractors who have been satisfied with their union shops and refuse to double-breast. According to construction union sources, they have actively diverted business away from them toward non-union contractors. 17. In 1969, this organization was called the Construction Users Anti-Inflation Roundtable. This organization was formed from an earlier group, founded in 1965, called the Labor Law Study Group. For additional information on the Business Roundtable, see also Domhoff, 1979, pp. 79 to 81, and Birch, 1981. 18. C. BLS 1.9816 for 1980 figure, BLS 19796 for 1977 figure, and BLS 1985A, page 209, for the 1983 and 1984 figures. Freeman and Medoff, 1979A, calculate estimates of labor management coverage, which register slightly higher than membership figures. For certain earlier years, their calculations for 1969 to 72 from their analysis of EEC, expenditures for employee compensation, data, administered by the BLS survey, show figures of well over 50% for those SIC codes associated with the construction industry. Ronment, but perhaps the largest growth has been among the anti-labor consulting firms. Anti-union management consulting firms. In Chapter 2 we will show you how to screw your employees, before they screw you, how to keep them smiling on low pay, how to maneuver them into low-pay jobs they are afraid to walk away from, how to hire and fire so you always make money. 19. Anti-union labor relations consultants became fairly active in the 19,503. They were important enough to be the subject of congressional investigations in 1958 and 1959. By the 19,708, however, they came to represent a quantitatively and qualitatively different phenomenon. From being atypical in the late 19,505, they became the usual occurrence in the 19,703. Their activities continue unabated today. As Robert Georgine of the AF.L.CIO testifies, our records show that out of 6,000 organizing campaigns of 10 or more workers, 2/3 involve some form of outside anti-union expertise. By some estimates there are more than 1,000 firms directly and indirectly involved in union-busting activities with more than 1,500 individual practitioners engaged in the full-time activity of preventing unionization efforts. Union busting is now a major American industry with annual sales well over $1 per 2 billion. Georgine 1979, page 7. Informal 1982 estimates by the AF.L.CIO Department of Organization state that the figure had reached $2 billion. Thus, it would seem that the involvement of the consulting firms in 2/3 of the certification elections in units of over 10 workers is today an understatement. The anti-union consulting firms are involved in 3 basic situations. 1. If a union does not yet exist, they provide programs of preventive unionization, which range all the way from so-called positive industrial relations, getting supervisors to act nice, and providing union wages and benefits, to blacklists, spies, discharges and harassment of potential union sympathizers. 20. 2. They aid in getting rid of established unions through creating bargaining impasses, strike-breaking, and decertifica. 19. From the description of a book by Financial Management Associates, Why Sons of Bitches Succeed and Nice Guys Fail in a Small Business, quoted in Everling 1981, p. 13, 20. See various issues of the AFL-CIO report on Union Busters in McConville, 1975, 1980. Tyons. 3. Their main field of activity, however, is probably their involvement in defeating union organizing drives. The typical strategy for defeating an organizing drive involves the following general steps. First, they attempt to create a psychological profile of every member of the workforce. If there is time, they require workers to complete an often innocuous-looking attitudinal survey. A number of the questions on these surveys are those that past attitudinal studies have correlated with either pro-union or anti-union attitudes. Although billed as confidential, the questions about type of work, department, and so on, are sufficiently detailed to identify virtually any worker. One questionnaire I have seen, for example, given to Northern Indiana Public Service Company, NIPSCO, workers, analyzed by the Human Resources Center of the University of Chicago, 1981, purports to give the worker a chance to offer suggestions on how to make the company more effective and productive. 21. In addition, supervisors are questioned in depth about the company loyalty of each and every employee. The consulting firms themselves generally have little contact with the workers. Rather, they spend great amounts of time with the supervisors, coaching, preparing, and often intimidating them into becoming the foot soldiers in the anti-union campaign. Georgine 1979, page 2. The supervisor army, often referred to as terrorists, in congressional testimony by individual workers, usually begins, at the instruction of the consultants, a campaign of harassment, discharge, rumor-mongering, selective promotions, and occasional transfers of union activists to isolated situations. Simultaneously, a series of legal maneuvers are utilized. Unfair labor practices are committed and dilatory motions are filed to delay the NLRB election. While ultimately the company may be found guilty by the NLRB, the benefits of delay outweigh the costs. Georgine 1979, page 3. Though many may find the union accounts extremely biased, their general correctness seems to be confirmed, not merely in NLRB hearings, but in the advertisements and private seminars of the labor relations firms themselves. The largest firm, Modern Management Methods, now Modern Management, Inc., whose slogan is, "We never lose," supposedly once had a 98% 21. I am indebted to the Division of Labor Studies at Indiana University, Northwest, for a copy of the NIPSCO questionnaire. Success record in defeating unions in certification elections. 22. Despite the sophistication of psychological testing and intricate legal maneuvers, however, Georgine argues that, while different tactics have been used through the years, the strategy of union busting remains timeless. Divide workers from one another to prevent them from organizing. 1979, page 4. The results of the anti-union offensive. What has just been described, though based on large amounts of documented evidence, is ultimately impressionistic. Most of the work of anti-union consulting firms is done in secret. Many of them evade the law, failing to file their financial reports as required under the 1959 McClelland Labor Management Reporting Act. The results, however, of the capitalist offensive against U.S. labor unions are clearly apparent in a variety of statistics. Much of the resistance to new union organizing since the early 19,508 has been through means that are today considered legal. These include active campaigning against a union by a company through verbal and written communication, holding meetings of captive employees on company time, making various predictions about the deleterious effects of a union election victory, including strikes, conflict, and even potential job loss. In addition, employers fight to include or exclude various groups of workers from the potential bargaining unit in the hopes that they will get the unit least likely to vote union. Employers attempt to delay through legal tactics the holding of elections, knowing that the longer they are put off, the less likely the chance of union victory. Other tactics of employers, rising sharply since the 19,505 and increasingly popular, however, are illegal. Certain of these are reflected in NLRB statistics. As shown in Table 32, there has been a geometric increase in unfair labor practice charges against employers, rising sevenfold between 1955 and 1980. Charges against employers are the 8A1 charges. There has been a six-fold increase in 8A3 charges against employers, usually for discharges for union activity, since 1955, a doubling in the period from 1970 to 1980. Despite the increasingly clever means of firing pro-union workers devised by consultants in 22. According to information from the AFL-CIO's report on Union Busting 51, November, Dec. 1985, Modern Management has fallen on hard times, losing business, cutting salaries, with at least one top director being pursued by the IRS. Table 32. Employer opposition to unions as reflected in unfair labor practice cases, 1950 to 1980. Number of backpay, section, backpay, amount, year 8, A, 1-8, A, 3. Reinstates, cases, in thousands. 1954 1,472 3,213 2,111 2,259 $1,078 1955 4,362 3,089 1,275 1,836 785 1967 1,723 6,024 1,885 3 1,101 041 1965 10 931 7,367 1,875 4,532 2,699 1970 13,601 9,293 779 6,706 2,639 1974 17,978 1,624 778 6,808 156 1975 20 31 13,426 3 8167 40511, 286 1976, 23, 496 15, 0904, 442 7, 238 L1, 636 1976 Q6, 223 3, 982, the transitional quarter. 1977 26,105 16,697 4,458 7,552 17,373 1978 27,056 17,125 5,533 8,623 13,439 1979 29,026 17,225 837 14,627 16,538 1980 31,280 81 18,317 10,033 15,566 32,136. Source: Annual Reports of the NLRB, 1950 to 80. Note: this table is an expanded and updated version of one used by Freeman and Medoff, 1976. Industrial Relations Departments, not to say the more conservative nature of the NLRB, which rules in these cases. Reinstatements of workers to their jobs has increased tenfold from 1955 to 1980. The number and percentage of workers receiving back pay for 8A3 violations has likewise risen dramatically. Finally, the amount of back pay has risen even more sharply, indicating that employers have been increasingly successful in keeping illegally disciplined union supporters off the job longer. It should be noted that the back pay awards greatly underestimate the amount of time lost by workers. A common tactic of a company is to offer a settlement to a worker far less than his or her full due. Workers accept these offers in order to get back to work and to avoid waiting months and years longer for the NLRB procedures and court appeals to be exhausted. Of course, there are other illegal tactics that do not have their own separate statistical categories, but are apparent from reading the AF-CIO rub sheets and accounts of various labor management consultants. A large and growing body of research indicates that all these tactics, legal and illegal, of management opposition to new union organizing through the NLRB do have their impact on union success. One quite graphic study is that presented to the House Special Subcommittee on Labor in 1967 by William Kirker, then Director of Organization for the AF-CIO. C. Kirker, 1968, in a study of 495 NLRB elections held between 1966 and 1967, the AF-CIO found that the union won over 95% of those where there was no campaign by the employer. 23. 3/4 of these elections were won by at least 2-to-1 margins. The majority were won by 6-to-1 margins. Unions won, however, only 70% where captive audience speeches were given, barely 50% when these speeches were given within 72 hours of the election. There was only a 43% victory rate when the elections were held subsequent to firings, layoffs, or demotions of union activists. There was only a 43% victory rate when surveillance took place, and a 37% victory rate when a wage increase was put into effect by the company during the campaign. The findings of this study are paralleled by those in one sponsored by the National Industrial Conference Board, Curtin, 1970. The results of the NICB research, based on 140 organizing drives, show that where there was merely written communication from the employer to the workers, or none at all, the union won 85% of all elections among white-collar workers. Where there were, instead of written communication, individual and group meetings, unions won barely over 50%. In those campaigns where employers engaged in written communication and individual or group meetings, or both, unions were only successful in 34% of the elections. Both these studies seem to lead to the same conclusion. The more opposition from employers, the less chance there is for a union victory. Two other studies highlight the importance of illegal campaign activities by the employer. Les Aspin's study, 1966, of 72 NLRB elections held in New England between 1962 and 1964, where reinstatements of fired workers were ordered, shows the following results. The average success rate in the region during the period under study was 62%. When there were 8A3 violations, this rate dropped to 48%. If the election was held before the worker returned to work or if the worker refused to return, the rate dipped still further to 41-23. The exact figure is 28 out of 29, with a no decision for the remaining one. C. Kirker, 1968. If, however, the election were held after the worker returned to work, the success rate was 67%. Later studies by William Dickens, 1980, 1983, come to even more far-reaching conclusions. Dickens studied attitudinal data from 966 workers participating in 31 elections from 1972 to 1973. Using a simulation model, Dickens concluded that with no, or light, campaign against the union by the employer, there was a 53 to 67% likelihood of unions winning a certification election. With an intense campaign against the union, there was a 22 to 34% chance of unions winning the election. When there were violations of the law, unions were likely to win only 4 to 10% of the elections. Drastic conclusions indeed. David Elwood and Glenn Fine in their study of the effects of right-to-work laws have modeled the effects of employer unfair labor practices by state. They use as their dependent variable the number of employees in bargaining units where unions have won NLRB certification elections divided by the non-agricultural labor force in the state. They tested the number of unfair labor practice charges against employers by state and found that a level of one standard deviation higher actually lowered their dependent variables by 10%, Elwood and Fine 1983, p. 18. If we accept this finding, then the dramatic rise in unfair labor practice charges indicated in Table 32 would have a significant impact on organizing successes. 24. There is at least one study, however, that argues against the view propounded above. Getman, Goldberg, and Herman did an in-depth analysis of 31 NLRB certification elections between February 1972 and September 1973. They were able to interview 1,239 of the 1,300 employees involved in these elections, both before the start of the campaign and after the election had taken place. In 28 of the elections, vigorous employer campaigning took place. In 22 of them, unlawful acts were committed. In all campaigns, there was a drop-off of initial union supporters from the beginning to the end of the campaign. In general, Getman, Goldberg, and Herman conclude there were no characteristics that served to distinguish the successful employer campaigns from those less successful. 24. They also tested a variable called COPE, which measured the pro-labor rating of the congressional delegation of each state. They found that this variable had very little impact on the degree of success unions had in organizing new members in a particular state. 1976, page 101. Of special importance for our concerns here, they conclude, the data do not, however, support the board's assumption that unlawful campaign practices affect the voting behavior of union sympathizers. The unions did not lose significantly more support in unlawful elections than in clean elections. 1976, p. 128. The Getman study has been widely acclaimed in pro-business quarters, yet also criticized by a number of scholars. Dickens, 1983, argues that it adheres to too strict a criterion of statistical significance and that it fails to take into account the degree to which NLRB outcomes hinge on small numbers of votes. I find this latter point partially substantiated in the study itself, where it is reported that in 9 of the 31 elections, changes among the undecideds and voters who switched preferences would have changed the outcomes. The conclusions of the Getman study also seem to hinge on a number of very narrow assumptions. Although there was a high correlation between employee vote and attendance at a union or company meeting, the investigators did not feel able to assign causal significance to this factor because they did not feel they could separate it from other factors, in particular, employee predispositions. But they failed to make a crucial distinction. While attending a union meeting may bear a significant relation to a worker's pre-campaign preferences, attending an employer meeting, particularly a captive audience meeting, may not be so clearly related. Perhaps, looking at captive meetings by the employers separately would have eliminated the predispositions of the employees as a variable affecting attendance at the meetings. Another problem with the Getman approach is the investigators' attempt to isolate the legal campaign period from the whole process of organizing a union, a large amount of which takes place before the union even files for a bargaining election. It is both possible and likely that employer opposition has already worked its effect before the filing has taken place. Getman, Goldberg, and Herman virtually concede as much. The apparent failure of unlawful campaign tactics to affect vote does not mean that some employees are not deterred from supporting union representation for fear of the employer's reaction. The data suggest, rather, that most employees susceptible to coercion have been weeded out before the pre-election campaign takes place. 1976, page 129. Thus, illegal tactics by the employer may not change employee preferences during the campaign period because they fit into the longer-term anti-union tactics, also often illegal, that have been used by employers and their advisors over a broader time frame. Yet strict prohibition of illegal tactics might lift the veil of intimidation from the heads of employees of militantly non-union employers. Reanalysis and reevaluation of the Getman data by William Dickens, 1983, and others may even alter the conclusions of this study on its own terms. Other tactics by employers, often legal, are sometimes seen as the cause of union failures in certification elections. This is the position argued quite articulately by Richard Proston, Director of Research of the Industrial Union Department of the AF-CIO. Proston reports on an aggregate study of 130,000 union representation elections held between 1962 and 1977. He concludes that pre-election time delays are the most likely source of labor's problems. Proston, 1978, page 240. The trend to longer time delays has been reinforced, according to Proston, by the virtual disappearance of consent elections, which were until 1965 the most common form of NLRB certification procedure. 25. And, he argues, although the rules and regulations governing representation elections have changed only modestly in recent years, it is clear that one side has managed a de facto gutting of the guarantees promised workers by the National Labor Relations Act, 1978, page 240. He adds, In essence, the strategy is to do whatever is necessary to generate as much delay as possible. Delayed hearings, delayed meetings, delayed elections, appeals, appeals of appeals, stalled negotiations, and the like are not news. Ibid. p. 243. Non-consent elections take much longer than consent elections. Examination of NLRB annual reports reveals that in 1962, 46.1% of all NLRB elections were consent elections. In 1977, only 8.6% were consent elections. Stipulated elections, on the other hand, were less than 27% of the total in 1962, but accounting for over 73% in 1977. According to Proston, most of the changes in delays occurred during the 19,603. As was noted in Chapter 6, there is a decided drop-off of 25. This figure is not exactly accurate, as can be seen from Proston's own figures discussed below. Union victory rate for each month of additional delay up to 6 months. Proston reports further on other stalling tactics by the employers even after union victories in certification elections. In 1970, the AFL-CIO received responses from unions, accounting for 2,656 NLRB election victories in that year. They found that 22.35% of the units, 13.64% of the workers, were never brought under contract. 13.2% of the units, 10.4% of the workers, were brought under contract for a short time, but were no longer under contract 5 years later. 0.26. Though some of the employers succumbed to natural disasters, the majority involved employers who managed to exploit the weakness of the National Labor Relations Act to frustrate the results of the election. Typically, the employer had dragged the process out long enough to decimate the union's majority. Proston 1978, p. 247. These later failures are heavily correlated with pre-election time delays. On the basis of these and other studies, Freeman and Medoff argue that between 1/2 and 2/3 of the declining union success in certification representation elections is due to rising employer opposition. That is to say, unions would be winning roughly 60 to 65% rather than 48% of NLRB elections today if employer opposition were at the 19,503 levels. Freeman and Medoff 1984a, page 18. In another study, they conclude, the increase in employer opposition, as indicated by unfair labor practices, delays, changes in types of elections, workers reinstated for illegal firing and the like is so large that even modest impact on electoral results goes a long way in explaining the downward trend in union success in NLRB elections. Freeman and Medoff 1983, page 19. My research for the period of 1972 to 84 confirms certain of the above statements and qualifies several others. The decline in win rates associated with greater pre-election delay is definitely reflected in the NLRB data for 1972 to 84. The quantities are somewhat different than Proston found for the 1962 to 77 period. Below is a reporting of NLRB victory rates for each month delay. I have also used the time period between the filing for an election and the closing of the case subsequent to the election, that is, when there are no longer any appeals on the board. 26. Another study by Cook, 1985, indicates even more drastic results. Finalizes the result, and achieved results similar to those in Table 33 below. Table 33, percentage of union victories per month's delay, average, rate, delay, time 53.9% same month, 53.01 month, 47.52 months, 46.33 months, 45.44 months, 43.15 months, 42.96 months, 42.57 months, 39.98 months. Likewise, the period showed a dramatic decrease in the number of certification elections closed during the same month of filing and within 1 month of filing. While 3.24% were closed during the same month in 1972, the figure steadily declined to 1.2% by 1984. Those closed after 1 month in 1972 constituted 40.51% of all certification elections, and the figure had dropped to 27.36% by 1981. The mean delay by year, however, does not indicate such a consistent trend. The average wait for the whole period under consideration was 2.18 months. There was a peak of 2.34 months for 1975 and 2.24 months for 1976, a decline, then a sharp rise in 1980, 2.26 months, and 1981, 2.41 months. When this variable is examined in various regression models, however, the results are mixed. Examined by cross-section, the average delay is a highly significant and important variable. When placed in our pooled cross-section time series model, the variable is almost never significant, no matter how the pooling is accomplished. This leads one to conclude that growing delays have not been as significant a factor for Union decline in the middle and late 19,708 and early 19,808 as they were in the 19,608 and early 19708. It is, however, the unevenness of the growth in delays during the 19,708 that makes the variable statistically unimportant as a factor in the time series model. Disaggregation of the delays by state, NLRB region, union, industry, occupational unit, and size produced varied results, none giving a clear pattern. For example, it was found that many regions with high success rates, e.g., New York City and Brooklyn, are reputedly pro-union regional offices, e.g., Detroit, had lengthy delays, while certain areas with low success rates and less reputedly pro-union sentiment had very short delays, e.g., Atlanta and Albuquerque. An even sharper picture emerges when one looks at changes in the type of election held by the NLRB. From 1972 to 1984, consent elections decreased from 15.9% of all elections to only 2.5% of all elections. Stipulated elections increased from 63.4% to 82.3%. These results are summarized in Table 34. The trend is a continuation of the results described. Table 34. Election. Type by year, 1972 to 1984. Consent. Stipulated. Year. Number. Percentage. Number. Percentage 1972744, 15.9%, 2975, 63.4%, 1973, 1312, 14.8, 5897, 66.4, 1974, 1045, 11.9, 6149, 69.7, 1975, 805, 10.0, 5487, 68.0, 1976, 879.6, 6355, 70.4, 1977, 897, 8.1, 8032, 72.7, 1978, 488, 7.1, 5169, 75.2, 1979, 355.1, 5297, 77.6, 1983, 184.5, 6543, 76.6, 1981, 193.1, 4687, 76.6, 1982, 97, 2.8, 2675, 76.9, 1983, 96, 3.02, 539, 78, 51984, 872, 52, 878, 82.3 by Proston, 1978. It is quite significant since the victory rates by unions by election types have remained fairly constant for the period 1972 to 84. See Table 35. Thus, a major portion of the decrease in union victory rates may be accounted for in the change of election types from one indicating employer acceptance of the legitimacy of the union to one suggesting employer resistance. In the cross-sectional analysis, consent elections are highly significant. The consent variable has coefficients of 0.514, Mississippi, 0.294, Virginia, 0.164, California, and 0.114, New York, all with significant t-statistics. The differences in these coefficients by state suggest the relative importance of employer cooperation or, conversely, the lesser. Table 35. Union. Victories by election. Type by year, 1972 to 1984. Stipulated. All. Elections. Consent. Elections. Elections. Per year. Number percentage. Number percentage. Number percentage 1972. 8489, 64149.1%, 7,398, 62.7%, 55,725, 47.8%, 1972, 4,714, 52.074, 661.5, 2,989, 50.1, 1973, 8,909, 51.4, 1,313, 64.0, 5,917, 49.3, 1974, 8,848, 50.3, 1,046, 63.9, 6,166, 48.3, 1975, 8,108, 50.6, 807, 64.9, 5,512, 49.5, 1976, 9,073, 49.1, 872, 62.9, 6,380, 47.2, 1977, 1,083, 48.1, 58.78, 056, 47.2, 1978, 6. 954 49.049 162.35, 230 47.7 1979 6, 844 48.235 065.75, 310 46.6 1988, 552 48.538 160.66, 55048.3 1981 6, 11846, 219056, 34, 68744.6 1982 3, 47747.297 59.82, 67546.7 1983 3, 23648.996 63.52, 53948.6 1984 3, 49848.187 73.62, 87848.0 Likelihood of union success with employer resistance in Mississippi and the lesser effectiveness of employer resistance in New York, the most highly unionized state. In the time series model, consent elections are also a highly important explanatory variable, suggesting that the decreases in consent elections, even when other factors are taken into account, are important in explaining the increasing union failures in new organizing. One interesting question is why election type appears to behave so much more strongly than election delays as an explanatory variable, especially in the time series model. It is possible that delays capture more than just employer resistance. The 1972-84 data show that the amount of delay rises quickly in larger units, which might have to do with greater employer resistance, but may also be the result of longer administrative delays. On the other hand, the delay tactics may have been perfected during the 19605, the period in which Proston's study begins, and have been operating on a relatively constant level throughout the 19703 and early 19808. Election type, however, is probably a slightly better indicator of the willingness of the employer to accept the unionization of his workforce without more than token opposition. The accumulation of evidence is strong. Employer resistance over the past 3 or so decades, as displayed in the increases in illegal tactics, the increases in delays, the diminishing of consent elections, and a large number of other indicators, has been a major cause for the decline in union success in new organizing through the NLRB. The unions. Given the attitudes and current propensities of workers to join unions, the current economic situation, public policy, and the capitalist offensive against unions, to what degree do unions bear responsibility for the current decline? 927. An initial response is to ask whether unions are making the effort that they could be making or that they need to make to be successful in new union organizing. There is a large amount of descriptive and anecdotal material that suggests that they are not. I shall begin, however, with more quantitative data. Union organizing programs. As has been previously indicated, there was large-scale self-organization of workers during the CIO period of 1935 to 39. Today, successful union organizing may require knowledge of NLRB procedures, the ability to produce frequent, timely printed material, legal information, and the resources to obtain appropriate legal services. A readiness to do battle with management and anti-union consultants is also often needed. Thus, even when workers begin the process of new organizing themselves, they generally seek the services of a union and its professional organizing staff. Paula Voos has done the only careful study of union organizing programs. She asks 2 connected questions. How do these programs influence or affect the process of new union organizing through the NLRB? To what degree may the decline in new union organizing successes, and in union density, be traced to declines in new union organizing programs? She finds, not that organizing expenditures are the sole determinant of organizing success, but that the extent of union organizing programs does increase the number of new union members brought into unions by representation elections relative to the number who could be potentially Orga 27. This is not the only way, or even necessarily the most reasonable way, to frame the question, given the interactions and historical responsibility of unions for these factors that the reader is now asked to hold constant. NISD, given the overall economic, social, political, and industrial context. 1982, p. 184, Voos concludes that there is 1. A 1 to 3 year lag between expenditures and results and 2. An average expenditure on organizing programs per person of anywhere from $500 to $1,000, depending on the method of calculation. She argues that there has been a slight to moderate increase in organizing per union in her study of the expenditures of the 20 largest unions. When one looks at the real expenditures per non-union member, deflated by the wage rate, 28 however, a significant drop is indicated. In 1953, unions spent $1.033 per each non-union member, in 1964 $866, and in 1974, $711. This is a substantial decline, certainly indicating a decrease of expenditures on union organizing programs. Yet it is arguable whether this criterion is better than one that looks at aggregate budget expenditures as suggested by Voos. These figures and even those that show unions spending as much in recent years as they did in the past must be put into context. It is doubtful that one gets the same amount of organizing for the deflated buck as one did in the early and middle 19505. At that time, there were many more volunteer organizers, stemming back from the days when virtually all organizing was low-paid and unstable. Today, The organizing staffs of large unions are no different from other union functionaries. They work 9 to 5, make much more than their average constituents, have expense accounts, are usually white males, and in general are older than those they desire to organize. 29. Qualitative evidence suggests that there has been a rise in organizing costs unassociated with more productive results. Linear regressions by VUS suggest that greater effort, i.e., money, would give more results. The question arises whether we have a problem of diminishing returns. If new organizing takes place in the choicest spots, further organizing might take place in less choice areas. VUS concludes that, in no case, do diminishing returns seem to characterize the regressions. Predict 28. This is the criterion that Freeman and Medoff, 1984a, choose to use. 29. A number of union officials and organizers have told me that SCME is among the few exceptions. It is reputed that they hire relatively young organizers who throw themselves into their work for several years. If they succeed, then these organizers may move on to becoming officials of the units that they have organized. The high turnover prevents the accumulation of burnt-out organizers remaining on the union organizing staff. ing the proportion of possible new members for whom the union wins bargaining rights in any year. She cites as evidence the analysis that unions with disproportionately more elections in the South, or in any region for that matter, do not necessarily have less overall organizing success than other unions. 1982, pp. 208,232. The question that the regression equations cannot deal with is that of a massive expansion of organizing. What would be the effects, for example, of concentrating a large amount of resources, money, organizers, attention, other union priorities, on one area, e.g., a city, a company? VUS argues that her discussions with organizers were inconclusive. All agreed that a doubling of organizing staffs would not lead to more organizing. Many stated, however, that concentration of many existing organizers in one place would have large beneficial results. She finds this evidence contradictory. I, on the other hand, do not. It is clear that the first question implied, A, an increase in inexperienced new organizers, and B, sharp criticisms of existing programs. The second hypothetical situation is, rather, a use of existing sources in a tactically different way, which a number of the organizers in VUS's discussion had already successfully tried. Thus, the second conclusion would appear to be the more valid one. This confirms my own experience and institutional information as well. Multi-union elections. One striking phenomenon, occasionally noticed by other researchers but never discussed, is the higher rate of success of unions in multi-union certification elections. These elections made up 6% of those held from 1972 through 1984. The percentage diminished during this approximately 13-year period. First, what is most interesting is how much higher the success rates are than those of other types of elections, 76.4%, a win rate comparable to that of unions at the height of their organizing success, from 1937 to 1940 and after World War II. Further, the rate is actually higher for the period 1977-81, 78.0%. There are several possible explanations for this. One is that competition only takes place when it looks like the first union making the certification bid is almost sure to win, that is, competition takes place for the plums that are likely to go union. But a careful analysis of detailed frequency tables shows neither a tendency toward more multi-union elections in those sectors where victory rates are especially high nor even significant variance by union. Thus, the more likely conclusion is that unions are willing to exert a greater effort when competing with other unions. They are more afraid of losing out to another union than in being beaten by the company. Losing an organizing campaign to the company merely deprives the union of new members. Another attempt may be made after the lapse of a year with a greater likelihood of success. Chernetsky, 1969. If, however, the election is lost to another union, the constituency is for all practical purposes lost forever. Even more important, a jurisdictional competitor has gained strength, which might ultimately lead to the demise of the losing union itself. The implications of this latter explanation are, first, that even with their highly paid, institutionalized, more sedate organizing staffs, unions can put out the necessary effort to win when they have to. Second, most of the time unions do not put out this sufficient effort. A striking characteristic is the high degree of consistency that union victory rates in multi-union NLRB elections have across different variables. Victory rates by union may be seen in Table 36. Virtually all the very high and very low figures can be explained by special circumstances. In the electrical and electronics industries, several unions with large bases in these areas compete. When the United Electrical Workers, UE, a left-wing union, has major support, it almost always wins, 97.1%. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, and the International Union of Electrical Workers, IUE, are renowned for their use of dirty tactics against the UE, including various kinds of red baiting. Their low victory rates in multi-union elections suggest that some of the tactics through which they build their own support are not conducive to workers' voting union at all. The two longshore unions, the International Longshoremen's Association, ILA, 57.7%, and the International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union, ILWU, 50%, dominate unionization on their respective coasts and are not fundamentally involved in competitive situations. N0 other unions have less than 60% victory rates in our sample. One further indication of the beneficial effects of competition on union success rates may be found in analysis of public sector. Table 36. Victory rates in multi-union elections by union, 1972 to 1984. Union. Average rate. Service employees, SEIU, 71.8%. Bakers, BCW, 86.1. Carpenters, CJA, 67.1. Clerks, RCIA, 76.1. Electrical workers, IBEW, 64.4. Operating engineers, IUOE, 69.0. Hotel and restaurant employees, HRUE, 69.0. Garment workers, ILGW, 80.0. East Coast longshoremen, ILA, 57.7. Machinists, IAM, 68.8. Meat cutters, MCBW, 78.6. Office employees, OEIU, 67.7. Printers, IPCC, 89.9. Paperworkers, UPI, 62.7. State, county, municipal employees, AFSCME, 72.4. Teamsters, IBT, 72.3. Teachers, AFT, 78.9. Auto workers, UAW, 71.3. Electrical workers, IUE, 59.4. Miners, UMW, 87.5. Oil, chemical workers, OCA, 78.4. Department store employees, RWDSU, 78.6. Steelworkers, USA, 71.1. Textile workers, TWMA, 82.4. Communications workers, CWA, 67.4. Electricians, UE, 97.1. Longshoremen, ILWU, 50.0. Coopers, CIU, 96.9. Union organizing. Many commentators suggest that it is the intense competition among large numbers of unions that is a major factor in the rapid growth of many public sector unions. As Jack Stieber argues, competition among organizations for members and exclusive representation of public employees is more widespread and more intense than at any time since 1955. AF-LCIO unions compete with one another and with independents, as well as with associations and professional organizations. Competition often results in more workers being organized. 1974, p. 830. This point is echoed by Back, who argues that competition between unions makes the leaderships more militant in order to demonstrate to prospective members that they have most to gain by expressing their preference for the union that will really stand up to management. 1970, page 28. Alice Cook, 1970, p. 251. Also suggests that competition between several rival unions spurred on the organization of clerical workers in New York City. Multi-union elections are significant in both the cross-section and time series models. The disaggregated results would lead us to expect that in the cross-sectional analysis, multi-union elections would be highly positively related to union victories. Their declining number throughout the 19,708 and early 19,803 is one factor associated with the declining success rates of unions in NLRB certification elections. If multi-union elections possess higher union victory rates largely due to their taking place in the most pro-union units, we would expect to see more of them, and higher rates, in those areas where union victory rates are highest or where unions were growing quite rapidly. Yet this is not the case. Disaggregating multi-union elections by union, industry, unit size, occupational unit, state and NLRB region shows little significant variation in amount of elections or in victory rates. An extreme case, for example, is the health services industry, which is rapidly unionizing and has a high victory rate. There the percentage of multi-union elections, 8.8%, is slightly above the average. 8.8% is 487 out of 5,526. But the multi-union election victory rate is below the average, 66%. It is also important to note that in the health services industry, a number of unions all have legitimate competing claims. This conclusion is in striking contrast to the general claim about private sector union organizing that competition among unions invariably hurts organizing. I take the high victory rates in multi-union certification elections as another piece of evidence that the decline in new union organizing is in good part due to the lack of aggressiveness and allocation of resources by U.S. trade unions themselves. Victory rates by union. An examination of the cross-classifications by union is revealing. Particularly interesting is the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, IBT. The IBT accounts for between 1/4 and 1/3 of all NLRB certification elections each year. It participated in 26,837 of the 88,980 elections in our dataset. Its decline was more sharp than that of all other unions together, see Table 37. In 1973 it won 52.4% of certification elections. Table 37. Union victories by year for IBT, 1972 to 1984. Year, number, average rate 1972 to 84 26,837 46.6%, 1972 1,471 51.3, 1973 2,720 52.4, 1974 2,649 50.5, 1975 2,220 48.4, 1976 2,764 44.9, 1977 3,345 45.1, 1978 2,140 46.2, 1979 182 46.6, 1980 2584 44.5, 1981 1817 40.7, 1982 985 42.8, 1983 917 44.0, 1984 1032 43.0. Yet by 1981 the victory rate had declined to 40.7%. Its average during the period of consideration is almost 3 percentage points lower than that of other unions. Virtually all of this is accountable to its low percentages from 1975 to the present. The elimination of the IBT from consideration greatly lowers the rate of union certification election decline, showing a more gentle slope than the unadjusted figures previous to 1972.30. The low victory rate for the IBT is especially surprising since its elections take place in smaller average unit sizes, 39 employees compared to 65 for all other unions. And it has smaller average pre-election delays than other unions, 1.9 months compared to 2.1 months. Thus, as one might suspect, the IBT is important in the cross-section and time series regression models. By cross-section, with other things being held constant, if the union is the IBT, it accounts for a 4 to 7% drop. The IBT had a strong depressing effect on the time series trend of declining victory rates in NLRB certification elections. Its coefficients, as may be seen from Appendix C, range from 0.08 to 0.14, which may be interpreted in percentage terms since the 30. These conclusions are in sharp contrast to the assertions in Warren 1982 and BNA 1985 that the IBT does particularly well. IBT is represented by a dummy variable in the pooled cross-section and time series model. Thus we are led to the conclusion that the weakening performance of the IBT has had a substantial responsibility for the overall decline in union victory rates in NLRB certification elections. Of less significance, because they represent a much smaller percentage of certification elections, but certainly of interest, is the drastic decline of the percentage of union victories by craft unions. In the 19,605, craft unions seem to have won an unusually high percentage of these elections. Rose, 1972, reports that in 1966, craft unions won 94.4% of NLRB certification elections in which they participated. He attributes this to the acceptance of craft unions in the construction industry by the employers. Yet in the period examined here, craft unions have decreased to a stable average of 56.4% victories. The decline in victory rates, as well as the relatively low rates for the period of many of the old AFL craft unions, is particularly marked in the construction and printing trades. This general trend is significant since the construction and printing trade unions have formed the backbone of the political conservatism of the official trade union structure. Table 38 summarizes the results for major craft unions, see Table 39 for white-collar unions. Table 38, NLRB victories of major craft unions, 1972 to 1984. Union number, average, trend, all 88,980 49.0%. Down, plumbers, ppf, 431 56.6. Stable, electricians, IBEW, 3,080 51.2. Declining, carpenters, CJA, 1,896 44.2. Declining, laborers, LU, 1,421 48.8. Stable, Ironworkers, BSOIW, 564.43.6. Declining. Typographers, ITU, 444.54.4. Stable. Graphic artists, CAIU, 791.50.2. Varying. Bakers, BCW, 841.49.6. Varying. Boilermakers, BBF, 437.41.6. Varying. Operating. Engineers, IUOE, 1950.6. Stable. Graphic communication, IPGC, 764.49.9. Varying. Major industrial unions also show interesting trends. Only 2 unions, neither of which is large or has been central to the history of the labor movements, have made significant increases. Table 39. NLRB. Victories of white-collar unions, 1972 to 1984. Union. Number. Average. Trend. Retail. Clerks. RCIA. L 2757.52.3%. Declining. Department. Store. RWDSU, 1761.56.4. Stable. Service employees, SEIU, 3491.58.9. Rising. State. County, AFSCME, 406.53.2. Stable. Teachers, AFT, 207.63.8. Stable. Hotel and Restaurant, HREU, 2204.41.9. Stable. Insurance, IWIU, 521.50.3. Stable. Office. Employees, OEIU, 886.48.8. Stable. L merged into United Food and Commercial Workers in 1979. In their victory rates, these are the furniture workers, UFW, and the textile workers, TWUA, both of which have taken on aggressive new organizing in the South. The furniture workers are most active in the Deep South. The textile workers, who during most of the period covered by this data met with continued failure at J. P. Stevens, are operating in an industry with an extremely low union success rate. A combination of their general aggressiveness and their image from having continued a long battle with Stevens may be partly responsible for their increasing rate of success in general. It is important to see whether high and low success rates are correlated with any particular characteristics of industrial unions. Does the political orientation of a union have anything to do with its success rate? Do the liberal positions and militant rhetoric of its leadership help or hinder its success rate? What about a reputation for aggressive organizing activity? Is the history of the union an important factor in the present? Although it is impossible to answer these questions definitively from the data examined here, there are many suggestive associations. A number of major industrial unions seem to have held their own during the period of decline of union victory rates among industrial units, Table 40. These include the auto workers, meat cutters, and communication unions. The UAW has had, perhaps, the most militant and volatile workforce since the 1930s. It had extensive communist influence during its periods of rapid growth and maintains, at least in contrast to many other large unions, progressive social stands against racial discrimination and discrimination against women, and in favor of much broad-ranging social legislation. Of course, similar remarks. Table 40. NLRB. Victories of major industrial unions, 1972 to 1984. Union. Number. Average. Trend. Communications. Workers, CWA, 1,568.52.7%. Rising. Steelworkers, USA, 3,092.48.0. Declining. Rubber workers, URW, 611.37.6. Declining. Garment workers, ILGU, 537.6. Declining. Machinists, 1 AM, 4,098.45.5. Declining. Meat cutters, MCBW, L 1,690.52.4. Stable. Paperworkers, UPI, 938.41.0. Declining. Auto workers, UAW, 3,323.48.2. Stable. Furniture workers, UFW, 307.52.4. Varying. Miners, UMW, 294.48.0. Varying. Oil, chemical, atomic workers, OCA, 825.44.6. Declining. Food and commercial workers, UFCW, L 2212.47.1. Varying. 1979 to 84. 1. The meat cutters, along with several other unions, joined in 1979 to form the United Food and Commercial Workers. might be made about the United Mine Workers, perhaps the most extreme case of declining union strength in the 19,805. Whether coal market volatility, severe factionalism in the union, or some other factor is responsible must await a thorough analysis. The CWA is the union that represents most telephone workers, with the exception of several trades and operators. Its history over the past 2 decades has been characterized by widespread rank-and-file militancy. The case of the meatcutters is more complicated. Originally, it was more conservative and less militant than other industrial unions, although not as conservative as many of its brethren within the AF.L. Slightly over a decade ago, it merged with the Packing House Workers, a historically militant, left-led union with a large percentage black membership. Although never fully shedding its former attire, the meatcutters began to adopt a more militant stance within AFL-CIO councils, even calling for a general strike against the Nixon wage price freeze in 1973.31. Militant rhetoric and liberal, or even socialist, posturing is, of course, not sufficient to achieve higher rates of union victories in NLRB certification elections. The International Association of Machinists, IAM, whose president William Winpeisinger is out 31. The union has since merged again, forming the United Food and Commercial Workers. Spoken, an avowed socialist, a verbal defender of workers' rights, and a sometime supporter of the Citizens' Party in the 1980 presidential election, had a low and decreasing rate. The Machinists have one of the largest of U.S. unions. The militant rhetoric of their leadership is unmatched by an increase in job and bargaining militancy or aggressive new organizing. The Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers, OCA, likewise puts on a liberal stance, e.g., they opposed the war in Vietnam long before the UAW or other major unions. Yet their rate of success in bargaining elections is low and dropping. Those unions with neither militant rhetoric nor aggressive actions fare even worse. The Ladies' Garment Workers, ILGWU, was never known for its democracy, militancy, or progressiveness. These traditions continue to this day. The Rubber Workers, URW, has been faced by a partially organized workforce, an industry hit hard by foreign competition, and the destruction of their major union center in Akron, Ohio. Despite occasionally militant rhetoric, the union has generally conveyed the appearance of weakness. This is said without judging whether or not their leadership has been more or less adequate than more successful unions. In the technical, clerical, service, and government unions, results are much the same. 4 unions that have aggressively organized new constituencies in the last decade or more have achieved dramatic rates of success in certification elections. 2 more traditional unions have not. These results may be seen from the comparisons in Table 41 below. Left unions. Although the majority of the major CIO unions had communist leadership or significant communist influence, Communist Par Table 41. Victories of service, governmental, and clerical unions, 1972 to 1984. Union number, average, trend, service employees, SEIU, 3,491 58.9%. Stable, government employees 456.3. Varying, AFSCME, teachers, AFT, 207 63.8. Varying, department, store, RWDSU, 1,761 56.4. Stable, retail, clerks, RCIA, 2,757, 1972 to 79, 52.3. Declining, hotel and restaurant, HREU, 2,204 41.9. Varying. Participation was largely destroyed, as well as that of other militant groupings, during the late 19,408 and early 19505. 2 left unions, the UE, Electrical Workers, and the West Coast Longshore Union, ILWU, retained their leadership groups intact, as well as maintaining some influence in their respective industries. Neither remains politically or even from the standpoint of trade union militancy what they once were. Times have, of course, changed. Yet both offer a reputation for honesty, lower salaries for officials, and occasional militancy and progressive stances on social issues that serve to distance them from other former CIO unions. Thus, it is instructive to compare their victory rates with those of the more conservative unions formed to displace them. Both of the more liberal unions have better success rates than their counterparts, the IUE and the ILA, respectively. These results are further borne out when the unions are tested in our cross-sectional regression model, described in Appendix B. When other factors are controlled for, it is found that the unions being the ILWU adds 8.4% to 9.4% greater likelihood of victory. When the union is the UE, the greater likelihood of victory ranges from 11.7% to 12.9%. Information on comparative victory rates for the left and non-left unions appears in Table 42 below. Table 42. Comparison of victories of left and non-left unions, 1972 to 1984. Union number, average, trend, ILA 310 51.9%. Varying, ILWU 462 59.7. Stable, IUE 763 43.1. Varying, UE 217 60.4. Stable. In reviewing the above results by union, it should be noted that individual unions sometimes vary greatly from year to year. This is, of course, more generally true when the frequency of elections is relatively small. But this is sometimes the case when the frequency is greater, thus suggesting further analysis is needed. For example, the IBT seems to do much better in years when it participates in smaller numbers of elections, indicating that it may at times overextend itself considerably. The United Mine IPATES in larger numbers. Its more extensive participation may also be related to the periods when widespread strike activity has taken place, suggesting that coal organizing successes may be tied to the militancy of the miners' movements. Likewise, the UAW success rate seems to increase slightly around contract time and after periods of considerable wildcat strike activity. Conclusion. From the analysis in this chapter, we may conclude the following. 1. The workers themselves do not seem to be a major impediment to the formation of new unions. Many workers, sympathetic to unions, are there as potentially organizable new members. 2. Public policy toward labor unions in this country, particularly in the private sector, poses more difficulties for union organizing than in other economically developed capitalist countries. Still, the unfavorable government policies are largely a reflection of the relative strengths of organized labor and employers. 3. The resistance of employers to the organization of their employees into labor unions is a major cause of declines in organizing successes by unions. The employer offensive of the past 3 decades has made a significant contribution to the overall decline of union strength in this country. 4. The unions themselves do not seem to have risen to this new challenge. They have neither devoted the resources nor put sufficient effort into new union organizing to counter the employer offensive. A number of questions might still be asked. How did this situation come about? Why is the relation of class forces in this country so much more unfavorable to unions than in other economically developed capitalist countries? Are there anomalies in the data presented here, unevenness and irregularities that might provide us any clues? What are the prospects for a resurgence on the part of U.S. labor unions, i.e., can the empire strike back? It is these questions that I will attempt to address in the final chapters. Summary. A good deal of evidence has been presented to document the decline in union strength over the last 3 decades to chart its general trends. Our analysis shows that, contrary to accepted wisdom, there exists little evidence that labor union problems may be traced primarily to events or changes that have taken place either during the 19,708 or the 19803. Those who have argued that there has been a recent accelerating decline are surely mistaken. Rather, union decline appears to have been relatively steady since the mid-19503. A many decades-long growing capitalist offensive and an inadequate union response have helped change the relation of class forces in the United States. Many standard and widely accepted explanations for labor union weakness and decline, although they possess superficial plausibility, upon examination prove unconvincing. Changes in the structure and composition of labor force. Compositional characteristics. Contrary to the generally accepted view, all compositional changes in the character of the workforce seem to be either 221. Potentially favorable to unions, e.g., race, sex, and age, are not very significant, e.g., education. There seem to be no grounds for blaming union decline on such changes. Geographic characteristics. The evidence presented in this study also calls into question the belief that the movement of industry to the Sunbelt is a major reason for declining union successes in new organizing. As I have argued, it is important to disaggregate data about the South. My hope is that this is one contribution of the ongoing research presented in this book. The South and the Southwest do not represent an area of the country of uniformly high, successful resistance to union organizing. This conclusion is contrary to that in the literature cited earlier, and also to generally accepted wisdom. Different areas in the South must be separated. Analysis of data about the South must take into account very different organizing rates. The Southwest, indeed, is the only region of the country where union success rates are rising, and it is in general an area of high union success. This high rate in the Southwest is in good part attributed to the better success of unions there in winning elections in industrial units. Those who attempt to explain supposed failures in the South and Southwest are caught in a contradiction. Southern culture and the reportedly more vigorous employer offensive in the South and Southwest do not seem to be insurmountable barriers to union success. Much documentation has been provided by a variety of commentators that there is an employer offensive that has intensified during the 19,708. There is convincing argument that it is especially strong in the South and Southwest. Certain of the data presented in Chapter 9 indicate that employer resistance is relatively successful in the South. Yet while it may have contributed to union setbacks in many places, its precise effect on the organized and unorganized labor movements must be examined more carefully. Those theories that rely on seeing a new worker or anti-unionism in Southern culture are not argued with great precision. If they are to be taken at all seriously, they must be more rigorously presented. This is particularly true since they have been brought forth to explain phenomena, including supposedly uniformly low union success rates across the South, that turn out not to have occurred. Nevertheless, given the increase of economic growth in these parts of the country, it is clear that neither the quantity nor the percentage of union victories is sufficient to change drastically the industrial and geographic patterns of unionization largely established by the organizing of the 19,303. Although union success rates in the Southwest and parts of the South are comparable to victory rates in the North and Midwest now, they are not comparable to the success rates in these latter areas during the 19,308 and 19,408, which created the current unionization patterns. While my analysis has demonstrated the incorrectness of the claims about low organizing rates throughout the Sunbelt, it would also be wrong to overplay the significance of these rates even in the Southwest. Thus, the next successful union organizing upsurge, which the analysis in Chapter 4 suggests is likely to happen sooner or later, must inevitably have a major thrust in the South and Southwest, the areas of lowest unionization. The analysis of NLRB elections finds little that would preclude such a movement from developing there. Occupational changes. Those who attribute the decline of new organizing successes to the changing occupational structure of the workforce are also in error, since the declines seem to be most sharp in traditional areas of union strength, rather than in the more rapidly growing service, professional, clerical, and technical segments of the workforce. This conclusion must be qualified with respect to clerical workers since they represent such a disproportionately low percentage of certification elections. Still, the opposite conclusion is unsupportable from the data. Industrial changes. The changing employment structure by industry has certainly weakened unions in many of the areas of their traditional strength. Prospects for new union organizing in more rapidly growing industrial sectors do not now look gloomier, however, than those in the traditional sectors. Rather, attitudinal data, recent union successes, and average and above-average NLRB union success rates in these more rapidly growing sectors suggest that the industrial changes have not closed the door on extensive new union organizing. This assessment is strengthened when one views the successes in other economically developed capitalist countries in expanding union membership into these newer, rapidly growing sectors. We may conclude that these changes cannot be taken to be the major cause of the declines in union density and in new union organizing successes in the private sector. Cyclical variables. The economic cycle. The slow increases in unemployment in the post-war period and the more rapid increases in output per man-hour seem to correlate in part with the general trend of declining NLRB successes. In addition, several other economic variables help to explain a large amount of the cyclical variation in NLRB union victory rates. The variables likely to be influential include changes in unemployment, productivity, and to a lesser extent, final sales. The variables play only a minor role, however, in explaining the long-term decline. Political variables. It was found that certain of the political variables played a significant role in determining the long-range trend. The upholding of the NLRA by the Supreme Court in 1937 probably boosted union success rates, and the passage of Taft-Hartley in 1947 likely helped to depress them. 1. These, of course, were one-time interventions. The growing number of Republicans in the White House in the post-war period undoubtedly has played a small role in lowering the victory rates, although the change of administration seems to be far more significant in explaining the cyclical variations. Militancy and solidarity of the workforce. The theories that claimed there would be a sharp decline in class conflict in this country and that this would prove the undoing of U.S. unions were wrong in important respects. Likewise, those who claim that union gains will be reflected in lower levels of conflict are mistaken, at least in the application of their theories to this country. First, strike activity on the part of U.S. workers does not seem to have diminished from the mid-19,503 to 1980. Second, increases in strike activity seem to correlate well with 1. It is arguable that 1937 reflected the growing strength of a massive labor insurgency, while 1947 reflected the institutionalization of a tamed, housebroken movement, unwilling to fight to defend its rights, Goldfield 1985. Liechtenstein 1982. Cyclical increases in the success rates of unions in NLRB certification elections. Comparing U.S. strike rates to those of other countries does not show a high variance of conflict in this country. The variance that exists is not sufficient to play a major role in explaining the long-range trends in union membership decline or in increased failures at new organizing. The relation of class forces. Workers' attitudes. None of the data examined here suggest that the attitudes of unorganized workers toward unions represent a major impediment to their organization. Rather, workers in unorganized sectors of the population have indicated stronger preferences in favor of joining unions than have workers in many organized sectors of the population. Public opinion data reported in Chapter 3 indicate high approval of unions, but low ratings for current leaders. Such attitudes should definitely not be confused with anti-unionism. Thus, the argument that a major explanation of union failures may be found in the development of strong anti-union feelings among unorganized workers is unconvincing. The development of U.S. public labor policy. National labor public policy has become increasingly unfavorable to labor unions, especially as it applies to new union organizing in the private sector. The period from 1937 to 1941, from the upholding of the NLRA until after the Smith Committee hearings in the House of Representatives, may be regarded as a highly favorable one for new union organizing. Changes in public policy during the period from 1941 until 1945 were mixed, allowing for easy union growth under the War Labor Board but more stringent interpretations of labor law under the NLRB. The passage of Taft-Hartley in 1947 marked the beginning of a more unfavorable legal period, punctuated again in 1959 with the passage of Landrum-Griffin. The unfavorable legal situation has provided the context in which employers can more and more exploit the law to their advantage in resisting the organization of unions. The development of national labor law and the growing conservatism of national labor public policy have added to the difficulties of union organizing over the last several decades. National labor public policy must be regarded as one piece of the explanation, even if not the dominant one, for the decline of labor unions in this country. Increased effectiveness of employer resistance. What one does find, however, is the increased effectiveness of employer resistance to unions in this country over the last 30 or more years. A major capitalist offensive has been, in the main, successful in steadily eroding union strength and in lowering the probabilities of union successes in new organizing. While the traditional weapons of the blacklist and blackmail, of spies and thugs, have not disappeared, new weapons have risen to prominence. These include the use of anti-labor consulting firms, the large-scale growth of anti-union employer organizations, the rise in numerous illegal tactics, the engagement in lengthy election delays, and the lessening of the ready acceptance of union rights and prerogatives, even in traditionally unionized sectors. These manifold tactics and their concerted, widespread application have proven to be a major reason for union decline in this country. The Unions themselves seem to have become less aggressive and, in general, less committed to new organizing campaigns in the private sector. This is so despite much of the verbiage by many large labor organizations about the importance of increasing their efforts in this area. This assessment is made on the basis of certain hard data and by comparing union organizing in general to the new organizing of those unions that are doing well. First, there seem to have been declines in new union organizing expenditures by major private sector unions. There also would appear to be less organizing for the dollar. Several rapidly growing unions, e.g., AFSCME and SEIU, in contrast, have higher organizing expenses. AFSCME, according to at least one report, does not seem to have suffered the declines in organizing energies due to the growing inertia of high-tenured organizing staffs. Second, the high success rates of unions engaged in multi-union elections is one indicator that unions can do better than they do, when they place a higher priority on putting forth more effort. Unions that are more aggressive and militant, or that are at least perceived as such, seem to have more success than those that are not. Traditional industrial unions like the UAW that have both a history of struggle and militant workforces seem to do better than traditional industrial unions that have a more staid history and conservative stance. Unions that have shown recent aggressiveness in their approach to new organizing appear to do well. The textile workers, TWUA, have a high and rising victory rate in an industry that as a whole has an extremely low rate. AFSCME and the AFT, two aggressive unions organizing public employees, have high success rates. RWSU and SEIU, both organizing service workers, have also done well recently. Former left unions, especially the UE, because of its competitive position in the electrical and electronics industry, must by the nature of their situation keep up a militant posture. Though their rivals have had large-scale financial and organizational support from the AFL-CIO, aid and sympathy from the press and employers, the UE and ILWU have higher victory rates than their rivals the IUE and ILA. Other factors. The above conclusions should not be accepted without certain qualifications. Several potentially important factors have not been taken into consideration. the saturation effect, employer acceptance of unions, racial and national composition, and the city of New York. Saturation. Saturation occurs when a union, or unions, has organized a high percentage of its potential constituency. Its losses begin to reflect, not its failure rate, but the large amount of success it has already had. There is, of course, a difficulty in the initial organizing in a new sector or area, e.g., southern textile or computer manufacturing. Saturation occurs at the other end of the spectrum. We would not want to count, for example, the low percentage of victory rates by the UAW in auto manufacturing in the Detroit area as a sign of UAW failure, when in fact they have been successful in organizing the vast majority of places. Their failures might merely be continued attempts to organize the last few resistant places. Thus, a union that had been extremely successful in a certain area and industry and was aggressively trying and failing to organize the few remaining unorganized places might appear to be unsuccessful if saturation were not taken into account. Saturation data are available and easily calculated at the aggregate national level. Investigators who have used such data in their models, including Adams and Krislov, 1974, have never found it to be statistically significant. Detailed disaggregated data are not available, particularly as time series data, at least before the inclusion of extensive questions about unions in the 1977 CPS surveys. I do not think that the acquisition of such information and the creation of saturation variables at this level would greatly change the results presented in this essay. I base this assessment, in part, on the declining union densities and percentages of labor management agreement coverage in the traditionally union geographic areas and economic sectors. This opinion, however, should be recognized as a conjecture. The successes in organizing teachers and hospital workers, for example, have been both widespread as well as with a high percentage of victory. Some of the areas of the highest successes have been in places most near saturation, e.g., New York City. Still, the possibility of saturation effects gives us reason to qualify the degree to which the Southwest is ahead of the Midwest in victory rates, and the degree to which professional, technical, and service workers are currently more organizable than industrial workers. Employer acceptance. It is also important to note that companies are sometimes more tolerant of the organizing efforts of moderate unions, particularly when there is a threat of a more militant union getting in, but sometimes even when this is not the case. This may have been the case with the previously mentioned high success rates of construction workers in the 19,605. In the late 19,408, the IBEW and the IUE were actually courted by companies in many cases, when companies desired to dislodge the UE or keep it from getting in. Though there are many stark examples such as these, the difficult problem is deciding to what degree the success of moderate, openly collaborationist unions like the ILGWU, IUE, and IBEW makes their percentage of victory higher than if they had been perceived as more militant. This question, though important, is not one of the most likely to be quantified, although there are obviously some quantitative measures that provide indirect bearing on the issue. Certain other factors do seem to correlate with higher union success rates in the current period. Racial and national composition. New union organizing data, as presently collected, are in general especially unsuited for a detailed analysis by race, and, even more so, by sex. Nevertheless, a number of things tend to confirm in practice the attitudinal studies reported by Cocken, 1979, that non-white workers are more likely to vote for union representation than white workers. It should be noted that the main dataset taken from surveys during and after NLRB elections also confirms this result. The NLRB regional offices that have relatively high success rates and have suffered no decline are New York City, averaging 56.5%, Hato Rey, Puerto Rico, averaging 55.4%, Brooklyn, averaging 54.6%, San Francisco, averaging 55.6%, and Honolulu, averaging 55.1%. Of the other regional offices in the Northeast, Midwest, and West, there are two categories: those whose percentage of union victories have been stable over the 1972 to 1984 period and those that have declined significantly. There is no obvious reason for the difference. The areas that have remained stable, however, e.g., Newark, Detroit, Chicago, Baltimore, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh, all have substantial black populations. Those that have declined, e.g., Cincinnati, Minneapolis, Seattle, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Portland, Los Angeles, tend to have a smaller percentage of blacks in their regions. This situation seems to reinforce the argument that non-white workers tend to be substantially more pro-union than any other category, which may also be reflected in the high victory rates for Puerto Rico and Hawaii. 2. Thus the percentage of whites and non-whites in the workforce may be seen as one important factor influencing the likelihood of union success. New York City. The case of New York is especially interesting. Until the late 19,708, it was a region with a declining economy and population, and with a tight municipal budget in its major metropolitan area. Nevertheless, New York contains a combination of all the other factors associated with high union success rates, some of them in more abundance than other areas. It is worth noting them. 2. It should also be mentioned that in Puerto Rico unions are more political than in this country, tending to follow more closely Western European patterns. First, New York during the 1903 and 1940s was the center of left-wing trade union activities. The Communist Party led and dominated much of this activity with especially great influence in maritime and the needle trades. 3. Second, in the recent period New York City has been both the pace-setter and the most militant arena for the organizing of hospital workers, teachers, and municipal workers in general. New York area postal and telephone workers have been among the most aggressive in the country, both at different times rejecting national leadership and, during the 19,708, striking for more far-reaching concessions from their employers. Third, the New York area has an especially high percentage of non-whites, including by far the largest concentration of Puerto Ricans in the country. The evidence presented so far gives us much information about the immediate causes of trade union decline in this country. In the next chapter, I try to place these causes in a broader historical context. 3. The majority of U.S. Communist Party membership was in New York State, with almost 40% in New York City alone during this period. For extensive references about membership figures for the Communist Party and its influence in the CIO, see Goldfield 1988. 11. Some speculations. In previous chapters, I have identified labor unions' problems as primarily due to these aspects of the changing relation of class forces. 1. A growing offensive of U.S. capitalists that has been meeting with increased success in defeating attempts at new union organizing. 2. Changes in public policy tending to favor more and more the employers. 3. An inability, and even an unwillingness, of labor unions in this country to devote the energies and resources necessary to combat effectively declines in the number of their members or in their general influence. In trying to gain a broader perspective on these indications of the changes in class forces, certain general conclusions may be extracted. First, there has been no sudden, stark, or spectacular decline in either new union organizing or in union growth since 1937, 1948, or even 1954. The year of the highest percentage of union penetration into the labor force. Second, the steady if undramatic quantitative declines are not only the result of, but have reinforced and accelerated, a qualitatively different relation of class forces than existed in 1937, 1948, or 1954. 231. If we accept these general assessments, a number of questions come forth, cup in hand, begging for answers. One wants to know why the capitalist offensive has been so much more effective in this country, particularly in the late 19,608 and throughout the 19,703, than in Western Europe and other economically developed capitalist societies. Or alternatively, why have unions here been so vulnerable to such tactics? Why have they been so unwilling or unable to mount a successful counteroffensive? Finally, what would be the necessary requirements for a resurgence of new union organizing or a change in the relation of class forces? Historical answers. The quantitative and descriptive material presented in this book gives the general contours of trade union decline in the United States. It also presents us with some of the immediate factors most closely correlated with the plight of unions. This material by itself, however, cannot provide us with a full answer. To understand fully the why of trade union decline, one must probe deeper into historical factors. To have engaged in this investigation before establishing the nature of the decline and its most immediate causes, however, would have been precipitous, if not foolhardy. Here a sketch of what I believe to be the deeper historical reasons will be given, following the framework presented in Chapter 4. There is a general answer to the question about the deeper reasons for trade union decline given by a number of conservative pluralist writers. They argue variously that there was an end of ideology in the West, that the rise of industrial society brought with it a lessening of class conflict and the disappearance of class identifications by workers. The most popular formulations were those by Bell, 1960, Lipset, 1960. Ross and Hartman, 1960, and Kerr, Dunlop, Harbison, and Myers, 1960. These writers viewed unions, class conflict, and broad class struggle as characteristic of pre-industrial society, not stable industrial or post-industrial society. Their analyses, though not without some merit, were highly discordant with reality. Not even in the United States are unions disappearing. In other developed capitalist societies, their density has grown in the past few decades. The United States, as the most economically developed society, was supposed to be the forerunner of the end of ideology. Thus it has been somewhat ironic, and completely contrary to the theories of these conservative pluralists, that among the developed nations the United States has had one of the highest degrees of strike activity. 1. In retrospect, it is easy to see, as many Marxists argued at the time, that these theorists, in the wake of the Cold War, had substituted their own moral predispositions for clear rigorous analysis. 2. There have, of course, been many accounts of U.S. history that attempt to locate the weaknesses of class organization among its workers in the exceptional character of its society rather than in its advanced industrial state. Frederick Jackson Turner, for example, placed great emphasis on the existence of the frontier as a safety valve for those wanting to escape the rigors of urban factory life. Others have attempted to play up unique opportunities for social mobility, often strengthened by the continued replenishment of a new underclass by waves of newly arrived immigrants. One of the most coherent and challenging arguments for American exceptionalism is that of Lewis Hartz, 1955. Hartz argues that the lack of a feudal class in this country is in large part responsible for the failure of a collective class spirit or culture to have sunk strong roots among workers. This culture and cohesiveness supposedly developed in many other countries as a consequence of the long struggle against feudalism. In the United States, on the other hand, it was a liberal or Lockean individualism that gained cultural dominance. Thus, the American culture or general psyche did not provide the fertile soil for the collectivist and socialist ideologies which at times gained majority influence in the European and other working classes. A different type of explanation concerning the exceptional characteristics of U.S. society has been offered in various of his works by Ernest Mandel. In one of these works, Mandel 1969, 1. As discussed in Chapter 3, Hibbs, 1976, and Martin and Cassello, 1980. Find U.S. strike activity to be among the highest in the developed nations. The United States not only ranks high in overall strike activity, but in the percentages of unauthorized wildcat stoppages. 2. C. Corpy, 1978, Goldthorpe, Lockwood, Beckhofer, and Platt, 1969. And Gordon, 1981. Despite the fact that the Cold War wishful thinking of the conservative pluralists is so easy to criticize in retrospect, I do not wish to argue that none of what they saw was true. Certainly earlier Marxists had difficulty focusing on precisely those aspects of reality that certain of the pluralists emphasized. Marxists underestimated the difficulties in displacing the conservative leadership of the trade unions. They assumed a more rapid radicalization of the masses of U.S. workers. Early U.S. socialists like Debs and de Leon assumed that the success of industrial unionism would be the precursor for revolutionary struggle. This view was also held by many Marxists during the CIO organizing in the 19,305. He argues that the decades of post-war prosperity in this country created conditions of affluence among U.S. workers that mitigated their desires for broad class struggle. This affluence also found them ready to tolerate a less militant, more class collaborationist type of union leadership, which ultimately was not prepared to defend its membership from the increased attacks of the late 1960s. Mandel predicted in his article that the loss of world economic dominance by U.S. businesses would not only lead to declining affluence of U.S. workers, but to a resurgence of union activity and class struggle. Neither this automatic result, which has, of course, not yet come to pass, nor the causal analysis upon which its prediction was based, is totally convincing. Though each of the above attempts to answer the general questions about the weaknesses of U.S. labor have elements of truth, and contain important perceptions, all fail to provide a major explanation for the current relation of class forces, so unfavorable to unions. It is not my purpose to provide even partial critiques of these various views. Point 3. Let it merely be noted that I find them to be both incomplete theories of U.S. history and unsatisfactory as full or even major explanations of the problems at hand. Large-scale growth in unionism. The questions that we have been addressing in this book in the main have concerned the decline in the strength of unions in the last several decades. This period, at least up until the advent of the Reagan presidency, has been one of general stability, a steady state period, so to speak. Yet there is much to suggest that large-scale growth in unions does not take place as a direct result of incremental factors. Rather, as I. Bernstein, 1954a, and Dunlop, 1948, argue, it is tied to major social upheavals and major social movements, as accompanied the development of the C10 in this country. This is also true of earlier periods of major union growth, including the extensive movement leading up to the 8-hour strikes of the 1st of May 1886, the attempts to unionize the rail industry leading to the establishment of the American Railroad Union in 1894, led by Eugene Debs, and the attempts to organize the packing house and steel industries in 1919. The three such critiques may be found among other places in Allen 1969, Corpy 1978, and Katznelson 1981. C10 drive was accompanied by massive strike activity, beginning in some sense with the pre-CIO Briggs auto strikes in 1932 and 1933, the upheavals in coal from 1931 to 1933, the 1934 Toledo Autolite and Minneapolis Teamsters strikes, and the 1934 San Francisco General Strike. The strike movement culminated with the 1936-37 plant seizures, or sit-down strikes, which inflicted a strategic defeat upon the major U.S. corporations. These unionization drives, preaching racial solidarity and support for workers in faraway places such as Spain and China, allied themselves with the movement for black equality and the mass organizations of the unemployed. No unionization attempts since this time, with the possible exception of the beginning organizing in the early 19,608 by farm workers, have approached this character. There were, of course, large strike waves after World War II, yet they were unconnected with any widespread social movement. It is my belief that the decline of organized labor, a phenomenon directly traceable to the changing relation of class forces, can only be fully understood in a longer historical perspective. The present decline of organized labor may ultimately be traced to major, although not necessarily easily identifiable, defeats suffered by the working class and the left wing within it from the mid-19305 to the mid-19508, viz. the period just before the beginning of the steady decline. In short, the present weakness of U.S. unions and the present relation of class forces, increasingly unfavorable to unions, have their roots in the weaknesses of labor in the last period of major trade union upsurge. My view in skeleton form is as follows. I would argue, first, that U.S. labor is politically weak in comparison to the labor movements in other economically developed capitalist countries because unionization in the United States exists mainly as a regional phenomenon. In the Northeast, the Midwest, and along the West Coast, labor unions have had until recently a density quite favorable in comparison to those in other countries, particularly in manufacturing, construction, mining, transportation, and government employment. Nationally, however, their lack of political influence is a reflection of their negligible presence in much of the South, Southwest, and West. This regional isolation is readily traceable to events of the 19,303 and 19,403. Second, the stifling of rank and file democracy in the late 19,308, the bureaucratization of major unions during World War II, the elimination of radical oppositions in unions from 1946 to 1955, and the political subordination of U.S. unions to the Democratic Party have all worked to undermine the ability of labor unions to extend themselves nationally and to redress the unfavorable balance of class forces. Third, these limitations have been the result both of defeats suffered by the labor movement and of choices made by its leadership. These choices, which help determine the present situation, include ones made by the left wing of the labor movement during the time of the last major upsurges. This is the skeleton of my analysis. In the remainder of this chapter, I will attempt to place some flesh on its bones and, in so doing, to convince the reader of its plausibility. Bureaucratization. And democracy. As Mike Davis notes, the original Committee for Industrial Organization, CIO, was an alliance of dissident trade union bureaucrats, with important financial resources and friends in high places, created for the purpose of capturing an already existing mass movement of industrial shop committees and rebel locals, a movement with dangerous embryonic proclivities toward an anti-Gompersian model of class struggle unionism, 1980 p. 47. The early CIO upsurge was remarkable, both for its dramatic character and for its mass rank and file initiatives. The 1932 and 1933 Briggs auto strikes, the 1934 San Francisco General Strike, the Minneapolis Teamster Strike, and the Toledo Autolite Strike were all characterized by aggressive mass tactics and democratic decision-making. The 1936-37 sit-down strikes at General Motors had similar features, being led by Communist Party activists in a united front with socialists. Yet only a year or two later, in contrast to the militant organizing of 1936 and 1937, many of the union successes had the appearance of sweetheart deals between more conservative CIO officials and various capitalists. Davis convincingly argues that the intervention of the Lewis Hillman wing of the AFL bureaucracy, supported by Roosevelt and Secretary of Labor Perkins, was ultimately a great gift to the rank and file movements involved, 1980 p. 47. However, not all of the fault for the ascendancy of the new CIO bureaucrats may be laid at their door. In many of the struggles during the 1935-37 period, the communists, with the vast majority of union activists in workplaces around the country, had allied with the socialists in a united front, stimulating and encouraging rank and file activity and providing the tactical leadership that often outflanked Lewis and the top CIO officials. By 1938, however, the communists and socialists were no longer allied. The communists saw their main tactics as involving support for and subordination to the Lewis-Hillman forces, building their center-left coalition as part of a broad popular front, Cochrane 1977. Goldfield 1980a, 1985b. Their distance from rank and file struggles was accentuated during the war, when they became the most vehement enforcers of the no-strike pledge. The extent of mass participation and control in the organizing during the 30s has left an indelible stamp on many unions today. An example of how this is true may be seen in comparing the differences between the way big steel and the automobile industry were organized. The UAW was organized directly by militant strikes and sit-downs, many often initiated by local leaders not directly under the control of the national leadership. The union itself had a large left wing and was quite democratic at both the national and local levels. Big Steel, on the other hand, was unionized in the aftermath of the UAW sit-down strikes. U.S. Steel and the top CIO leadership agreed to avoid the militant organizing of the auto industry. U.S. Steel accepted the union without a struggle. John L. Lewis, assistant in the United Mine Workers, Philip Murray, was installed as the United Steelworkers, USA, president. A relatively undemocratic local and national union structure was created. Partly as a consequence, the UAW today remains one of the more democratic of the established unions, the USA, particularly in Big Steel, one of the least democratic. In the latter case, workers have no chance to ratify contracts, few local rights to strike, and a history of little democracy. The National Union was the first major union to negotiate away the right to strike on a national level. In contrast, most UAW locals are relatively democratic, occasionally defying national leadership, even to the point of engaging in wildcat strikes to settle their local grievances. The national leadership not only receives low salaries compared to officials of most major unions, but is occasionally rebuffed at the local level, as happened in the late 19,703, when large numbers of UAW locals refused to allow the terms of office of local officials to be extended from 2 to 3 years. These differing histories are also reflected in the high and stable success rates of the UAW in NLRB elections during the period covered by our data, and the declining victory rates in steel. Both unions bear heavily the history from which they were formed. The strong rank-and-file impulses, worker militancy, and even union successes in NLRB certification elections may still be seen in those areas where the former communist influence lingers on. I have discussed the high victory rates of the UE and the ILWA in Chapter 9. In Chapter 10, the former communist concentration was seen as one factor keeping success in new organizing particularly high in New York City. The old tradition of the farm equipment workers dissolved into the UAW in 1955 at International. Harvester, now Navistar, still maintains a faint glow in the form of more democratic shop steward systems, wildcat strikes, and stronger contract provisions. Overall, however, the bureaucratization of U.S. unions begun in the late 30s stifled opposition, dissent, and much rank-and-file initiative. Thus, unlike in Western Europe, where the struggles of the 19,608 and early 19,708 brought forth a whole new layer of more radical and militant secondary union leaders, who have provided the cadre and manpower for extensions in new union organizing, in the United States, similar groups and individuals were defeated and occasionally absorbed. With some minor exceptions, the League of Revolutionary Black Workers, the more radical Black Union Caucus movements, the oppositions in mining, the national network of groups fighting for a democratic contract in steel, the hundreds, possibly thousands, of mass local struggles led by radicals and self-proclaimed Marxists during the 1970s made little permanent impact on the unions and workplaces they had so electrified for short periods. Only the Teamsters for a Democratic Union, perhaps the exception that proves the rule, still remains with any organizational coherency. Operation Dixie. The central cause of the political weakness of U.S. labor unions, and the underlying reason for their generally defensive stance, is the failure to organize the South immediately after World War II. The failure to organize the South left both a political and economic bastion of reaction, represented by the control of the Senate and House committees by openly racist Southern Dixiecrats, and helped to stabilize a section of the country that represented both a source of cheap labor and an area of lower-than-union wages. It is worth reviewing certain of this history, to gain some understanding of the multifaceted reasons for this failure, so disastrous to the fortunes of U.S. labor. All segments of the U.S. labor movement during the 19,303 and 19,408 regarded the organization of unions throughout the South as the key to long-run union successes. The CIO had planned to attempt organizing the South after Northern industry was unionized. This great task was postponed until after World War II. After the war, Operation Dixie, the plan for mobilizing the whole labor movement to aid in unionizing the South, was announced with great fanfare. Even the more conservative CIO leaders, like Philip Murray, viewed Operation Dixie as of paramount importance. The organization of the South seemed overripe. Not only had it been a pre-war goal, but the war itself had brought rapid industrial development. A large percentage of the rural population, particularly among blacks, had moved to industrial jobs in the cities. Further, the initial failures had been countered by new successes. Dramatic textile struggles, Gastonia in 1929, a national textile strike in 1933, had been defeated, yet, in steel, particularly in the Birmingham mills, unions had established a secure beachhead. The UMW, in 1941, under the threat of a national strike, had extended its own organization, forcing the government defense contractors to accept a union shop and the abolition of the Southern wage differential. There was, of course, great resistance by Southern Dixiecrats, large cotton landlords, and many capitalists to the unionization of the South. But given the financial resources of the labor unions, the thousands of hardened organizers, the combativeness of the unionized workers, and the militance of the millions of returning veterans, it is perhaps more important to focus on why Operation Dixie was a complete failure. Davis, 1980b, locates the cause in the fratricide taking place between the left and right wings of the CIO. He cites the preoccupation of the Philip Murray-led CIO Steelworkers Union with destroying the communist-led mine, mill, and smelter union in Alabama rather than with obtaining new recruits. The conservative CIO officials were more interested in purging their organizing staffs of radicals than in mobilizing the most organizing talent and energy as had been done during the 19,303. The scenario in steel was repeated in the key southern textile and tobacco industries. It is indeed true that the fear of the conservative CIO leaders that Operation Dixie would provide an opening for the left put a brake on its success. The struggle between the CIO and the AFL also took its toll heavily in the South. Yet there are more overriding reasons, which not only undermined the energies of the conservative CIO leadership, but kept the left, particularly the Communist Party, from launching or participating in any independent initiatives. There are, in my opinion, two interrelated reasons that helped doom Operation Dixie. These reasons placed Operation Dixie itself, or at least the means that would be needed for it to be a success, in opposition to the main orientation of the CIO. First, there was the unwillingness of the CIO, including the left, to confront the black question fully, to demand equality for blacks, a prerequisite for unity within the labor movement, especially in the South. From the late 19,208 to the mid-19,308, the Communist Party placed a major priority on fighting against racial discrimination and on organizing black people in the South. The Scottsboro Defense and the Alabama Sharecroppers Association were perhaps symbolic of this thrust. After 1935, the Communists drew back from this work, partly in the hopes of engaging in broader, less controversial coalitions. They even went so far as to dissolve most of the independent work among blacks in the South. Goldfield 1980a, 1985b. Second, a good part of this unwillingness of both the right and left CIO leaders to pull out all the stops in the South was based on the disruptive effects such a confrontation, and the drive itself, would have had on the Roosevelt coalition, based as it was, not only on the labor movement, Northern liberals, Western farmers, and major capitalists, but on Southern Dixiecrats. Thus the attachment of the CIO leaders in the Roosevelt wing of the Democratic Party was a roadblock to securing their long-term, yet most immediate, interests. With the failure of Operation Dixie, other defeats were soon to come. The passage of Taft-Hartley in 1947 was the culmination of these setbacks and marked a decisive legal and political defeat for organized labor. Even here, it is not clear that it was too late to reverse the trap into which labor had fallen. The Communist UE and the UMW, led by John L. Lewis, proposed that the whole labor movement act in noncompliance with Taft-Hartley. This noncompliance was to have included mass mobilizations, a possible general strike, and abandonment of the legal procedures of the NLRB. The CIO balked. The fact that certain unions were already benefiting from several of the Taft-Hartley anti-communist provisions surely did not encourage them to oppose the act with militant actions. The UAW under Walter Reuther was already raiding the farm equipment workers and the United Electrical Workers. The consequences of acceptance of Taft-Hartley followed quickly. On one day in Chicago, 500 UE officials were fired. These discharges were, of course, upheld by the NLRB, and thus do not appear in NLRB unfair labor practice statistics. The final defeat that set the trade union movement on its present course was the expulsion of the left from the trade unions, a process ranging from 1946 to the middle 19503, e.g., the Farm Equipment Workers, a communist-led union, was not finally dismantled until 1955, which robbed the unions of the majority of their most militant and innovative leadership and activists. Cochrane, 1977, presents a great deal of evidence to support his thesis that the communists bore major responsibility for their own vulnerability to these expulsions. Going even further, I would argue that the general defeats of the labor movement described above were in good part the result of political errors by the left itself. This conclusion is not meant to minimize the difficulties faced by radicals and militants, among which were, 1. The conservatism of the working class, including the racial prejudices of many of the whites and their general political attitudes, ranging from strong patriotic support for Roosevelt above that for the CIO to influence by such open reactionaries as Father Coughlin, who had a large following among Flint auto workers, even at the height of the sit-down strikes. 2. The development of the Cold War and the anti-communism and patriotism that accompanied it. And 3. The intensive government repression of the left, which became so widespread that even many liberals were persecuted along with large numbers of leftists. The seeds of today's situation in the trade union movement were planted during the 19,303 and 19,408. The history of that time weighs heavy on the present. In a sense, there is very little new history being created now. The massive struggles of the past have indelibly stamped the present and will continue to do so until large-scale workers' movements are again the order of the day. The present situation, from the high points of struggle in union organizing, coincident with very high rates of union victories in NLRB certification elections, up to the present, a steady condition has existed. This steady state has, in general, been one of decline. The dramatic reversal of this trend will undoubtedly require bold new initiatives both from new groupings in the labor movement and from within the established union structures. This, of course, is what happened in the 19,305. Some have argued that appropriate strategies are emerging from the present AFL-CIO leadership. In particular, the much-publicized report, The Changing Situation of Workers and Their Unions, released in 1985 by the AFL-CIO, is often mentioned in this context. The main emphasis of this document, however, is for more labor management cooperation, better public relations by unions, and for less belligerent tactics in organizing certain new groups of employees. In particular, it argues to the employers who are defeating unions that confrontation and conflict are wasteful. It suggests that many workers do not like this adversarial relationship and would join benefit organizations that hark back to the pre-craft union sickness and burial societies. Rather than urging or leading workers in their struggle against bolder employer attacks at the workplace, the AFL-CIO authors cite the need for more corporate campaigns and better use of the electronic media. In order to reverse the disaffection of present members, the report proposes conferences and more opportunities for leadership and local unionists to interact. In addition, it urges better orientation programs for new members and more careful selection and training of new organizers. As corporations and their political allies are successfully weakening or breaking one union effort after another, the lack of realism of the new AFL-CIO program is perhaps best indicated by the two quotes with which the report ends. The first is from George Meany, former AFL-CIO president, who bragged at one time that he had never been on strike in his life. The second is from Eugene V. Debs in 1894 about the inevitable triumph of the historic mission of the working class. Unmentioned is that this historic mission for Debs, as for Marx, was the revolutionary organization of workers for the overthrow of the capitalists in the establishment of socialism. Needless to say, attempting to draw guidance simultaneously from Meany and Debs is like trying to square a circle or deciding to get rich as a small farmer. Massive employer offensives against workers' organizations and standards of living have historically been met and defeated by massive working-class counter-offensives and insurgencies. Such movements require more than aggressive and militant postures by established union leaders, although this will probably be a telltale sign. It is most likely that union gains and large-scale growth in union membership will only be won in the foreseeable future on the basis of broad class struggle and innovative disruptions of production, as happened during the 1903-05. The defeat of Patco, Phelps Dodge, and Hormel were not due to a lack of corporate campaigns and innovative tactics. All these struggles lost because they did not receive timely solidarity from workers and unions around the country. Worker participation and attendance at meetings, often to provide a rubber stamp for decisions already made by leaders, are rarely problems in the midst of struggle. Meetings during strikes, during wildcats, when safety and firings are being protested or when workers are trying to oust leadership they feel is inadequate, rarely lack for attendance. The problems at Hormel were hardly those of lack of enthusiasm, participation, or of a too confrontational approach. According to news reports, all the workers there were prepared to do battle with the company. What they lacked was support from their international union, other unions, and the broader labor movement. For innovative tactics, the AFL-CIO might have supported, rather than undermined, those West Coast longshoremen who in 1985 refused to unload South African ships. For publicity, they might gain greater media attention for their highly laudable refusal to talk with Jonas Savimbi, the CIA and South African-supported leader of Angolan counterinsurgency. There are, of course, differences between the situation today and the early 1930s. In the 19,308, workers in the United States had tremendous leverage based on their employment in relatively technologically advanced and highly profitable islands in the world economy. Today, the international mobility of capital has diffused high-technology production, not merely to Europe and Japan, but even to the underdeveloped parts of the world. As the AFL-CIO report rightly notes, it is indicative that the most advanced techniques of steel production are today employed in South Korea. Within the United States, much low-paid production work today, in contrast to the 19,308, employs large percentages of non-white workers, whether they are black and Latin women textile workers in the South and Southwest, Asian sweatshop workers in New York City, or minority workers in small, highly oppressive shops in many urban areas. Hence the questions of broad international coordination, of multinational and multiracial solidarity, must of practical necessity be an even more central feature of current trade union practice than was true of certain of the struggles that built the CIO.4. Yet unions cannot organize such a broad struggle by themselves. As many Marxists have understood, at least since Lenin and Gramsci, unions in capitalist societies are primarily defensive organizations. Thus, if broad class struggles are required, appealing to and coordinating the struggles of all whom capitalism oppresses, broader forms of organization are required along with transformed unions. It is perhaps also true that union gains will only be solidified with the independent reorganization of the U.S. working class, the formation of its own class party, and the definitive break with both pro-capitalist parties. How likely is such a development to occur? The question is hard to answer. In the wake of the recent recession, unions have been even more weakened. The possibilities for large-scale growth seem, on the surface, quite slim. Yet one must bear in mind that much of the political conservatism of organized labor has not been unrelated to the job security, large benefit packages, and livable wages enjoyed by many organized